There are 67 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press *#. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
Yes. And in your report and in your written testimony, you provide 3 case study examples. One is Steam, one is Game Club, and one is Epic Game Store, correct?
Yes.
All right, so we'll talk about Steam and Game Club in a moment, but first, to be clear, you describe Epic Game Store as a specialized, gaming-focused, multi-platform app store. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And in your written direct testimony, you say that Apple excludes multi-platform app stores like Steam, correct?
Yes.
And in your written direct testimony, you say Steam is a specialized multi-platform app store. Users can store their purchased content in their Steam library, store their payment methods in their Steam wallet, chat and text with other users in real time with Steam Chat, and that by enabling users to access games and purchase game content, Steam reduces users switching and mixing and matching costs, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but that's yes. I agree with the content.
Thanks. And I'm not, it's just for time. I would be happy to put it up for you.
No problem.
And in your direct testimony, you said that this is available on the Mac, on Windows, and on Linux, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to now put on the screen a slide that shows what happens when you search Steam in Apple's App Store. And I'm asking Mr. Spalding to put that on the screen. I don't know if your screen looks like mine, but the color seems very purple.
Thank you. I see it. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't know if you can see this, given the...
Is that us or is that
Mr. Spalding?
we'll try to physical copy of this one. Okay.
We do. This is at Defense Exhibit 5621 in your binder.
We'll try to fix that.
Thank you, Anna. All right, so Dr. Athey, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 5621 in your binder.
Yes.
So if you look at this screenshot, you can see that we searched Steam in the Apple App Store. Steam is in the search bar. And you can see that what comes up are 3 Steam native apps available in the App Store. One is called Steam Mobile, one is called Steam Link, and the third is called Steam Chat. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you'll turn to Defense Exhibit 5616. This is a screenshot from Steam's website about Steam Mobile. And it describes Steam Mobile, which it also calls the Steam app. And you can see in the screenshot there's a picture of an iPhone and an Android phone. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. It also says you can download the Steam app on the App Store and on Google Play. Do you see that there at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And towards the top, it says that with the app, you can manage your account, shop, and stay up to date with games in the community. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so prior to your report, were you aware that this app existed?
Sorry, I'm just trying to read all the material here with the different apps. I'm
just asking at this point about the Steam mobile app. Were you aware prior to your report that this app existed?
Yes.
Yet you did not mention this in your report or in your testimony. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Dr. AP, this is just a yes or no. This is not mentioned in your report, and it was not mentioned in your testimony, either your written direct testimony or in your testimony yesterday, correct?
My testimony describes the functionality, but I didn't specifically describe this app.
Right. You did not mention that there is an app in the App Store called Steam Mobile, correct?
Correct.
And you did not mention that there is an app in the App Store called Steam Link, correct?
Correct.
And you did not mention, just to finish this out, that there's an app in the App Store called Steam Chat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And yet you said you were aware of this before yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
it's done. I'm being told that we have to restart the system. So let's put a pause on your clock. And we should go ahead and reboot it.
thank you, Anna.
So while we're waiting here, if I had a jury, I would tell some kind of joke and they would laugh because I'm a judge and even though I'm not funny. But I do want to correct for the record. I know there are lots of people are making they're all trying to figure out who all of us are. I don't want to be in trouble with my son, so I'll tell everybody he's a aerospace engineer, not an aeronautical engineer. I'd like the record globally to be corrected. He's an aerospace engineer. I misspoke one day, and apparently that got picked up, so really don't want to be in trouble with him. So, okay, now we have our thing back. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, it's done. Appreciate it.
All right. Dr. Ante, are you aware that users can buy games and manage their Steam Wallet account through this app?
So this app allows you, as it says on the exhibit, to browse the Steam catalog of Windows, Mac, and Linux titles from your phone.
Right. I'm not asking you to read the screen. I'm just asking you to tell me whether you're aware that users can buy games and manage their Steam Wallet account through this app. That's the question.
And the clarification is that they can't buy games, they can't buy iOS games, they can buy Windows, Mac, and Linux games, which are games.
Right. And you're aware, aren't you, even though it doesn't say so here, that users can manage their Steam Wallet account through this app, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's move to the Steam Link app in the App Store. And I'll ask you to turn to Defense Exhibit 5617. Now, 5617, excuse me, is a tweet that Steam sent out when they launched Steam Link. This tweet from Steam says, the Steam Link app is now available for free on all iOS and for all iOS and Apple TV users. The app allows gamers to stream their Steam library to their iPhone, iPad, and Apple TV. And you can see on this tweet that there's a picture of a person playing Steam games on their iPhone using a controller attachment, which are available in the market today. You see that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware that through Steam Link, iOS users can play Steam games on their iPhones and iPads through Steam Link, which is an app on iOS? You're aware of that?
Yes.
Right, and you said that you were aware prior to yesterday that this existed. That's what you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right, will you turn to Exhibit 5622? All right, 5622 is a screenshot also from the Steam website, and it describes Steam Link in more detail. And it says, if you look under the word install, it says install the app to play your Steam games. And then in extremely small print, it says under Steam Link, stream games from your computer with Steam. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, that's it's written there in the mobile device. Do you see that?
I can see it, yes.
Okay. And on the right, it says, extend your Steam gaming experience to your mobile device, TV, or other PC. All you need is a local network or an internet connection. In addition, Steam Link app now supports remote play together. Now you can join games hosted on a friend's PC just by clicking a link. Correct? You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this also was not mentioned in your report, your written direct testimony, or your testimony yesterday, correct?
So my report describes the overall set of features associated with Steam, but the details of streaming from your own PC onto your device, I don't believe I put in those details, although I need to check to be sure.
Right, and all those details you mentioned, the ones that you described, like using Steam Wallet, purchasing games, playing your Steam games, that you can do through these apps in the App Store, that was not mentioned in your report. There's no place where you say Steam has apps in the App Store, correct?
So I would need to review to see exactly what's there. I've referenced the Steam documentation and so on, but I would need to double check to see exactly which details are included.
Okay, do you have any idea how many times a day Steam Link is downloaded?
I don't know that number now.
Okay, if you'll turn to Defense Exhibit 5601 in your binder, and if you, it's an article called 75 Steam Statistics from 2019 and 2020. This is actually one of the source materials for your report. It's footnote 62 to paragraph 36, I believe. And according to this source material, it says that Steam Link, which allows users, this is on page 3, it says that Steam Link, which allows users to play games on their mobile devices, has been installed 2 million times. Do you see that?
Yes.
And right beneath that, it says, on average, Steam Link is downloaded at around 52,000 times daily. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't have any reason to disagree with that, do you?
No.
Okay. If we could go to Defense Exhibit 5623. This is a screenshot of Steam Chat, also from the Steam website. This is another app that you can download from the App Store and on Google Play. You can see the icons that say download on the App Store and get it on Google Play. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And Steam Chat, it says, is a lightweight app focused on chatting with friends and groups. You see that?
Yes.
It offers rich chat, which always makes me think of Mr. Dorn. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, which chat?
Rich chat.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And with the Steam Chat app, users can accept invites and then play with their friends in the Steam link on their iPhone. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, that's what's happening in this image over here on the iPhone. It says, Ben from school has invited you to play, and all you need to do is click that link, and you're in the game. Do you see that?
I see that you can accept the invite from your personal computer PC.
Right. So you're not aware that if you click the link, you're in the game?
If I have a PC with me, not if I'm at school, if I'm a kid or if I'm in the bus, but if I was using a PC and had that available.
But Dr. Athey, you've never used this, correct?
I've used Steam, but I haven't used Steam Chat.
Right, or Steam Link. And if you had used them, you would know actually that you don't need your PC with you. Your PC could be anywhere to do this. So
I'm sorry, I'm reading from the side. You can accept this invite from your PC. So the game is being run in the PC. The PC needs to be on if it's to use this functionality. So you need to have if you're streaming a game from your PC, the PC is involved.
But you said it needs to be with you, and that is not correct. Are you aware of that?
So you need to be able to have it on. So if you have a laptop, for example, you need to be able to turn on your laptop. So I suppose if laptop isn't being used by anybody else and it's been left on, that would be a different scenario. But if you were carrying your laptop, if your laptop is in your locker or if your laptop's in your briefcase, it's off, then you can't. You need to make it available for that purpose.
Right. And I'm just saying, you had said you need to have it with you. That's not correct. And if you don't know, it's okay.
Sorry. So
I'm just asking whether you know that you don't need to have it with you.
Not necessarily. Depends on the circumstance.
The professor at Stanford, there isn't any harassment going on here, Mr. Evans. So she can answer the questions, or she can argue the way she is. There's nothing objectionable. This is cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Athey, many other companies have technologies like Steam Link.
So if you're asking, is it possible, if you're talking about like the functionality to do remote desktop, yes.
Okay. And so you must be aware that PlayStation and Xbox both have native apps on iOS that allow playing of their games. You're aware of that?
Again, that's a broad statement. So there are specific ways that you could, for example, play a game on a device that you own, and through this kind of remote desktop type functionality.
Okay. I'd just like to put up on the screen, and we can move on, DX5624. This is PlayStation's remote play from PlayStation.com. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we can just put up Defense Exhibit 5620. This is Microsoft Xbox Remote Play, which shows somebody playing with a controller on an iPhone. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Dr. Athey, moving on from Steam. Your third example is Game Club, which is currently available as a native app on iOS, correct?
Yes.
All right, and if you'll turn in your binder to Defense Exhibit 5608 on page 2. I'm just reading from the description here. This is from Game Club's press kit. They say that Game Club is the all-you-can-play subscription home for mobile's top premium games, delivering unlimited exclusive access to over 100 universally acclaimed titles, playable on both iOS and Android with new games added every week. These games are optimized for the latest mobile devices and have no apps or in-app purchases as part of a single subscription that can be shared with up to 12 family members. And you can see at the end that costs $4.99 a month, and a Game Club subscription, it says, is completely cross-platform with a single login that works anywhere. Do you see that?
Yes, I believe that's the way I described it in my report.
I agree with that. You also know that one Game Club account carries over across both Android and iOS, correct?
Yes, that's a key feature.
And you also know that Game Club has family sharing, which means a user can buy a game on iOS and then their kids can play on Android or vice versa, correct?
Absolutely. Again, that's a key feature.
Right. And Game Club is a direct competitor to Apple Arcade. And Game Club is available in the App Store today, correct? You agree with that?
Yes.
I'm
sorry. I didn't perform a full analysis of the substitution between the two, but, at a high level, yes.
Okay, but in your deposition, you agreed that Game Club competes directly with Apple Arcade. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You do take issue, however, with the requirement that each game be individually downloaded, which you refer to as a friction. That's true.
Correct.
Okay. So first of all, are you aware that Apple Arcade, Apple's competing product, also requires individual download?
I'm sorry, you're asking whether Apple Arcade's, sorry, can you state the question?
I'm happy to. It was, I'm sure, poorly formed. So Apple has a competing product called Apple Arcade.
Yes.
And you're aware that Apple Arcade also requires individual download of games.
So yes.
And your testimony is that there are unnecessary frictions because there might be large incremental costs between one click and two clicks, correct?
Yes.
Right. But you've done nothing to measure what the cost might be of those frictions that you described, correct?
Not specifically for the purpose of this case.
There's some measurement you did, but you didn't include?
I guess if the question is, have I ever measured frictions from clicks or other types of frictions in my research or my industry experience? Yes, I have, but I didn't perform that specifically for this case.
Okay, so you agree that they're not part of your testimony?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay. And at the time that you submitted your report, and by the time of your deposition, you hadn't ever used Game Club, correct?
No, I didn't use Game Club.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Mr. Spalding to pull up on the screen Game Club. And we found a game in here that we thought was good. It's called Hatch. I'm going to ask Mr. Spalding to click on it within Game Club. So if he clicks play now, what happens is that's the play now is what you click, and then you're directed in the App Store to the app for Hatch so that you can individually download it. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and I want to talk to you, Dr. Azy, just for a few minutes about the screen that you see when you click to individually download. You can see a page from the App Store pops up, and then at the top, There's information for the user about ratings, about what age the app is appropriate for. Here it says 4+, what kind of game it is. Here it says it's a simulation game, who the developer is, and if Mr. Spalding scrolls to the right, we'll see, you can also see what language it's in and how much size it's going to take up on your device. Do you see that? Yes. Okay, if you scroll down, you can see if there's something new in the game. You can see a preview. You can see the actual ratings and reviews. There's a section on app privacy, and this is common to apps in the App Store, where it tells you what privacy issues might be implicated by the app. If you scroll down, Mr. Spalding, you can see that there's other information that's listed, including the seller of the game, the size, the category, compatibility. This says it works on the iPhone. Again, languages, the age rating, whether in-app purchase is involved, what's the status of the copyright. There's even a link for the developer website, which you can click and it would go there, and then the privacy policy. And at the bottom, you can see if there are more games by that developer. Do you see all of that? Yes. Right. And you would agree with me, I presume, that there may be a benefit to users in receiving this information, like, for example, whether the game is appropriate for ages 4 and up, correct?
So if you're asking about the way in which this information is presented, I think there can be many ways to make sure that users have this information. The information itself is useful as far as I know.
Right. That's fair. I'm not asking whether there's a different way to do it or a way you might prefer. I'm just asking whether you can acknowledge that there's a benefit to users in being able to receive this information.
Receiving information is from my knowledge, this kind of information would be valuable to consumers, and having it well organized and would also be something that users might value, although I haven't specifically analyzed individual pieces of this information.
Right. And I appreciate that. And I think you also might acknowledge that this also enables the developer to advertise other features, to talk about other games it has, and to convey information to the user. You would agree with that, correct?
So I think there's constraints on the way that the developer provides that information, that the screen includes that information in this case.
Including a link to the developer's own website, correct? You saw that part.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Dr. Azzi, your opinion is critical on restrictions to interoperability. Correct? Strike that. Your opinion is critical of restrictions on interoperability.
That's a broad statement, but so I'm not. I haven't said that operating systems need to be the same, if that's what you're asking. But there are certain types of interoperability that would be beneficial.
Okay, so you say the inability to mix and match across devices with different operating systems because of limited interoperability and synchronization of apps and services creates what I call an app barrier to mixing and matching, correct?
Yes.
And that seems critical of restrictions on interoperability, does it not?
Yes.
All right, and in your written testimony, you've said, users do not benefit from frictions to switching. You remember that sentence in your written testimony?
Yes.
at paragraph 52.
Okay.
Okay. And that's not a qualified statement you make in paragraph 52, which I can show to you.
So the sentence is in the context of the setting that I'm describing.
All right. So you disagree, Dr. Acey, that technological incompatibilities can increase competition by providing consumers a choice.
So that's to state the proposition would be that consumers can be offered choices between different technologies, and having different technologies is a potential benefit for consumers.
We definitely agree on that. My question is whether you disagree that technological incompatibilities can increase competition by providing consumers a choice.
So things like that would need to be taken in context. So are you talking about incompatibility for its own sake? So the phrasing of the sentence says, by providing consumers a choice, which I think implies that there's something that the consumer would choose, something that they would value. So again, I think if I was trying to, that's not a very precisely worded sentence without context around it. But I think I answered your question.
Sort of. So what I'm saying is technological incompatibilities can increase competition because they give consumers a choice. Do you agree with that?
I guess with the word can, would refer to the context in which a sentence like that is being stated. So, yes.
All right. In your opinion, a failure to provide interoperability could be illegal conduct. That's your opinion.
There are situations, and my understanding is there have been situations where a dominant firm has been found to engage in illegal conduct around issues of interoperability.
Right. And it's your opinion that forced interoperability could be a remedy in some antitrust cases, correct?
I want to make sure we're clear on the term interoperability.
Mr. Evans, if you have an objection, just say objection.
Okay.
Because Ms. Dunn isn't looking behind herself and she can't see you standing.
I will be, no, I was just trying not to interrupt Ms. Dunn, but I do want to lodge an objection that I think we're venturing far into legal opinion ground.
Okay, so, and the other thing is if you don't object after the question, then the witness is going to answer. So I can see you standing, but you need to object. I certainly am not taking her testimony as legal opinion. I don't know what the point of this is, Ms. Dunn. So if you can rephrase with the point.
Sure. This was a discussion that we had with Dr. Acey in her deposition about forced interoperability. So I'm mainly just trying to discuss that with Dr. Acey. And I guess my only question here is whether it is your view that forced interoperability should be a remedy in this case.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Have you expressed an opinion on forced interoperability?
So
I just want to know, have you expressed an opinion?
No.
Okay.
Well, let me make sure. Can I understand the question? So my summary of opinions does not use the term forced interoperability. I'm trying to understand, the question and the bounds of the term, which would be important to be precise. So my opinion, which I tried to state clearly, was about restrictions on middleware. And so removing those restrictions would be, in my opinion, beneficial for consumers and developers. So but my opinion was about how changing restrictions would affect consumers and developers.
And my question is that you use the word interoperability throughout your report and your testimony. Whether you understand that what Epic is asking for in this case is for Apple to make its products interoperable.
So again, when I'm using the term interoperability, I'm using it in the context of a specific restriction or the specific experiences of a consumer. So I'm concerned with the breadth of your language that am I saying that is everything about Android the same as everything about the iPhone, or should it be that apps that run on Android also run on iPhone? So there's, without more context and specificity, that term could be saying we should have forced interoperability could be interpreted in a lot of different ways. So I try to be specific about what kinds of interoperability would be beneficial, and I gave specific examples of those, which I could give again if it's not clear.
No, that's unnecessary. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Redirect.
Good morning, Professor Aiki.
Good morning.
I want to ask you a few questions about some of the questions that Ms. Dunn presented today and yesterday. And let's start with the last point about interoperability. Have you given any opinions in your reports or in your directs about any duty on Apple to make any of its own software available on Android, for instance?
Yeah.
Ms. Dunn asked you some questions about something called Game Club. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she said Game Club is available now on the iOS.
Yes.
Remember from your reports whether Game Club's entry into iOS was smooth?
No, in my report, I mentioned that Game Club's application to the App Store was rejected more than 100 times.
And can Game Club, under Apple's current restrictions, offer any and all games?
No.
What kind of games can Game Club offer?
So Game Club needs to have an exclusive license to its games, and so it can't offer the restrictions preclude third-party games. So these are contractual restrictions, not related to the game itself, but whether the game developer has a contract with someone else.
Turning to Steam, you mentioned Steam on your direct testimony as an example of a cross-platform app store, correct?
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, you pointed out that it's something that you can download apps onto one operating system and then port them to another operating system, right?
But what the want to be careful with the word port, but as a user, you can, if you switch from a Mac to a PC or from a PC to the Mac, it facilitates your downloading the game on whichever either platform and playing it on that platform.
And you mentioned yesterday that you can do that as a one-stop shop through something like Steam, correct?
Correct.
And Isban showed you the Steam app on iOS. Can you download iOS games through the Steam app?
Onto iOS, no.
Can you download Android games through the Steam store, through the app on Android?
No.
And Ms. Ben also asked you a few questions about Steam Link, which allows you to, as you put it, stream games onto your mobile device. Where is this streaming from?
On your PC.
And so you would need both the PC running the game and your phone? I'll turn to a couple of things that you were asked yesterday. You were asked a few questions about your work for Microsoft. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that Counsel for Apple asked you, even though it was your relationship with Microsoft that prevented you from looking at Apple's confidential documents, you didn't think you should disclose that on your CV. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
And you said yesterday that what prevented you from looking at Apple's confidential documents was what you referred to as a W-2 work for Microsoft. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And by W-2, I assume you meant that you were an employee of Microsoft, correct?
Correct.
When were you an actual employee of Microsoft?
So the employment relationship comes through the Microsoft Research Visiting Researcher Program, which is something like if you take a leave of absence from your university or you spend more than a certain amount of time with Microsoft Research, then it becomes an employment relationship. And so I had that relationship in 2008 and in one other subsequent period. I believe in 2011 or 2012.
And was your employment for Microsoft or your relationship with Microsoft in 2008 and 2011 disclosed in your CV in this case?
Yes.
Are you presently engaged by Microsoft on any antitrust matter?
No.
Did you seek permission from Microsoft to serve as an expert in this case?
No.
Did anyone at Microsoft ask you to serve as an expert in this case?
No.
Did you get any direction from Microsoft about any of the opinions you voiced in this case?
No.
Has Microsoft been your primary consulting client in recent years?
No.
When was the last time that Microsoft was your primary consulting client?
It was scaling down during 2015, and so somewhere in that range.
As far as you know, did your engagement by Epic have anything to do with Microsoft?
not as far as I know.
Ms. Dunn asked you some questions yesterday about your potential review of hypothetical confidential Apple documents that hypothetically said how many people switched from Android to iOS or vice versa. Remember that?
Yes.
Is there public data concerning switching between iOS and Android?
Yes.
And as a tech economist, platform economist, do you generally keep abreast of the data about switching between those two platforms?
Yes.
Is all of that evidence attached to your report? That is it a part of the record in this case?
I'm sorry, which data is that?
That what you just asked her about. The data about switching between the platforms, is that data that is in the record in this case, Professor Appy?
I don't want to speak.
Well, and I just want to know it's in the record.
I believe that Dr. Evans has information.
Did you rely on Dr. Evans in establishing your opinions?
I relied on Dr. Evans for the market definition and for the switching costs and the market power in both the full market and the aftermarket.
Did you review data, and did you analyze data?
I did not do original analysis of data.
And there's no data attached to your report?
No original data, no.
All right, thank you.
We were also asked some questions about DX5612, which talked about some bad news and good news about switching between iOS and Android. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in the good news, it said, and I'm reading from it, these days, most major productivity apps are readily available on both platforms. And once you are all set up with Android, all of your apps and app data will automatically sync with Google servers and follow you to any future Android devices. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that good news about the transfer from iOS to Android?
No.
What is this good news about?
It's speaking about following between Android devices. So the news for switching among Android devices.
You were also asked by Ms. Dunn about some an article from The Guardian that you cited in your report, correct?
Yes.
So I'm putting up on the screen the relevant portion that counsel for Apple directed you to. It's on page 3. And you recall that counsel for Apple asked you some questions suggesting that you omitted the parts that were bad for you in this article.
Yes.
And specifically, counsel for Apple pointed you to the stuff that says that piracy on Android is a fact, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to maybe scroll down a little bit to the point that Ms. Dunn did not show you. And you see that after they say that piracy on Android is a fact, They say, yet, A, piracy is also a fact of life on iOS through some elements of its jailbreaking community. B, it's always difficult to work out how many pirates represent genuinely lost sales. Would they have bought the app otherwise? And C, if an app is free or premium, then piracy is much less of a headache. You see that?
Yes.
And then the article goes on to say, on the Android user less keen to pay point, it's true that iOS is still more lucrative for developers. Apple has paid out more than $10 billion to its developers, while Google hasn't given comparable figures. You see that?
Yes.
Does the article reach a definitive conclusion about the point for which you cited it, which was the point about users paying more on iOS?
Yes, the article is consistent with the point that developers make more on iOS.
And does the article reach a definitive conclusion that Android piracy is a deterrent more so than iOS piracy?
I think it's suggesting that piracy may be more common, but also that because people who have less money to spend might be substituting between piracy and not using the game at all rather than piracy for paying. And that's my interpretation of this. So although piracy may be more common, it doesn't necessarily mean that fixing piracy would make the developers earn more. But that's, in any case, that's the point that I cited them that iOS developers often develop first on iOS, but also most of them eventually go to Google too, which is all consistent with this.
Okay. We asked some questions yesterday about whether Apple would need to undertake any technical redesign efforts for middleware to run on iOS, correct?
Correct.
And one of the middleware instances you were talking about were streaming services, correct?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that you reviewed Microsoft trial testimony concerning streaming, correct?
Yes.
And that you reviewed NVIDIA's testimony on the topic of streaming, correct?
Yes.
Objection. I think mischaracterizes the record.
Sustained. I think you said you didn't listen to the testimony. But did you read something else? Or what is it that, let's just get the record clear.
Sorry.
I think what...
She can answer. Did you read the testimony or something else?
I read selections of the testimonies that related to streaming.
Okay, for Microsoft and NVIDIA.
Yes.
And based on your review of that testimony, do you have an understanding whether technical design changes would need to be done in iOS to support app streaming?
My understanding was that the witnesses said that technical design changes would not be needed. That I believe that one of the apps had been accepted and from NVIDIA and then taken down. So.
Thank you, Professor Akey. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Any recross on those 7 topics?
No recross, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're excused. Thank you. If counsel will come and get those binders, next witness. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Ms. Forrest, next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we now turn to some of the economist from the Apple side.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, is our next witness, perhaps our first witness, we're calling Professor Richard Smolensky.
Identify yourself for the record.
Dan Swanson for Apple, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning. Okay. Your witness, sir, is? So, and you're calling whom?
I'm sorry, Professor Richard Smolensky.
Okay, thank you.
I do. Hello, hello, hello. Does that work? Okay. Full name is Richard Smolensky. The last name is spelled Schmalensee.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You may proceed.
Your Honor. Professor Smolensky, where are you currently employed? At the Sloan School of Management at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Okay. And what is your current title? And perhaps you can give us a little bit of background. Well, I'm Howard W. Johnson Professor of Management Emeritus, Professor of Economics Emeritus, and was formerly Dean of the MIT Sloan School. So I'm Dean Emeritus. Okay. So we have a copy of Professor Smolensky's CV, which has been marked as GX5548, which we would offer, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
5548 is admitted.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's Gary Bornstein for Epic.
So this, again, so the attorneys know not only is it important for people listening to identify ourselves, but because we've had issues trying to cover as much of the trial, we now have additional court reporters, and they can use the additional identifications. Thank you. Proceed.
All right, Professor, we have your CV and evidence, but could you just briefly describe your formal education?
I have a bachelor's and a PhD in economics from MIT.
Have you ever testified as an expert in federal or state court before?
Yes, I have.
And generally speaking, what was the subject of your prior testimony?
Well, much of my testimony has concerned alleged violations of the antitrust laws. I suppose most notably I was Microsoft's expert in the U.S. versus Microsoft case.
Have you ever been a consultant to any competition agency?
Yes, I was for a number of years consultant to the Bureau of Economics at the Federal Trade Commission, and I was one of a few consultants, I don't know how many, to the antitrust division of the Department of Justice in connection with preparation of the 1992 horizontal merger guidelines.
And speaking of consulting, have you ever been retained as a consultant by Apple before this case?
No.
Professor Smolensky, have you ever served in the government?
Yes, I have.
And in what role?
I was a member of the Council of Economic Advisors from 1989 through 1991.
And just briefly, what is that? What does that role entail?
Well, it's a broad role. The Council of Economic Advisors is a three-person entity established in 1946. It sits with a small staff in the Eisenhower Executive Office Building next to the White House and advises the president on a broad range of economic policy issues.
Did that include competition policy issues?
Occasionally. I was engaged with the antitrust division on at least two international matters.
Have you been following the trial in this case?
I have either read or listened to everything that's gone on.
And one more question about your background in general. What has been the focus of your academic research?
Well, as an economist, I've worked on a fairly wide range of topics in the general field of industrial organization and its application to public policy. In the last 20 years or so, much of my work is focused on platform economics, platform businesses.
Could you just slow down a little?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
A bad habit.
And in connection with platform economics and writing, what can you point to by way of?
Well, at least 3 books in the last 20 years or so. Invisible Engines in 2006, Catalyst Code in 2007, and Matchmakers, published in 2015.
Did you have a co-author?
Dr. Evans, who's testified here, was co-author on all 3 books.
Okay. Have you and Dr. Evans collaborated on anything besides those 3 books?
Well, in the last 20 years or so, we've written together, I think, half dozen journal articles, maybe 8 book chapters, 15 other writings, including, I guess, most notably, amicus briefs to the Second Circuit in the Faber case and to the Supreme Court in the American Express case.
And in what capacity did you and Dr. Evans submit those amicus briefs?
As economists, commenting on the case and prior rulings. Did you are you aware of whether your amicus briefs were cited in any of the rulings that came in those cases? I believe we were cited by the Second Circuit. I know we were cited extensively, our writings by both the majority and the dissent in the Amex case.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Professor Spallanzzi as an expert in antitrust economics and platform economics.
No objection, Your Honor.
Professor, did you hear Dr. Evans' direct testimony on transaction platforms?
I did hear his direct testimony. I also read his written testimony.
And what did you read or hear on the subject of transaction platforms, just in brief?
Well, in his written testimony, he described the App Store as a transaction platform linking developers and consumers. In his oral testimony, he seemed to describe the App Store as a distribution facility providing services to developers, that is to say, as a one-sided business.
Now, you mentioned your joint amicus brief with Dr. Evans in the Amex case. Did you and Dr. Evans discuss transaction platforms in that brief?
We did. That was, I guess, our central message was that in that case, or in general, when a business performs or provides a service, we said jointly and unseverably, the Supreme Court said simultaneously to both sides, it is providing a single product, transactions, and that analysis or consideration of only one side in that platform would lead to inaccurate conclusions.
Now, did you review Dr. Evans' testimony that Apple's iOS business includes 2 distinct platforms, both connecting developers and consumers?
I did.
And have you formed an opinion on that testimony?
Yes, I don't think that's the right way to think about the business. At least that's not the way I think about the business, or anybody else seems to think about the business. Apple's iOS business is clearly a platform linking consumers and developers. The iOS operating system is at the core of that platform. It runs the devices, and it links applications, programs, or apps to those devices.
the third element besides devices and the operating system is the App Store, which is a transaction platform that facilitates linkage between consumers and app developers.
Do you agree with Dr. Evans that there is a foremarket in which iOS competes with other operating systems for mobile devices in which Apple has market power?
No, there really isn't a market there. I mean, you think of a market as someplace where things are bought and sold by buyers and sellers. And the Apple iOS has never been licensed separately or distributed separately from devices. And the other system he considers Android has always been free. It's just not an ordinary market. What is an ordinary market that comes close is devices, in which bundles of operating systems, so to speak, and hardware are bought and sold, and in which Apple has about a 15% global share of smartphone unit sales, let me be clear.
Changing the subject momentarily, Professor Schwanke, are you familiar with the term IAP?
I am. It's Apple's. It stands for in-app processing, and it's the functionality that's part of the App Store that handles payments for in-app transactions.
In-app processing or in-app purchasing?
I said in-app transactions, but it's in-app purchasing. Handles a payment for.
Mm-hmm. And what do you understand about the functions that IAP performs?
Well, it's part of a larger system, and there are a lot of functions performed. But a key function, and a function that's critical to this case, is it automatically and essentially frictionlessly collects the commission due Apple on transactions involving in-app purchases.
And the amount of the commission? And the amount of the commission is what?
Well, it's typically a 30% commission, although it's 15% in some cases. But it's important to recognize, and I must say I find these kind of shocking figures. Apple engages with hundreds of thousands of developers in 175 countries and regions. The average commission on a transaction handled by the App Store is a bit under $3, and the store handles well over 1.5 billion transactions of that sort a year. 1.5 billion small transactions from all over the world every year.
Is the 30% commission or the 15% commission in instances where that is charged, in your view, charged and collected only for payment processing?
Not at all. It's a commission charged by Apple as part of its pricing strategy. You know, Epic executives were asked about that, and Mr. Sweeney said that the Epic Game Store commissions were to cover all variable costs. One of the other Epic executives, I think Mr. Allison, said the charge was for admission to our audience. However one wants to characterize it, it's not payment processing. It's a commission on a transaction.
Are you aware that Epic alleges that Dr. Evans concludes that IAP is a separate tied product in a market for solutions for accepting and processing payments for digital content purchased within an iOS app?
I am aware of that. That might also be the longest market definition I've ever heard, but I am aware of that, yes.
Okay. Well, does this, it will be long, but does it describe a plausible market in your opinion?
It does not. A market is where some things are bought and sold with buyers and sellers. And the way Dr. Evans describes this general area of commerce, let me just say that, is that solutions are produced by payment processors and app developers, not bought and sold. I don't know what IAP is. It's not a payment processor. It engages with the payment processors. So I'm not sure what it is, but I am sure that there's nothing bought and sold in that market, as far as I can tell.
Is Dr. Evans' payment solutions market a single brand market?
It's a single brand market, and it's even narrower than that because he excludes payment solutions employed by firms that sell physical products on iOS apps. So it's a narrow market, and it's small. Normally, if there is a market, you think about, well, how big is this thing relative to the market, to a broader market? And IAP handles at most 3% of the dollar volume of in-app purchases. So it's small.
Now, both you and Dr. Evans have mentioned payment processors. You just mentioned it in your last answer. Is IAP a payment processor?
No, IAP, the closest analog I can come up with in the brick and mortar world is it's like the credit card terminal. It connects to a payment processor. Apple uses a payment processor to authorize transactions and collect the money.
Does it make sense to treat IAP as a separate product, distinct from the App Store?
It doesn't, because IAP is the essential way that Apple collects its commissions. It is, I'm not quite sure how I can elaborate on this. This is how Apple, in an automatic and seamless fashion, collects the commissions it's owed. So it is an integral part of the store.
Now, Dr. Evans concludes, in his opinion, that there is a separate demand for payment solutions distinct from the demand for facilitating app transactions. Do you agree with his position?
What I've seen on that in his testimony in its various forms is that developers would really rather not pay the 30% and would like to find another solution, another way to handle their own payments so they don't have to pay Apple. I don't view that as a separate demand for a service. I view that as a desire not to pay a commission.
Dr. Evans, certainly in his written direct, says that IAP should in fact compete with third-party payment solutions on the merits. What is your evaluation of that opinion?
Well, this sort of seems to me to be a backhanded way to once again say, oh, well, IAP is just about payment processing. But if you think about that kind of competition, it can't possibly be on the merits. Here is IAP, which is tasked with collecting a 30% commission on many transactions. Third-party payment processors would not seek to collect a commission, at least none that I've heard of. So IAP would always be the high-priced alternative, and it's hard to see how IAP would prevail in that sort of competition, which doesn't seem like competition on the merits.
Has Dr. Evans, in your view, pointed to an example or any example of this type of so-called competition on the merits?
No, he hasn't pointed to a single successful platform that has nominally charged a commission and yet made it easy for developers or the sellers on the platform to avoid that commission.
Do any other two-sided platforms use a business model that is similar to the App Store's model?
Well, lots of them. I think Mr. Sweeney testified that every app store through which Epic reaches consumers has basically that model, charges a commission and automatically collects that commission using its own payment system. That would be, and I'll see if I can list them all. It's a long list, but it would be Steam, it would be the Google Play, it would be the Microsoft Store, it would be the Xbox Store, the Nintendo Store. Did I say Google Play? I might have said Google Play. There are about eight of them that Mr. Sweeney listed, that Mr. Evans listed, Dr. Evans listed. In addition, in his written testimony, he listed a number of platforms that sell physical goods, maybe, and services. And in his oral testimony, his cross-examination said, yes, indeed, all of them charge commissions, and all of them collect those commissions automatically by requiring use of their own payment systems.
What do you conclude from this?
Well, I conclude two things, really. First, that in an online business of this kind, the commission model is a natural way to monetize. In larger transactions, the store makes more money, the seller makes more money. So the percentage commission model seems natural, seems very common. And second, when stores handle a large number of small transactions, collecting those fees automatically seems to be the natural model, seems to be the obvious way to go.
And you'd mentioned the number of transactions that the App Store collects annually. What was that number again?
That's over 1.5 billion. And they're on average quite small.
Have you observed or analyzed transaction platforms that are not online stores impose restrictions that serve purposes similar to those served by the IAT requirement?
Well, I guess not surprisingly, American Express comes to mind. American Express offers a transaction platform, and American Express has anti-circumvention rules to ensure that it collects its commission. It collects its commission essentially automatically these days, and has rules against steering, so to speak, trying to persuade customers to buy from through a cheaper payment system. It's the same rule. I mean, the App Store has rules to avoid steering. Amex had a rule to avoid steering.
Was that practice one that was at issue in the Amex case where you and Dr. Evans submitted the amicus brief?
Yes, it was.
In your view, as an antitrust economist, as an expert on platforms, is Apple's IAP requirement anti-competitive?
No, Apple's IAP requirement is an efficient way to collect a commission, and a commission-based business model appears to be the natural business model for online stores. When
you testify that it's not anti-competitive, are you specifically including, in your opinion, these so-called anti-steering provisions that bar developers from steering customers within the app to payment methods outside the app?
I am. It's exactly the same as the anti-steering provisions at issue in Amex. They prohibited the seller from trying to avoid the commission by persuading the buyer one way or another to restructure the transaction in a way that would reduce the seller's commission.
Earlier,
in Amex, there wasn't a duopoly, though, correct?
I'm sorry, no.
I said in Amex, there wasn't a duopoly.
No, in Amex there were multiple competitors, but it was the same rule. The rule said the merchant can't say to a customer, as has happened to me, may have happened to you, I'd really rather you didn't use the Amex card. Could you use the Visa? It'll save me money, please. That's the kind of steering that was at issue in the Amex case.
Right, but when you go into a store, you can see the sign that says Visa, MasterCard, Discover, Amex, maybe not Discover anymore, but Amex. Back then, there was Discover. So there were visual indications of options. Those visual indications of options don't exist in this circumstance.
Well, let me explain the comparison. In the store, you're right, there was the visual indication, Your Honor, that said, we accept American Express. The merchant was prohibited by contract to say, even though we accept American Express, would you please use something else? The analog here would be a button in an app that says, well, you could buy through the IAP, through the App Store, but you'll save a lot of money if you go elsewhere. That's the call to action that the App Store's rules prohibit, and it's the same attempt. Could be.
But it doesn't say also available on our website, also available on Steam.
It could, and that's what the rules prohibit. The rules prohibit saying you could save money if you did X.
That's right. That's what the rules say. You cannot do that.
Correct.
But if you were in a physical shop during the Amex time period, you would know that because when you went to the register, it would show that there were other payment options.
It would, Your Honor, but the difference here is it wouldn't say the merchant will save money if you use this rather than the other. The merchant has to say that.
But these are gradations. I mean, there's zero availability to know that you have a different option with the on the app, whereas that did not exist. That zero availability did not exist. And what's so bad about it anyway, Professor?
I'm sorry, what's what about it?
What's so bad about it anyway, to have consumers have choice?
The reason is if consumers have choice, if the app vendor can say, if you press this button, you can buy this for less, that means the App Store can't collect its commission. So you're giving the consumer a better deal, absolutely right, but you're undercutting the App Store's ability to collect its commission, and thus you're undercutting its revenue stream. That's what that does. And the argument at American Express was, if you let merchants steer, right, American Express charges more to merchants. That's its model. If you let merchants say, well, I know we said we accepted American Express, but won't you please use this other card, then American Express's model is undercut. Now, you may or may not like that model, but that's American Express's model, and as I understand it, the court said American Express is entitled to say, if you advertise you accept American Express, you have to accept it. And the story here is, if you're on the App Store, then by contract, you pay our commission. You don't say, I know we're on the App Store, I know we owe them money, but you and I can get a better deal if you buy over here and I avoid paying the commission and you get a better deal. It's analytically, I think, exactly the same.
I don't think it's factually the same. Let's proceed.
Now, earlier, Professor Schmalenzer, you mentioned that IAP does more than collect commissions. Are there any pro-competitive benefits of the business model?
Well, there are. Because Apple has the unique ability to identify the hardware connected to the App Store, it can implement the one-click session model that enables privacy and security in simple transactions, easy transactions, because it prevents the automatic transmission of payment card information to developers. Because all apps go through the app, all iOS apps go through the App Store, Apple can automatically transfer apps to new devices, can permit family sharing, and fraud protection features that relate to this as well. But the fact that they all go through the store means that you can keep track of everything that's happened.
Could third-party providers also offer these pro-competitive benefits?
Well, third-party providers wouldn't have the same ability that Apple has to detect the device, to know who's on the other side automatically. In addition, though information would have to be transmitted, the level of privacy and security couldn't be equaled. In addition, if you had multiple providers, then you couldn't automatically restore all purchases. You couldn't automatically share all purchases with family members.
All right. I'm going to shift topics. Professor,
Your Honor, may I have a sip of water?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Professor, are you aware that in court filings, Epic has stated that you conceded in your deposition that if the iOS app distribution market, defined by Dr. Evans as a valid antitrust market, Apple is a monopolist that has market power?
I am aware of that.
Did you concede that?
Well, I conceded it in the sense that I was asked in deposition to make that assumption, and I replied with the logical consequences of that assumption. If it's a properly defined market in which Apple is the only seller, then by dictionary definition, it's a monopolist. And because I was asked to assume it's a valid antitrust market, it would have some market power. That is, as I said in my deposition, a tautology.
In your opinion, has Dr. Evans, in fact, shown that his iOS app distribution market is a valid, relevant market?
No, he has not.
Why not?
Well, he's neglected the strength of indirect network effects. In his prior writings, he's shown correctly that to do a proper market definition analysis involving a two-sided platform, one needs to know not only that there are indirect network effects, but how strong they are. And he really has, in effect, ignored those effects.
Why does it matter whether one takes into account indirect network effects?
Well, indirect network effects generally magnify the impact of a price change. So if a price is increased to one side on a two-sided platform, and there are indirect network effects, the ultimate impact of that price will exceed the initial impact, which means that when there are indirect network effects present, there are limits, additional limits on the ability of a seller to raise price. If you neglect those additional limits, markets tend to be defined that are too narrow.
In your written testimony, you conclude that Dr. Evans' aftermarket SNP test is not valid. Do you explain the basis for that conclusion?
Sure. In an ordinary SNP test, you would want demand elasticity. You would want to know how demand responds to changes in price. In a platform, you want those demand on price elasticities on both sides of the platform. In addition, you want to know the strength of the indirect network effects. How does one side react to changes in the participation of the other side, and vice versa? So that's really four quantities, two price elasticities, and two, if you will, indirect network effects elasticities. Professor Evans does have a price elasticity. He relies on Professor Rossi's survey, which I think is far from perfect, but he relies on that survey to get a price elasticity for consumers.
How can Dr. Evans claim to perform a valid stick test in that context without estimates of the other three quantities?
Yeah, basically by assuming that producers don't have much choice. So if there's an increase in the App Store commission, he acknowledges that will reduce consumer demand. That's that first price effect. And it would have two effects on developers. It would, first of all, reduce the demand for apps. And second of all, it would make sales of apps less profitable. But as well, developers won't leave the iOS system. Therefore, developers don't react at all to these two changes. But that's assuming that developers have only the choice of go or stay. Developers can decide where to bring out products. Developers can reallocate engineering resources. Developers can reallocate marketing resources. Developers have a lot of choices short of leaving or not leaving. I think it's reasonable to assume that they would react to some extent. Zero is too strong. If they react to some extent, there is a feedback effect. If they react by reducing resources devoted to the App Store, that will cause a further reduction in consumer demand. That's the step that's missing. And that further reduction in consumer demand would again affect developers. So by giving developers no ability to react, he's shortcutting the proper sniff test.
Are you aware that Dr. Evans claims that Apple could raise its profits considerably by raising its commission rate?
I am, and that sort of proves my point. If the App Store were maximizing profit, and his analysis were correct, it would reveal that it couldn't profitably raise price because it would have been so. The most probable reason he comes up with his conclusion is that he has, in effect, neglected indirect network effects, which, by the way, we both agreed are strong here.
Changing the subject somewhat, Dr. Evans argues that the App Store has very high operating profit margins and that this shows that the App Store has monopoly power. Do you agree?
No.
Why not?
Well, there's several reasons. Let me pick them off. First, economists normally look at profitability as a rate of return on investment. And recognize that accounting measures of the rate of return on investment have biases, so that having a high accounting rate of return on investment doesn't establish the existence of high economic profits. But that's not the main problem. The main problem is the operating margin is not a measure of profitability. Simple example. Two factories producing the same product, selling at the same price in a competitive market. One of them has invested a lot in machinery and has one worker. The other factory really hasn't made much by way of investment and has a lot of workers. Well, the mechanized factory is going to have lower operating costs, so it's going to show a higher operating margin. That signifies nothing. That doesn't mean it's more profitable. It could have a really terrible rate of return on all that machinery, but it will have a higher operating margin. It's just not a measure of profitability.
Professor, did you hear Dr. Evans argue that any biases in the accounting data he relies on can be dealt with by comparing documents that have the App Store's operating margins with a set of other online marketplaces?
I'm aware of that, and if they were really comparable, fully comparable across the board, that might be a fair argument. But he hasn't shown comparability, and I know a bit about these other stores, but it's not in the record. So let me just say that Apple stands out as selling devices, and Apple stands out as putting a lot of R&D into devices and the operating system, which benefit and pull transactions through the App Store. I don't think any of the other comparisons that he has have that characteristic, and he certainly hasn't shown but they're sufficiently similar for his argument to be valid.
Did you hear or read Mr. Sweeney's testimony agreeing that if someone were to point at one product or service that his company offers and declare a precise profit margin for it, that assessment would be fundamentally flawed?
I did, and he gave the reason, and that's because in the Epic game store and the Epic operation, the technology is developed, it's used in multiple places in the business, and you can't allocate that joint cost in any way that's not arbitrary among products or services.
Does the same problem affect the estimates of the App Store's operating margin that Dr. Evans has relied on?
Yes, R&D that affects improves the operating system, that improves the devices, is a joint cost. It'll benefit sales of those devices. It'll also benefit transactions in the App Store. And there's simply no non-arbitrary way to allocate costs like that among lines of business.
And why is the concept of joint cost relevant here?
Well, let me give the classic example of a joint cost, just to be clear, if I may. The classic example from somebody in the 19th century is raising steers to produce both meat and hides. And the cost of feed for a steer, can't be allocated between meat and hide. There's no unambiguous way there's no non-arbitrary way to do that. Similarly, R&D that affects all aspects of Apple's business can't be allocated to individual lines of business or parts of the business in a way that isn't just arbitrary.
What then would be the correct approach to analyzing the App Store's economic profitability?
Mr. Swanson, this is like asking me the best way to square the circle. You can't do it. There is simply no economically meaningful way to allocate joint costs among several products or services.
Professor, do you believe it's important to consider output in the analysis of competitive or alleged anti-competitive effects?
I do. That was a major part of a major argument in the amicus brief that Dr. Evans and I filed in the Amex case.
And what was the point you made in that amicus brief?
Well, I don't have the language off the top of my head, but basically, when the pricing, particularly when the pricing system's complicated, I don't think it was that complicated in Amex, but when the pricing system is complicated, it may be hard to figure out what is the price. Did the price go up or down? Here, you can argue about what the commission rate is depending on how you treat transactions. But output is typically an easier quantity, at least the dollar value of output is an easier quantity to measure. And the argument we made is that without proof that there is an output restriction flowing from the challenge practice, there's no reason to think it's anti-competitive. That ought to be a first requirement.
In your opinion, has Dr. Evans assessed whether Apple's conduct has restricted output?
He hasn't. I believe he's considered output, but he hasn't really analyzed it. And if you look at it, the results are pretty dramatic. I mean, in the Amex case, the Supreme Court observed that there was a 30% increase in output over 5 years. I think that was in payment card output. And it called that dramatic. And that is, I think, a 5.4% annual rate of growth, which means that output doubles in 15 years, more or less, which is pretty dramatic. Here, both developer revenue from game apps and developer revenue from all apps increased at around 50% a year from 2010, when Dr. Evans said the App Store became a monopoly, through 2018. That's doubling in less than 2 years. If 5.4% is dramatic, this is wildly dramatic. And, it was a good period for IT in general and for games in general. So one wants to look for a different benchmark. There is a third-party estimate of total spending on digital game transactions over that same period, 2010 to 2018, and it shows industry-wide growth about half as rapid as growth through the App Store. Now, if when Apple became a monopoly in 2010, it put the brakes on output growth in order to increase its profit, you wouldn't expect that. You would expect growth in the App Store to be less than market-wide growth. Instead, as far as we can tell, it was noticeably more rapid. In any case, Dr. Evans has not shown any output restriction.
Professor Smallensy, I'd just like to wrap this up with a final question or two. Let me ask you this generally. Do Dr. Evans' arguments in this case have economic implications for the business models of the console manufacturers?
Oh, they do. Dr. Evans argues that requiring all apps to go through your App Store is a violation, or he supports Epic's contention it's a violation, and that requiring the use of your own payment system is a tie. The console manufacturers do both. And he's attempted to distinguish them. He says, well, they're smaller. That's true. And they don't make money on hardware. That may well be true. It's the general understanding. But what Dr. Evans hasn't done is to show why that matters, to show why, if Apple's conduct is illegal because of those aspects, why the console manufacturers don't have the same problem.
Do Dr. Evans' arguments have implications for the business models of any other online app stores?
Well, they do, and I gather Professor Rubenfeld is going to discuss some broad implications. So let me just say this. I mentioned, to manage a complete list, but I've mentioned a number of online app stores that require use of their own payment systems to collect commissions. Dr. Evans would say that's a tie, and he's argued that that's a tie. Well, if that's a tie, then both Apple and all of these other stores have to try to figure out some other way, likely more expensive way, to collect commissions.
And finally, Professor Smallensy, do Dr. Evans' arguments have implications for potential new operating system entrants?
Sure. Dr. Evans has said that Apple didn't have to open its system for third-party applications when it did in 2008. But if it had, since it did, in 2010, it should have basically adopted the remedy that Epic seeks, dropping the exclusivity on distribution and dropping the requirement to use IoT. Well, if I were a new entrant, I would realize that if I opened my system to third-party app developers, and if I were successful, and if Epic prevails here, then I would have to radically change my business model if I were very successful. The safe thing would be not to allow third-party apps in the first place. And given how successful the iOS ecosystem has been with third-party apps for the benefit of consumers, app developers, and indeed Apple itself, that would be an unfortunate choice.
Right. Thank you. Professor Smallensy, I pass the witness.
Cross.
Can I sneak a drink of water while
Absolutely.
at least Fisher comes in? Yeah.
Just let us know. You may proceed, Mr. Bornstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gary Bornstein for Epic. Professor Schmallinger, nice to see you again.
See you again, Mr. Bornstein.
Almost in person this time with a little plexiglass in between us.
Almost.
Let me just start with the last topic that you discussed with Mr. Swanson. Your testimony, if I understood it, was that a potential new operating system entrant would look at the possibility that Apple was required to open its system and would decide that the right thing to do would be not to have third-party apps at all. Did I understand that correctly?
I didn't say it would necessarily be the decision. I would say that the thought of having third-party apps and then facing the potential of having to change business model. After all, Apple only had the App Store for 2 years before Dr. Evans said it was a monopoly.
Professor, I just asked if I understood your testimony correctly.
May I hear your question?
Okay. Did you testify that a potential new entrant would conclude that the right thing to do may be not to offer third-party apps at all?
I didn't say it would conclude that the right thing to do would not be to offer third-party apps. I said it would take that possibility into consideration.
And it would weigh that against the indirect network effects that you've testified about so much, which would clearly benefit the operating system provider if it had third-party apps, correct?
It would benefit it until it got sufficiently successful to fall afoul of whatever would be established in this case if Epic prevails.
And your testimony is that an operating system provider would actually consider not having third-party apps in order to avoid the possibility that it would become so successful that it would, at that point, need to open up its system. Do you think that's a reasonable outcome here?
No, I don't know what so successful is. I do know that an alternative...
Sorry, I didn't ask about an alternative. I asked if you thought that was a reasonable outcome here.
It is a plausible outcome. It is a possible outcome. Is it inevitable? No.
And in fact, in the real world, when Apple launched the iPhone without third-party apps, it quickly realized that in order to have the kind of success that it had, it needed to open the store over Mr. Jobs' initial objection. Isn't that right?
I'm unaware of the internal debate, but that is certainly what happened. It could have engaged in...
Thank you. That's what happened.
Can Professor Smalley be allowed to finish his answers?
This is a world-renowned expert. I am sure he has dealt with cross-examination before. He seems to be managing just fine. We'll have redirect. Proceed.
And I'll do my best not to be rude, so I just would appreciate if I have an answer to the question, and Mr. Swanson will give you an opportunity to expound if that's appropriate.
I recognize that.
Thank you. I thought we did well last time. Hope we do well again.
It was a civilized deposition, I will say that.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to a conversation that you had about the anti-steering rules a little earlier this morning. Do you remember that discussion?
Vividly.
And you testified that your understanding of the rules, again, if I heard you correctly, was that they prohibit a call to action saying that the user may save money. Is that right?
I think call to action may be the phrase in the rule, in fact, yes.
Okay, but the rule goes further than just prohibiting a call to action and indicating that it would save the user money. Right? It goes further than that money. Is that right?
You have to quote me the rule. I thought that would be the core of the rule.
The rule also prohibits any call to action at all, even if it doesn't say something about the price available on the alternative platform. Isn't that correct?
I'd have to hear the rule to be sure.
Okay. You don't know sitting here now.
I've heard it, but I'd need to hear it again to be positive.
Okay. And so do you know one way or the other whether the rule goes even further and prohibits targeted communications outside of the app to users, such as through email that has been registered through the app? Do you know that?
It does, I believe, prohibit that. It doesn't. It prohibits taking advantage of the linkage to communicate the existence of an alternative.
Right. It prohibits communications sent to points of contact that are targeted, such as targeted email to users.
That's my understanding.
Okay. One other issue that you discussed with Mr. Swanson this morning, I want to touch on, actually, maybe more than one. You testified that the market that was at issue in the in-app purchase payment solution field was, I think you testified, relatively small. Is that right?
Well, I didn't endorse that market definition. What I intended to say was, if anything's been foreclosed by IAP, IAP is relatively small relative to the universe of in-app payment processing.
Right. So you're talking about relative smallness rather than absolute dollar figures.
Absolutely.
Okay. And do you know what
that's what I said. Sorry.
That's fine. That's why I asked the question. Do you know what the absolute dollar figures are that have been foreclosed by this conduct?
I could estimate, but I don't know them off the top of my head. They're in the billions, obviously, but I don't have them on the top of my head.
The tens of billions, right?
On that order, yes. But small relative to the world of online payment processing.
And earlier, during Mr. Swanson's examination, you talked about what I believe you called an iOS platform that had multiple elements to it. Do you recall that?
Let me be clear. I talked about the iOS business as a platform that had multiple elements. So I talked about the business, yeah.
And you talked about three elements, correct?
I did, yes.
One of them was the device itself, the hardware, correct?
Correct.
One of them was the iOS operating system, correct?
Correct.
And the third one was the App Store.
Correct.
And those are three separate identifiable pieces of this iOS business. Isn't that right?
Well, they're identifiable in one sense, that you can point to them as you just did, and we can say that the operating system is distinct from the hardware. They're not distinct in the sense that they have separate costs.
Question.
Sorry.
Now, but let's take that taxonomy and apply it over to a different device. So you're familiar with Microsoft, obviously. You testified, correct?
It's been a while, counsel, but yes, I'm broadly familiar with Microsoft.
So Microsoft has an operating system called Windows.
They do.
And Windows runs on laptop computers like Lenovo computers.
Which is exactly what I have, yes.
I do too. And you can also get on your Lenovo computer running a Windows operating system an online marketplace such as Steam, correct?
Yes.
And those are three separate elements of the platform that you would then be using, correct?
I wouldn't consider Steam an element of the Microsoft platform, since Steam is owned by Valve, as I recall.
And so the only reason that you consider the three elements of the iOS business as part of the platform is that they're all owned by Apple.
Right, and they have joint costs, and there are indirect network effects linking them, and so on and so forth. That's why I described the business.
Right, so it is the integrated nature of this is a result of Apple's choice as to how to run its business rather than an inherent feature of any of these particular products, correct?
Not sure what you mean by an inherent feature, but it is certainly Apple's choice as to how to organize its business.
And it is Apple's choice as to how to organize its business that is the reason that you testify that these are integrated with one another, correct?
I was describing Apple's business, yes.
Okay. Let's come back to two-sided platforms. Am I correct that a two-sided analysis of a business is neither pro-defendant nor pro-plaintiff?
You asked that in my deposition, and I answered that it's correct, and it's still correct.
Great. In the wake of the Amex decision that we've talked about for some time, there were a number of commentators who took a contrary view, correct?
There were some. Yes, that's correct.
And you took to the airwaves, so to speak, or the print airwaves, to dispute that notion, correct?
Along with Dr. Evans, yes.
Yes, indeed. And you said that the two-sided analysis does not make platform businesses a no-go zone for the antitrust laws, correct?
I don't know if I use those words or John Troll used those words, but I agree with them.
Right. And you still agree with them today?
I do.
And you have, in this matter, opined that if the core firms under review are two-sided transaction platforms, then under Amex, only other two-sided transaction platforms should be considered in the market, correct?
Let me be clear, Counselor. My understanding was...
Sorry, the question first, is that an opinion that you have expressed in this case, sir?
If I use those words, then I use those words, but it's a question of what under Amex means.
Well, is that a legal opinion that you offered?
It would have been a legal opinion because it has been argued that Amex compels exclusion of single-sided competitors from market definitions. Single-sided competitors obviously compete with two-sided platforms, as Dr. Evans and I have both said.
Right. So you agree that single-sided businesses can compete with a two-sided platform in a single market, right?
I do, yes.
And in fact, you have taken the position that this case presents such a market, correct?
I've taken the position that direct distribution can, in principle, compete with distribution through app stores, yes.
Right. You in fact, have gone further than that, and you said that direct distribution does compete with online marketplaces like two-sided platform app stores, correct?
Where direct distribution happens, it competes with app stores, yes.
Right. It doesn't happen on the iOS platform because Apple forbids it.
That's why I was hedging.
All right. And that makes the market at issue here, unlike the market in Amex, a hybrid market consisting of both two-sided businesses or two-sided platforms and single-sided businesses, correct?
I think that's right. The market in Amex is clearly composed of two-sided platforms, unless you include cash, and then it gets to be, but it wasn't included.
And so as an economic matter, we're dealing with something different from Amex in that respect, correct?
In that respect.
Okay. Now, one of the things, as we talked about some this morning, that makes the analysis of two-sided platforms more complicated is the existence of indirect network effects, correct?
That's correct.
And you talked a little bit about a feedback effect this morning, correct?
I did.
And depending on the particular platform at issue, those feedback effects can be stronger or weaker, correct?
Correct, except in the case of transaction platforms, they're generally strong.
And there are particular names that economists use to describe the strength of these things. You used some this morning, like cross-price elasticity and so forth.
Well, I don't think I said cross-price elasticity. I could have, but we tend to use elasticities as a measure of strength. And in analyzing a two-sided platform and the potential competitive consequences of conduct relating to that platform, it is important to consider the strength of the indirect network effects at issue. Okay? Yes.
And you haven't done anything in this case to analyze the strength of the indirect network effects associated with the App Store, correct?
As I think I said in my written testimony, I don't think this record has information that would permit one to estimate that strength.
But you do recognize, I believe, that most smartphone users have either an iOS or an Android, but not both, correct?
I certainly recognize that.
And that's something that the antitrust folks like you, the economics folks like yourself call single homing, right?
Yeah, for unfortunate reasons, yes.
And in single homing situations, competition between customers is typically a winner-take-all struggle for all of the business from the users on the single homing side of the platform. Correct?
It has aspects of that, but it depends in part on switching costs. The notion that a competitor will get all of the buyers on one side requires special extra assumptions.
Right. The higher the switching costs, the more likely it is that there will be a winner-take-all situation, correct?
Well, you need more than that. You need there only to be one or a dominant competitor trying to capture those folks, just because, they stop there.
Okay, well, so you've written, haven't you, that competition for single homing customers is a winner-take-all struggle for all of their business. Right? Those are your words.
I must have said it. If you tell me I said it, it seems pretty careless to me, because if there are two of us competing, it's not obvious why one of us will get them all.
You don't dispute that you've written that in an academic journal, sir?
Well, I'd love to see the context. It seems very strange statement for me to make, because it doesn't make. Of course, I do make sentences that don't make a lot of sense, but that one doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Could you show me the context in which I said it?
I'll give you a little more information to start. So you remember an instant classic? That's something you wrote?
Oh, yeah. This is about, okay. Yeah.
You remember writing that text?
Yeah, I'm happy to describe it and say why I said what I said, if you like that.
Well, let me read to you first the prior, so we can pull it up on the screen perhaps. This is TX1997. And I'm looking at page 177. Great. And we can see the prior sentence there in the middle of the middle paragraph on the middle of the page. We say, in the case of smartphone operating systems, for instance, most consumers single home at any one time, while many developers multi-home by writing apps for both Android and Apple's iOS. And then we go on. Competition for single homing customers is a winner-take-all struggle for all of their business. Correct?
Yeah, and I did say that, and I will now explain that you kind of misinterpreted what I meant. Single homing customers.
Excuse me.
Can I explain what that means?
Well,
Probably on redirect.
Okay, then I do not doubt that I said those sentences, wrote those sentences.
And it is, in fact, the case that when there are switching costs that are high, and when you have customers who single home for that reason, then the situation is much closer to or resembles the situation in which there is a monopoly provider. Correct?
Well, we're now completely mixing modes, and I'd say no. I'd say this is completely unrelated to switching costs, and we'll spend some time on it on redirect, but it is unrelated to switching costs. That's a very simple point.
So you do remember your deposition, right? We talked about it a little bit.
I do remember that, and I'm happy to say I said what you said in my deposition. I'm only saying it's unrelated to this, and it says if I can't switch platforms, then the platform's a monopoly.
Right.
So that's simple. There may be multiple suppliers on the other side of the platform, but as far as the platform's concerned, if by the assumption you gave me, I can't switch platforms, yeah, then it's a monopoly.
Right. And what you testified was that if the reason consumers single home is that it's very difficult for them to switch, then the situation resembles the situation with a monopoly provider. Correct?
By definition, by assumption.
And so when one side single homes, the feedback effect that you talked about earlier is weaker. Correct?
those are not closely related. Single homing has to do with what do you normally do. If you're single homing because there are strong switching costs, then the feedback effects are attenuated. And of course, different people will always have different switching costs, but that's right. And that by itself doesn't do the trick you want it to do.
And that was my question, sir. When you have single homing and there are high switching costs, then the feedback effect is weaker, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what you call the death spiral would be weaker, correct?
Well, I didn't use the death spiral this morning, but it's in my testimony someplace.
And here we have a situation in which developers, on the other hand, are motivated to multi-home because consumers don't often switch, right, between iOS and Android.
Consumers do switch, but the switching probabilities are relatively low under current conditions.
Consumers don't often switch. Yes or no, sir?
The numbers are what they are, and if you declare that not often, I'll accept your characterization.
Let's look at your deposition, sir.
I need a copy.
Of course, Your Honor.
And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm looking at page 48, starting at line 15.
Well, there are a couple of sentences there, Mr. Weinstein. What do you want him to do? Just look at it?
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't hear what you said.
I said there are a couple of sentences there. I don't see impeachment.
Well, I'll read them to the record, Your Honor, and we can go from there. Question was, and what is the economic motivation that a developer has to write for both devices? Answer, consumers don't often switch. Did you give that testimony?
Mr. Weinstein, that's why I said there's not impeachment, because you then said they do switch from time to time.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Which is consistent with what he testified to. That's why there was no impeachment.
I understand what Your Honor is saying.
It's 10:15.
Very good.
Time for a break. We'll stand in recess for 20 minutes.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves at the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you, I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Showing you how it's supposed to be. I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
BDV got it.
Let go by the shoot y'all.
I told everybody I'm fine. I know that she's a light year away. Yeah, a year away. I might down the Henny and the Kratom. If my apps gon' step up, they get itemized. You asked me about my friends, I never had them. She took me by surprise, I looked into her eyes. Money back, money back, money back. Motherfucker know that I've been chasing the check. If you run it up, run it up, run it up. You get caught by surprise by the way that I flex. I've been telling them that I'm gon' blow up. You niggas, you know this. You all act dumb, you all look clueless. Dirty like a dog, my homeboy Rufus. Money back, money back, money back. Motherfucker know that I've been chasing the check. If you run it up, run it up, run it up. You get caught by surprise by the way that I flex. I've been telling them that I'm gon' blow up. You niggas, you know this. You all act dumb, you all look clueless. Dirty like a dog, my homeboy Rufus. I make it back, yeah. Make it back, what you making a month? Dripping in the raps, hold up, niggas don't know what's up. Hold up with the Henny. Motherfuckers talking friendly to me, aura filled with envy. They only wanna be what they see. They only can dream, but bitch, I'm a dreamer. Pull up in the beam, interior off-white, coffee creamer. I got a bad bitch, should've seen her. I got a good brain, I'm bilingual. Taking it to the range, shoot a Kimbo. All your cash flow, my residual. I might down the Henny and the Kratom. If my apps gon' step up, they get itemized. You asked me about my friends, I never had them. She took me by surprise, I looked into her eyes. Money back, money back, money back. Motherfucker know that I've been chasing the check. If you run it up, run it up, run it up. You get caught by surprise by the way that I flex. I've been telling them that I'm gon' blow up. You niggas, you know this. You all act dumb, you all look clueless. Dirty like a dog, my homeboy Rufus.
Yo. Hey.
lost myself that night. I threw it all away. Those are the things I've created. Then I went and caved in. I'm a mess right now. My heart is in two places. Half is back at home. The other's off and racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I lost myself that night. I threw it all away. Recall my mother's words, but it was far too late. I feel the burden now, it's weighing down my soul, and I can't catch my breath, cause these demons follow. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. Swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. You'll always hold me. I swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let
Wait,
my
hold, she can't. Oh, there we go. You can't hear it all.
my past drag me down, me down.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place? Taylor about the fucking flex.
Lost on deck for the ones I hate. Friday's here, got the drugs in my veins. All tunes in, that she wanna give face. I got plans that I wanna go waste. Friday's here, so don't be shy. Take me higher than the sky. Friday's here, so let's be friends. Pop that seal, the night won't end. Look into her eyes and you turn to stone. She don't leave the club cause she got no home. Bunch of random numbers always on her phone. Wonder what she's like when she's all alone. Black dress with the heels and her makeup on. Got the world in her hand, she can do no wrong. Had to get another bottle just to get along. Got her singing every word when I play my song. Don't like her when she too cold. She just came for a drink and smoke. Don't like her, I like her though. Don't like her, don't want no more. Destined for disaster. There's no happy ever after. Through the jokes and all the laughter. Stab my back and turn the dagger. I got too much shit in my head. Don't know where I went wrong. When the night's about to end, she went and threw it for my lawn. She said she don't wanna be here. I told her to stay strong. I can't find the words to say it, so I put it in a song. Town kid, but a Hollywood boy. Tryna find himself, tryna find his voice. Never till now did he know where to go. Never till now did he wanna be alone. Rest in peace to my main boy Rocky. Do the dash Kush in the whip, Ricky Bobby. Pop a perk, no I'm feeling like a zombie. Drop a deuce in my Sprite, color walkie. Father tell me that I'll never go far. Didn't listen, I was geeking up a bar. Past the time we was looking at the stars. Past the time cause I only just turned 16 and I didn't know what love was. Yeah, hey, didn't know what lost was. Whoa, R.I.P. to a loved one. Hey, R.I.P. to a loved one. Got her heart on the sleeve for the taking. I could tell the whole time she was faking. Baby, I just wanna know what your name is. Found her with my best friend, they were naked. Cross on deck for the ones I hate. Friday's here, got the drugs in my veins. All Tuesday, now she wanna give face. I got plans that I wanna go waste. Friday's here, so don't be shy. Take me higher than the sky. Friday's here, so let's be friends. Pop that seal, the night won't end.
Imagine yourself. You just went to sleep. It was a hard day. You take a deep breath and close your eyes. And the nightmare begins.
Last night, I think I made love with the devil. She turned my tears and the diamonds on my bezel. After we finished, my heart feel like it been severed. I don't wanna let this go, no, not ever. Last night was a fast night. Don't know what just happened last night, but it felt right. I don't know what happened last night. Last night, don't want this to be my last night. Last night. Don't know where I'm at, don't know where I've been. Baby, please stay by my side, please don't let me sin. Open all the doors, keep on pouring force, yeah. Hey, yeah, all I want is more. Going to these places that I've never been before. Going by designer, I'm like going by the store. Never will I drop a dime on top of a fucking horn. Driving from my problems, skirt off in the Matador. This is my world, I can do it I want. I can write my own story, paint it with my own font. I can see who I want, I can be who I am. I've been running downtown with a bitch in my hands. Where you at, like what's up, haven't seen you in a month. Are you good, are you great, I've been trying to speculate. What's the deal, how you feel, how you lost all your appeal. What happened to our perfect duo, Kobe and Shaquille?
The magic of an accompaniment tailor-made in the fashion of today. For this occasion, this singer, and this song.
I've been spending years trying to be my best self. Every time I tried, I would always need help. They don't really know all the ways that I felt. They don't know the type of cards I've been dealt. Maybe man, cause I couldn't get this far. I can smell your lies all the way from afar. I don't wanna drive unless I'm with a foreign car. I don't want a bitch unless she got a dark heart. Never changed, I woke up. Yeah, I woke up. Now it's time to focus. It's up to you to show up. Haters talking, they don't know us. Stressed out, so I roll up. Don't know where I woke up. Never changed, I woke up. Wipe all the tears of my rock star skinny jeans. Never get it cause I want it, that's my enemy. I don't want a lot of friends, I don't want enemies. Middle fingers to the bitches that are dead to me. Oh yeah, put the work in. Why you trying to diss me, what's the purpose? Rolling on the beat and I'm nervous. No secret tonight, you've been working. Next bitch tryna call me about the number. Make it winter time in the summer. I want Rari's, I don't want a Hummer. She said that she loved me, so I dumped her. Mama told me stay away from fake assholes. I said I don't care and I just wanna make that dough. I can tell which people are my friends and my foes. Aces underneath my sleeve and I don't wanna fall. Once upon a time in a faraway place. Never met that bitch and I never seen her face. Doing all the right things at the wrong place and time. How the fuck could I ever call you mine? How the fuck we got here? I'm unsure. Ripping out my hair like I got cancer. Death running through my veins when I kiss her. Blacked out, watch the lights get dimmer. You're the one for me. Forget history. I need company. I need sympathy. Gets lonely down here. Please don't go, my dear. You're the one I want. You're the one I fear. Ever since I was a boy, I wanted to be great. I don't know where this will take me. I don't know my fate. Situations in my head make me go insane. Welcome to my birthday party, but you're running late. Shit gets deep, about to pass out by the end of the week. Either you a strong one or you're fucking weak. Iced out grill, I don't want them going deep. Take another dog while you taking a defeat. Saying that I'm trash, saying that I'm about to peak. Please shut the fuck up for the sake of feet. I don't wanna hear it, bitch, I don't wanna sleep on wall. I never changed, so woke up. Yeah, woke up, now it's time to focus. It's up to you to show up. Haters talking, they don't know us. Stressed out, so I roll up. Don't know where I woke up. I never changed, so woke up. Time is the relic Poseidon. Feeling the ground, you wildin'. Been in the whip and me riding. Been in the whip and me riding. Zanny's got me paralyzing. You know I'm on the horizon. Champion like a Mike Tyson. Champion like a Mike Tyson. Time is the relic Poseidon. Feeling the ground, you wildin'. Been in the whip and me riding. Been in the whip and me riding. Zanny's got me paralyzing. You know I'm on the horizon. Champion like a Mike Tyson. Champion like a Mike Tyson. Demons, they live in my head. They sleeping under my bed. Talk shit, you eat lead. No trace with the feds. Counting up all the deads. Rolling up on the meds. Bitch just gave me head. Told me she's a newlywed. Snow White with the coca.
All right, we are back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present. The witnesses on the stand. Before we get started again, Mr. Bornstein, let me ask the parties. There have been a number of exhibits that have been referenced in the earlier exam and with you. I know that I'm agreeing to a stipulation, which is at docket 635, that I think has like 4 or 5 pages worth of exhibits that are coming into the record. Are all of your documents in the record? I mean, is this something you need to deal with during the course of the testimony or not?
I don't believe there's anything you need to deal with during the testimony because the experts won't be laying foundation for the documents. The parties are doing that through stipulation. So I don't think we need to get the documents admitted unless the court would like to do it that way.
That's fine, Mr. Dorn.
The evidence. So I agree with Mr. Bornstein.
Okay. Then we'll just leave it at that. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor Schmalensky, you've testified a number of times before, correct?
I have, yes.
Including in a courtroom?
Including in a courtroom. It's been a while, but I have.
Okay. So you understand the rule that during your cross-examination and on a break, you're not supposed to discuss the content of your testimony with counsel. Is that right?
Actually, that's not the rule. There is no rule. And I instruct witnesses when they cannot talk to counsel, and I did not instruct him that he could not talk to counsel.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, look, lawyers are here for a reason. They represent people and they help people. The only time that I specifically instruct witnesses not to do that, and I think I've done that in this case maybe once or twice, is when we're in the middle of an exam where I think the factual issues should not be influenced by lawyers, and that's when I make the instruction. Proceed.
Thank you. I'll move to a new topic for the second half of the morning session, which is market definition. And am I correct, Professor, that your opinion on the relevant product markets in this case relies on work done by some of the other experts in this matter?
Yes.
And in particular, you rely on empirical work done by Professor Hitt.
Yes.
You have not made an effort to redo or check the accuracy of his empirical work. Is that right?
I have considered the methods he used. I've reviewed his testimony. I haven't checked his calculations.
And you didn't go back and check the underlying sources on which he relied and so forth?
Oh, no, I did not.
You didn't go back and redo any of the analyses that Professor LaFontaine did either, correct?
I did not.
Now, you agree that there's a tool that economists often use to define markets called a hypothetical monopolist test, correct?
Yes.
And in theory, at least, I believe you agree that it would make sense to apply a hypothetical monopolist test to the market for game transactions that Professor Hitt has defined, correct?
Yes. That can be done in a number of ways, but yes, it would make sense.
Okay. Well, you didn't do that here.
I did not do that.
And Professor Hitt did not do that here either, correct?
Professor Hitt didn't do it in any detail. Professor LaFontaine did attempt to do that.
So you'll hear from Professor LaFontaine, I believe, later today, but your understanding is that she performed a hypothetical monopolist test.
To the extent that the facts in the record permitted her to do that, she attempted to do that.
Right. And in your understanding, she did that by looking at what you called substitution possibilities, right?
Or reasonable interchangeability, substitutability, yes.
Okay. But without looking at actual substitution, correct?
Well, actual substitution isn't very informative if nothing changes, right? Because you want to see how a responsive something might be to a price change, but it's hard to estimate that if nothing changes. And actual substitution may not be very informative about what a reaction would be.
And you're saying actual substitution would not be informative as a general matter, or you're saying actual substitution would not be informative here just because there's no price change that you have identified?
If there aren't price changes, actual substitution doesn't tell you what you need to know, which is reaction to a price change.
You could also have reaction to the introduction of a new product in the market, however, correct?
You would expect to have a reaction, yes.
And that's the way that an economist could measure whether or not there was actual substitution, correct?
It might shed light on it, yes.
And Professor Hitt actually tried to do that in this case, did he not?
Professor Hitt did some work on the reaction to the introduction of the Switch device, as I recall.
Yeah, and in particular, it was to the launch of the Fortnite app on the Nintendo Switch, correct?
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, that is as I understand.
Okay. And his conclusion was that the data that he reviewed associated with the launch of Fortnite on the Switch showed that users actually shifted playtime and spending away from iOS and towards the Switch, correct?
Well, what he presented in the body of his expert report showed that in percentage terms they shifted. His Appendix G, which I confess I hadn't focused on before my deposition, deals with absolute levels of play and spending, but the text deals with relative changes.
Right. And are you aware that in the written testimony that he submitted to the court in this matter, he again states that the result of his analysis clearly show that users shifted their playtime and spending away from iOS following the launch of Fortnite on the Nintendo Switch?
I think that's based on an elaboration of the analysis that was contained in Appendix G of his rebuttal report. So I do believe that's his conclusion.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's a conclusion, as I think you said, about the relative usage of the iOS device and the Switch device for playing Fortnite, correct?
Well, he called my attention and everybody's attention to Appendix G in that original report, which deals with absolute levels, not relative levels. And I believe he focused on that analysis of absolute levels in his written testimony.
And the absolute levels of iOS use and Fortnite use show that there was an increase in total play, correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
So your conclusion from reviewing Professor Hitt's materials was that the data he relied on did not support the strong conclusion he had reached regarding actual substitution, correct?
The conclusion in my testimony says that what was in his report, since I kind of missed Appendix G, was all about relative play, not about absolute play. And that's what I testified to, that the exhibits I had seen didn't support a conclusion on absolute play. Again, having missed Appendix G.
So let's just be clear about what his testimony shows and doesn't show. And I'm not at all faulting you, sir, for having missed an appendix. I'd like to focus on the substance rather than having missed an appendix here or there.
Thank you.
On the substance, Professor Hitt testified, including in his written testimony to the court, that the relative decline in iOS Fortnite play after the launch of Fortnite on the Switch indicated actual substitution, correct?
I'd have to review his written testimony to verify that that's what he said, and the question is, did he, when he said that, rely on an elaboration of that Appendix G analysis, which I gather is in his written testimony, less obscure than in his rebuttal report.
So let's do the math. So you said he looked at percentages. So that means in his analysis, he looked at what percentage of people were playing Fortnite on iOS, and then what happened to that number after Fortnite was launched on the Nintendo Switch.
That was one of his analyses, and that was the analysis I was speaking of in my deposition. He also looked at absolute levels.
One question at a time. We'll get
there. Well, but you asked me what he did, and he did two things.
Right, and I was trying to take them one at a time.
Okay.
So that was one of the things that he did.
Indeed.
And you believe that analysis does not show actual substitution, correct?
That analysis shows a change in the percentage of time played. It doesn't show that what you would expect it to show would be that there was a reduction in the play of Fortnite.
And
on iOS.
It's almost a tautology, in fact, perhaps is a tautology, that the total amount of time on iOS, the percentage of time on iOS would go down when there's a new device that's introduced, correct?
Assuming we use a new device, yes, that goes via arithmetic.
Right, and that could happen even if all of the play on the new device, on the Switch, comes from brand new users or comes from incremental new play time rather than people switching over from one device to the other, correct?
I believe that's right.
This is a matter of math.
Yes, it's a matter of math.
And then when you look at the absolute numbers, what you see is that when Fortnite was launched on the Switch, there wasn't substitution, but there was a total absolute increase in both play and spending, correct?
I believe that's what Mr. Craig's analysis showed. Again, I haven't tried to verify the accuracy of his numbers, but that's what the exhibits showed. Professor Hitt's analysis in his testimony takes a different cut at it, reaches a different conclusion.
And it's a conclusion that you don't think is supported by his analysis, correct?
I don't think the conclusion he reached about absolute play was supported by the analysis in the text of his rebuttal report. Whether it's supported by his analysis of levels, I think is a different matter. And I confess I haven't looked at it closely enough to have a firm opinion.
In the situation in which there is a total increase in playtime, That's going to include both new users and people who are playing additional amounts of time. Either of those is possible, correct?
Yes.
Rather than just people moving from one over to the other, correct?
Of course.
And so in the only instance that any one of Apple's experts looked at of possible actual substitution, what Professor Hitt found was there was an overall increase in play and an insufficient basis to find actual substitution from one device to the other, correct?
As part of his analysis, as I say, he did two pieces. The first piece dealt with relative usage, and that didn't show actual substitution. The second piece, which is in that appendix, and I believe is also in his written testimony, again, I'm not as familiar with it as I might be, but he would argue, and probably will argue, that it shows absolute substitution.
And you don't know, as you sit here now, whether Appendix G actually shows absolute quantities. Is that right?
Appendix G does, I believe, show absolute quantities.
And what it shows is there was an increase in overall quantities, correct?
It shows there's an increase in play, yes.
And in revenue.
I believe, yes, there were two charts in that appendix.
Going back to a hypothetical monopolist test, we've had some discussion about a SNP test during the trial, and a SNP test is a way to operationalize the hypothetical monopolist test. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's at least possible to do a SNP test for a two-sided market, correct?
It is possible in theory. Dr. Evans has written a couple of papers that indicate how you would do that if you had the data.
And you testified a bit this morning, and in your written direct, that you think Dr. Evans has not done that properly in this case.
I did testify, and I hold that opinion.
And that's because, in your view, he didn't have sufficient data to do it the right way.
Well, I don't think any of us had sufficient data. He made strong assumptions in lieu of having actual quantitative estimates.
And in Kane's hypothetical monopolist test, which you believe she performed, she too did it without having a precise elasticity, correct?
Correct.
And she nevertheless came up with a market definition that you are comfortable with, correct?
Yes. And she looked at what people did, in fact, without data on SNP tests. She looked at reasonable interchangeability.
And you take it a step further, and in your written testimony to the court, you do a hypothetical monopolist test, correct?
I confess I didn't think of my testimony in that way, but perhaps you can tell me what you have in mind.
Sure. Well, you say that you're confident that if you had the data to do a test, if you had done the test with that hypothetical data, then you're confident that where it would land would be a market supportive of what Professor Hitt and Professor LaFontaine have defined, correct?
I don't think I went that far in my written testimony. In my oral testimony this morning, I described why you would get a larger output decline from a price increase. I didn't take that to a market definition.
Well, what you testified in your written direct, sir, was if the data were available, I believe that a properly conducted hypothetical monopolist test would lead to the conclusion that the relevant market for game transactions is broader than the App Store. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Mr. Weinstein, what paragraph?
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. That is paragraph 106.
Thank you.
There was some discussion this morning about Dr. Evans' testimony about distribution. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you took issue with that terminology, both in his testimony this morning and in some of his written papers, correct?
I did. It seemed to suggest a one-sided business.
But you acknowledge that Dr. Evans has not looked only at the developer side of the iOS platform in this matter, correct?
Well, it depends on the piece of the analysis, but by and large, he did not do that.
Okay. And in fact, he testified even very directly in response to a question from Mr. Swanson on cross-examination yesterday. And just tell me if you remember this. Question, now the App Store is a two-sided transaction platform. Isn't that right? Answer, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And that was at page 1347 of the transcript. Do you think that Dr. Evans is the first person to talk about the App Store as a distribution platform?
I have no idea. I have not followed the discussion in the wide world about the App Store.
Have you seen evidence in the record that Apple talks about the App Store as a distribution platform?
I don't honestly recall. I might have done.
So you're not aware that even in the very first meeting in which it was decided with Mr. Jobs to restrict distribution on the iOS platform to the App Store, that's exactly how they phrased it, as distribution of apps. All apps will be distributed through iTunes or App Store on the device. No other distribution method. You're not familiar with that?
If I read it, it made no particular impression.
Okay. And you're not familiar with the white paper, the policy paper that Apple put together entitled Application Distribution and Deployment on Mac OS X Embedded.
Mac OS X being the code name for what became the iOS?
That's right.
Okay. I've probably seen it. I don't have a recollection of the language in it.
So distribution is hardly a novel way to talk about the App Store. Fair?
No, I was just calling the language for what it was. It's a two-sided platform, and one wants to be clear. But it is also clear that the Apple people treat it like a two-sided transaction platform.
And it's clear that Dr. Evans also treats it like a two-sided platform, as he testified, correct?
By and large, yes.
Yeah. Now, you agree that defining the relevant market, the starting point for an economist is the conduct that's at issue, correct?
Well, it's the conduct at issue and also the effects of the conduct at issue.
And to determine how broad the market should be, you look at who the suppliers are that compete with the alleged monopolist and who impose a constraint on that firm, correct?
Well, you're making the assumption that first of all, that it's an alleged monopolist. It's not always an alleged monopolist, but you take a look at the products supplied by the firm or firms that are the focus of the investigation. You do ask about competitive constraints. You might also ask whether it makes sense to treat all of the products as a single entity or whether there are submarkets. Well, I hate the phrase submarkets, but whether it makes more sense to divide rather than aggregate.
Well, I appreciate that you want to get there, and I'll give you the chance soon. In this case, the conduct at issue in which Apple has engaged is that we're focusing on here with respect to app distribution. It applies to all apps, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
It's not like it's only games that are prohibited from being downloaded directly onto the iPhone. It's all apps, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
The reason, though, that you nevertheless look at a market only for what you call game transactions is because that is, you're looking at the question of antitrust injury. Is that right?
Well, I said that in my deposition. I was being careless. One looks at injury to competition, and so one wants to be clear about where competition occurs. I think it's not a matter of who's the injured party, but where is competition. And the conclusion, which Dr. Hitt defends at great length, Professor Hitt, is that the competitive conditions are different between games and non-games. Indeed, you can argue there are differences in non-games.
So again, the question, I let you go that time. The question was whether you did it, you came to that conclusion because you were thinking about antitrust injury. And that's what you testified at your deposition.
I said in my deposition I was being careless. It was competitive injury to competition, but I did say antitrust injury.
And you testified to that more than once, correct?
I was careless more than once, yes.
You were careless about 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, you probably counted. I haven't, but it's quite possible. I think I also said injury to competition a few times.
Well, let's focus rather than on terminology. Let's focus on substance. You did testify.
Your Honor, may I hit the water again? Thank you.
Oh, please, go ahead. You and Dr. Evans have that in common as well.
You're the only one to drink water?
No, her real time has stopped, so you can take a longer sip.
That's a bad habit when testifying.
Well, I tell lawyers in trial never give me the originals because I drink coffee. My courtroom deputy is more careful. It's okay, Pam.
The opportunity to do the same.
All right, it looks like we may have it back up. Pam, you good? Thank you. All right. Question.
Thank you. Professor, if there were a different plaintiff here who was not a company that developed game apps, it is possible in your view that you would come to a different conclusion as to the proper market definition, correct?
Yes, indeed. Given the differences between game apps and non-game apps, if it were a producer of crochet apps, which are available on the iOS platform, I'd be inclined to start there and see where one aggregates, where one broadens, rather.
I let you give a nice answer, but that was a yes or no question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if, for example, I'll take you up on what you said, a crocheting app with a plaintiff here, you would define the market at least starting with the category, I suppose, of crocheting apps, right?
I would start there. I would probably broaden pretty quickly, yes.
And if, for example, the match group or the plaintiff, you would start with dating apps, correct?
Again, that's the starting point, not the ending point.
And if there were a class action of developers, you would start by looking at multiple apps and consider the possibility of multiple markets. Is that accurate?
I might. I mean, a class action raises a whole set of issues about class certification, and also I wouldn't want to go too far down that road, having not done that in a long time. But I would want to look at differences, yeah.
And if the case were brought, for example, by the Department of Justice, there too, you would consider the possibility of a market of all apps or of multiple categories of markets, correct?
Yeah, I would. Just as when the Department of Justice brought the Amex case, they considered the travel and entertainment market as a possibility, which the court did not agree with.
Which the court rejected.
Right.
And landed instead on a broader market for all payment transactions, correct? Like credit card transactions.
Payment card, excluding debit cards, yes.
If you had a plaintiff who made both game apps and non-game apps, that too might lead to a different ultimate outcome than where you have landed in this case, correct?
Well, Epic does do both game apps and non-game apps, of course, but the question is predominantly game apps. So if it were 50-50 split, for instance, you would look at both hard.
So is that in your written testimony that you look at the predominant product of the plaintiff?
I think it's implicit if I didn't use the language.
And if Epic were suing in its capacity as a distributor of apps, a store, the render right market would be transactions market for all apps, full stop, correct?
No, I might have said that. It's quite possible. I've thought about it. If I may give a complete answer of what I think, or should I do redirect?
Well, let's do it in stages. First of all, that was your testimony at your deposition, correct?
Then, yes.
Right. And since your deposition, you thought about it and had the opportunity to discuss that with counsel, correct?
And colleagues, and to cogitate, yes.
Okay. And you testified also at your deposition that if we were talking about Epic suing in its capacity as a distributor of apps, the relevant market would be, quote, the market for being an app store. Is that right?
Well, the market in which Epic is now active.
Right.
Yeah.
A market in which it is currently not permitted to be active. Correct?
It's an app store. It's just not permitted to distribute iOS apps.
Or to do so on an iOS device.
Right. Since this is that exclusion is a special case of the fact that nobody can distribute iOS apps. So it doesn't really get you any place different, as I think about it.
Any place different from
neither can anybody else.
Right. And in any case, you would get to a land where it would be a market for being an app store or for being a distributor of all apps. That was your deposition testimony, correct?
I could have said all apps. I'm not sure that's obvious when Epic is predominantly a distributor, when the Epic Game Store is predominantly a distributor of iOS apps. But in any case, this is sort of subsumed in the restriction that Epic complains of. It's not a new restriction. Epic can't do it, neither can anybody else.
That's right. And as a result, your testimony before and your testimony now is nobody else is able to distribute apps on an iOS device, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And if Epic were suing in its capacity as a potential competitor in that activity, distributing apps on an iOS device, the relevant market would be the market for being an app store, correct? That was your testimony before.
Yeah, it probably was, and I think I'm happy to clarify, but I'm also happy to let you go on and do it on redirect.
I think I will let you do that one with Mr. Swanson.
Of course.
What you land on ultimately is a games transaction market, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you believe that game transactions face increased substitution possibilities as compared to certain other types of app transactions. Fair?
Well, that's one reason. There are different sort of broad purposes. There are different specialist providers and so on. But it's one reason. But it's not the only reason.
And it's a market that includes all games, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't see any basis for narrowing the market any further to some subcategory of game transactions, correct?
I didn't see a well-defined subcategory of game transactions that merited that treatment, just as the plaintiff's definition doesn't narrow the all-app category at all.
Right. And so you testified that you saw no basis for any exclusion of a particular type of game category to narrow the market further. Correct?
That's what I said.
Okay. But you are aware that there are different types of game apps, correct?
Of course.
Some of them are the graphics-heavy, intensive, immersive games like Fortnite that we've got to watch here in the courtroom a few times.
I missed that. It must have been fun, but I'm aware of that app, yeah.
And some of them are simple kind of finger swipe apps, and I think you said you play Tetris, correct?
I did have a brief addiction, yes.
You ever play Fortnite?
I've never played Fortnite, no.
And then, there are word games and other types of games as well, correct?
Correct.
And there are different substitution possibilities for those different types of games, correct?
Well, let me try to
answer
a more sharply posed question. There are different substitutability relationships. You can always substitute, but consumers may find some closer substitutes than others. So I think that's what you meant.
Well, what I mean is I'm using the phrase that you used to describe Professor LaFontaine's analysis, which was substitution possibilities, right? Those were your words?
That may well have been, yep.
And a graphics-intensive, immersive game like Fortnite, which is available on game consoles and PCs, it has greater substitution possibilities than a Candy Crush or a Words with Friends, correct?
Well, if you mean because it's available on more platforms than those, I don't know what they're available on, then yes, there's more substitution possibility.
And having relied on substitution possibilities to divide the category of all apps into games, you chose not to go further and divide the game apps into categories using the same logic. Okay?
Well, I didn't just rely on that. As I mentioned, there are different developer communities and different monetization strategies. So it's non-game apps are quite heterogeneous in that regard.
And within game apps, you actually didn't investigate the question of whether there are distinct producers or developers of games, different types of games, right?
I did not.
Right. So at your deposition, for example, you didn't know how many of the developers of the top 25 iOS games also made console games.
I may well not have known that.
And you didn't know the proportion of developers who choose to develop games only for mobile platforms versus for multiple platforms.
I didn't have that number. Professor Hitt, I believe, has that number, but I didn't have it on the top of my head.
And those were not issues on which you focused in forming your opinion in this case either.
Well, I read his early report. I read his rebuttal report. I didn't remember the numbers.
So did you, sir, consider the question of informing your opinion? Did you consider the question of the proportion of developers who made mobile games only versus who made games for multiple platforms?
I considered it. I also considered the fact that many developers multi-home, to use the other side of the phrase you dropped in the conversation, and so could switch between platforms and could change, not effortlessly, but could change the menu of the set of platforms for which they produced. So it's possibilities, not just actual behavior that matters.
So, sir, I'd like to ask you to take a look at your deposition, please. Hopefully I'll do better this time, Your Honor. And I'm turning to page 386. This is in volume 2 of the deposition. Yes, Your Honor. Line, beginning at line 4 through line 9. Oh, you did better. Thank you, Your Honor.
We can wait for him, or you can just read it into the record.
Wait for Professor Schmalz. Do you have it?
I have it. Which lines?
I'm on page 386, beginning at line 4. Now I ask you the question, did you consider that question in forming your opinion about the proper market definition in this matter? Do you see that?
I see that. I'm not sure what that question was. I'd have to
Let me clarify that. So let's go back up to page 385, line 13, where I ask you the question, do you have any understanding of the proportion of developers who choose to develop games for both mobile platforms and consoles versus those who choose to develop games for only one or the other? And you answered, as I sit here, I don't have those figures off the top of my head, correct?
Yes.
And that's pretty consistent with what you said just now.
Yeah, consistent with my memory, yes, excuse me.
And then I asked you at the lines that I identified before, page 386, line 4, would you consider that question in forming your opinion about the proper market definition in this matter? And after your counsel objected, you said, I didn't consider that specific question in forming my opinion. Is that the testimony that you gave under oath at deposition, sir?
It is indeed.
You have talked a few times, and I've asked you questions a couple of times about the Amex case, right?
Indeed.
A chestnut that you can look back on like Microsoft someday, perhaps.
There are differences, but never mind.
You believe that the App Store here is like the American Express network in that it neither buys nor sells any content, but it facilitates transactions involving a wide range of products. Is that fair?
I may have used that language, yeah.
The service that the App Store sells to developers and to consumers is, to use a word in one of the books, matchmaking. Correct?
Good word, yes.
It brings together developers and consumers, and it facilitates transactions between them, right?
Correct.
And that transaction service that the App Store provides has nothing whatsoever to do with the content that the developer then provides to the user. Is that right?
Yeah, the substitutability among transactions does have to do with the content.
Okay, that wasn't my question.
I'm sorry?
The question was whether the transaction service that the App Store provides to the developers, whether that has anything to do with the content of the transaction between the developer and the consumer. And if that was too convoluted, I can make that more concrete.
Oh, I think I know what you mean, and I would say yes, except for the fact that the nature of the content may affect whether a commission is owed or what level of commission. But that apart, no.
Fair enough. The transaction services that are provided by the App Store are the same services whether the developer sells games or music or coffee or crocheting materials, to take your example. Correct?
Crocheting app. But for the issue of a commission and so forth, that's correct.
So just like when Amex facilitates payments between merchants and customers, the credit card service is the same no matter what the merchant sells. It's a restaurant, it's a hardware store, it's a clothing boutique, right?
It is the same. The substitution implications may differ, but the transaction service is the same.
And that is exactly the situation we find ourselves in with the App Store as well, with the exception you noted that sometimes the commission is due and sometimes it's not, right?
And with the fact that substitution possibilities among transactions and transaction types may differ here as there.
And as you noted, the court rejected a narrower market in the Amex case.
It did.
We talked about Steam, the game platform available on PCs. You remember that?
PCs and Macs, and I think Linux.
We talked about Steam this morning as well with your predecessor on the stand, so we're having a steamy day.
And I thought my jokes were bad.
You get the laugh because first your joke was funny, and second you got the robe, Your Honor.
Exactly. I said that before. I almost talked about the banana today, but decided.
I was thinking about the banana today, so I'll keep it out of the exam now.
I wish I'd seen that, but anyway.
You can see it with and without the tuxedo.
Well, I know. I heard that.
Yeah, either way, it's PG or even G.
It's AG.
So Steam, Professor, it charged a 30% commission for quite a long time.
That's my understanding, yes.
And actually, Apple's counsel gave Steam some credit in her opening statement for setting the 30% commission rate about 5 years before the App Store opened. Did you remember that from the statement?
I remember that. I'm not entirely sure that was right, but I remember that. I think that somebody else may have beaten them to it. But in any case, they were early.
and Steam was charging 30% for, let's call it roughly 15 years, correct?
Sounds right.
And then the Epic Games Store came along and started to compete with Steam, correct?
Correct.
And Steam reacted, as firms often do, to competition by lowering its commission, correct?
Well, you have the temporal sequence right. I don't know what was in the head of the people at Steam, but looked at from the outside, that's what it looked like.
And in fact, their change in the commission rate happened within weeks or a few months of the entry of the Epic Games Store, correct?
It is certainly plausible that the entry was causal.
Causal to the change in commission rate.
Yes, that's what I meant, sorry.
But when the Epic Games Store launched and Steam lowered its price, you're not aware of any change to the commission rates on any of the consoles, correct?
I'm unaware of any change. It's my understanding that the consoles are more prone than, say, the App Store to negotiate special deals with individual suppliers. So there may have been a change that's not visible, but the headline rates didn't change.
And the App Store didn't change its pricing when the Epic Games Store entered and Steam reacted by lowering price, correct?
Correct.
And Google Play didn't change its pricing at that time either, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you're unaware of the App Store ever changing its pricing in response to changes in the pricing of gaming transaction platforms, correct?
I'm unaware of any such change.
And in fact, you've never seen any evidence of any cross-platform price changes as a result in the gaming transactions market that you've defined, correct?
No, unless you want to count the Steam Epic Games Store, which is that's in the store business, but it's yeah.
But that's not cross-platform. We're talking in both instances about online marketplaces that are available on PCs and Macs.
That's correct. Yeah.
And
I see what you mean. No. The correct answer is no.
All right, and just so that the record is clear, because it seems I asked a potentially unclear question, you're not aware of any evidence of platforms responding to pricing or other term changes made by gaming transaction platforms that are used on other devices, correct?
I'm unaware of any such reaction.
Now, you disputed this morning the notion that there was a market for smartphone operating systems, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, in your testimony, you called Dr. Evans' discussion of the smartphone operating systems an elaborate to distract, correct?
I may have gotten carried away, but I did say that.
And your testimony is that there is a market perhaps that consists of bundles of hardware devices and operating systems together. Is that fair?
That's what we buy and sell every day, yeah.
And you have previously acknowledged, however, that there can be a market for operating systems themselves, correct?
I haven't in the context of litigation. I certainly have, speaking as shorthand, probably in Microsoft, probably in Invisible Engines, certainly the same way one talks about a Chevy engine competing with a Ford engine, but software doesn't compete, organizations compete.
So this is another example of you being careless or speaking in shorthand, that's right?
Well, I assume you have examples where I talked about operating systems competing, and that would be exactly what it was. You probably said that in Invisible Engines.
And you probably said that a few other places, too. Isn't that right?
I may well have, yeah. So natural shorthand.
And there are, in fact, according to Professor LaFontaine, natural intuitive groupings that are used in defining the market, too.
That's a rather different issue. It has to do with, not with terminology, but with natural aggregates, but yes.
Okay. And you did refer to the Microsoft case. And in the Microsoft case, one of the issues you analyzed is whether or not the operating system from Windows was being priced at monopoly levels, correct?
Well, that's been a long time ago, but yes, we did. Dr. Evans and I wrote a number of papers on that subject.
Right, and after the case, you wrote a number of papers in which you referred to an operating system market, correct?
Might have done.
You said, by the way, that one of the...
May I clarify?
Sure.
Windows was sold. There was a price. So there was a market. It was an ordinary market. The question is, what did it compete with? But if it's a monopoly, then you can look at its price and say, is that a monopoly price? That was what we did.
Right, and it competed with, for example, the Mac computer together with the Mac OS, correct?
Yeah.
And you see those two things as being in competition. A bundled device and OS competing with an operating system all by itself.
Well, of course, in most papers, because Windows is a three-sided platform, and it's a little more complicated business, but in those papers, we didn't, maybe we did, but I don't think we, in the analysis, looked at a competitor. We looked at, is it a monopoly price, given what we know about the demand it faces?
Well, maybe you didn't use the word competitor, but did you write that you would dispute that Microsoft has a short-run monopoly over PC software platforms, even though consumers could opt for Apple computers and the Mac OS?
That certainly sounds like something we would have written, Dr. Evans and I.
And you distinguished the Windows operating system just now as not having been free, correct?
It was licensed for a price, yes.
And you testified multiple times that Google gives away the Android system for free, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
But it only gives it away for free from a monetary perspective, correct?
Well, if you're saying that Google operates a platform that is profitable and part of that platform is to make the operating system available at a zero price, I agree with that.
Well, it's a zero price in terms of a cash outlay, but there are a number of obligations that OEMs take on when they agree to license the Android operating system. Isn't that correct?
There are.
For example, they are obligated to give preferential treatment to certain Google services, to Google Play, to certain Google apps. And those are all burdens that they take on as part of the license agreement, correct?
But they don't have out-of-pocket costs. There are burdens.
And those burdens are the non-monetary price that are paid by OEMs in order to get access to the Android system. And in that sense, Android is not free, is it?
Well, unless I misunderstand the nature of those burdens, they're hardly substantial, and they're not how Google monetizes that system in any case. I'm not sure I understand how Google monetizes that system entirely, but that's not it.
But that isn't the issue in terms of how you decide whether there's a market. There's a price that's being paid by these OEMs in order to get Android. It just happens not to be measured in dollars and cents. Fair?
That's a novel way to look at it, but I think it's probably correct.
You mentioned earlier today that you've been listening attentively to the testimony.
I wouldn't go so far as to say it tentatively. Some parts are more interesting than others.
But I hope you found the cross-examination of Mr. Sweeney interesting.
I did.
And you may not have been able to see this or be aware of this because you were not in the courtroom. But did you know that Apple's counsel used a demonstrative with Mr. Sweeney during his cross-examination?
I didn't see it. I didn't know what they used. If they used it, I'm unaware of it.
All right. Well, I'm going to pull up on the screen, if Mr. Rudd can help me out with slide 2, a version of the demonstrative, which I readily concede we put together in an effort to faithfully represent what was used as Mr. Sweeney. And I readily acknowledge some of the graphics are going to be different, but I hope I got the substance about right. Do you have the demonstrative on the screen?
I do.
Okay. And Apple's counsel went through and had this sort of filled out with Mr. Sweeney's help. And what it shows, for the record, is 5 rows, Xbox, Sony, Nintendo, iPhone, and Android. You see that?
I do.
And then for each one of those, it identifies the headline commission rate. That's a phrase you used earlier today, correct?
Yes.
And it identifies whether or not there is a complete prohibition on third-party distribution. You see that?
I see it.
And then it indicates whether or not there's a requirement to use the platform owner's in-app payment solution. You see that?
I do.
And it occurs to me, Your Honor, we should give this a PDX number, which we can do at a break if that's acceptable.
That's fine. I don't know what the next in order is.
We'll figure that out.
All right, proceed.
Thank you. Now, there are 2 very important platforms that are missing from this demonstrative so far. Do you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
So we can't hear you. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, I apologize for inserting myself into this examination, but Mr. Swanson wasn't here for Mr. Sweeney's cross-examination. And I'll just, I would like to assert an objection to the assertion that this faithfully represents what was used with Mr. Sweeney. There are a number of differences, and I just want that clear for the record.
Okay, well, I don't know them off the top of my head. You can give that to, you can give a copy to Mr. Swanson, and if it's important, we'll address it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Thank you. So there are two platforms that are missing from the slide, at least as I put it together. I don't want to impugn Mr. Doran and his team. Is that fair?
Yeah, Mac and Windows are missing.
Okay. Well, maybe Mr. Rudd can help us. There we go. Now, on Mac and Windows, there's direct distribution available, correct? Of software.
Yes.
There are also stores that are available. We've talked about some today.
Correct.
And so fair to say that the commission rate for distribution on Windows and Mac varies depending on how the developer chooses to get its software out to users.
I don't think the headline commission rate on the store varies. Maybe I don't understand the stores well enough, but the stores have a commission rate. But the developer can use third party or can use other stores.
Sure. So developers have choices, and as a result, the available range of commission rates to a developer will vary depending on whether it wants to use an affiliated store, a third-party store, or distribute directly.
It will presumably vary.
Okay.
Although I would say that direct distribution has its own costs, so that labeling it headline commission rate isn't necessarily the right way to go, but there's varying costs depending on the developer's choice.
And that's a fair clarification that I'll take. But since Mr. Rudd can't change the slide on the fly, let's just populate it with the word varies by store. How about that?
Well, that's partly true, but it varies by choice of distribution. Yeah.
And I think
it probably does vary by store as well.
I think yours is a better description, which I'll adopt, and the record will reflect. So let's go to the next one about the complete prohibition on third-party distribution. These, I hope, are easier because there is no such prohibition on either Windows or Mac, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's put those in there. And then whether there's a requirement to use the platform owner's in-app payment solution on neither platform is there such a requirement in all times, again, because the developer can choose how to distribute its app, correct?
Yeah, if you use the Windows Store or the Mac Store, there is a complete prohibition. If you do something else, then there is something else.
Correct.
But for those stores, there's a prohibition.
That too is a fair clarification. But a developer does have a choice to take another route and distribute directly, correct?
Yes, or to use some store that, well, as far as I know, the main stores do have a requirement to use an app, but direct distribution obviously lets you do whatever you want.
And so, for example, on the Mac, 78% of apps are distributed directly. Is that right?
That could be. It's not a number I have on my head.
All right, so let's go ahead and populate that cell. I predicted you would have gotten to know, but you clarified what the facts are, and I accept your clarification.
Okay.
Now, We filled in the bottom of the demonstrative, but I'd like to fill in the right side because there are some other categories that may be relevant for thinking about this. So type of OS is the first column I'd like to add here. Am I right that you think about computer operating systems as a foundational platform that provide a platform for app developers and users to make all kinds of software?
That may even be my language, but yes.
And so you would be comfortable calling Windows and Mac, for example, general purpose operating systems?
Yes.
And does that apply to iPhone and Android too, given the range of apps that are available?
Given the range of apps, yes.
Okay. But for Xbox and Sony and PlayStation and the Nintendo Switch, those are different, right?
Well, I don't know as a technical matter, but given the hardware, software bundles that are sold, they're not as fully functional as the bundles sold with the others. It may be that you can do a variety of things on Xbox beyond playing games, for instance. I don't know how much that has to do with the hardware or how much that has to do with the software.
But they're not designed and marketed primarily for that purpose, correct? For anything other than games?
They're designed and marketed primarily for games. That's correct.
And they're not what you'd call foundational platforms either, correct?
I'd have to think about what that means. I'm sure I used the language, but I used the language in connection with the operating systems at the bottom. They're not foundational for a wide range of functions, so they're not foundational in that sense. They're foundational for a wide range of games, and some of them for a range of functions. So not a technical term.
Fair enough. As you predicted, those were your words. I was assuming that you would have a clearer definition in mind, but I won't push you on it. I will ask Mr. Rudd to populate the slide and see if we can just be in general agreement here that the Xbox, the Sony, PlayStation, and the Nintendo Switch are more special or niche operating systems, and the remainder, the iPhone, the Android, the Windows and the Mac are general purpose or foundational operating systems. Would you agree with those characterizations?
By and large, although I don't know how the extent to which their special nature reflects the operating system or reflects the hardware or reflects some mixture. I just haven't looked. As they are marketed, then they're specialized.
Great. That's a fair clarification too. Thank you, sir. So let's pop in the last column there. It's the only one we have any more room for, which I've titled Business Model. And in the computer operating system business, Microsoft provides developer tools for a nominal charge and receives almost all of its income for Windows from licensing from OEMs, from computer makers, correct?
Correct.
That's why you called it a three-sided platform.
That's precisely right.
All right. And iPhone, the two Apple systems here, they also provide tools for a nominal charge to developers, and they get the bulk of their revenue from the sale of hardware, correct?
Correct.
And Google, you've already said, no one really knows how they make their money, but it seems to be through advertising and information gathering that comes from users ultimately, correct?
Seems to be the general industry understanding, yes.
Okay. But the video game consoles, you testified this morning, the general understanding is that they sell their hardware at a loss, correct?
Or at least that's not where they make all their money. I did see that Microsoft document that came in, which suggests that at least one of them sells at a price that covers incremental cost, but that's not where they make their money.
They make their money from the developers, correct?
Correct.
And that is, in fact, in your opinion, the universal view as to how the video game consoles make their money and run their business, correct?
Despite the absence of audited financial statements, that has been the general view for a long time.
And so let's populate that last column here. Where the video consoles have subsidized hardware, and the general purpose operating systems on the bottom profit from the users, from the hardware, or in Google's case, from the advertising, or from an OEM. Correct?
Yeah, to the bottom two and the top three, that seems right. Of course, as you would point out, the iPhone gets profit both from the apps, both from developers and from hardware.
Indeed. So let's just divide up these things. We've got the general purpose operating systems here on the bottom four, the iPhone, the Android, the Windows, and the Mac. In your view, sir, is that the video game consoles on top have a radically different business model. Is that fair?
I use that language, yes.
Well, why don't we finish up the slide? Radically different. And I don't know, Your Honor, if now is, we're not even close. I thought I'm an hour off. But I'm happy to keep going.
You must be hungry.
And I am a little bit. We can take that down. Now, sir, you referred earlier to whether or not there's been actual price changes on the app stores, an opportunity where one might observe substitution going on. Do you recall that?
I did.
No. And your testimony to the court has been that Apple has only reduced elements of its price structure over time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's true, Apple started with a 30% commission back when the App Store was launched, correct?
Yes.
And that commission, when it applies, has not yet gone higher than 30%, correct?
Nor has it gone lower as a headline commission.
But the range of transactions to which that commission applies, that has changed, correct?
Well, new functionality has been added, like subscriptions. So, yes.
Well, let's dig in on that, sir. When the App Store was launched in 2000, it was possible for developers to sell content to users from the app, in-app purchasing, correct?
I'm not sure that was true, but if it was, okay.
All right. We don't know one way or the other.
Well, my understanding is that if it was true, it was subject to a commission, that whether they in fact did and didn't pay the commission, I don't know.
Well, the IAP mechanism, Apple's in-app purchase mechanism, did not come into being until a year after the App Store was launched, correct?
That's certainly correct.
But prior to the launch of the IAP mechanism of Apple's, it was still possible for people to do in-app purchases, wasn't it?
I don't know that. It might have been. If it was, I don't know.
All right, then that's fair. Now, I just asked you to assume for a moment that I have that right.
Yep.
In that instance, when Apple introduced IAP, it effectively imposed a price increase on those transactions.
On those people who had been doing in-app transactions without paying anything.
Yes.
If there were such people, they paid a higher price.
And you mentioned subscriptions. There were people who were offering subscriptions through their apps prior to the time that Apple imposed the IAP commission requirement on the subscription sales, correct?
My understanding is that the subscription change was a new functionality. Again, whether they were offering subscriptions before Apple enabled subscriptions as such, perhaps. I'm unaware of any examples, but if there were such examples, as I said in my deposition, then those folks would have seen a price increase. I'm unaware that there were such. Apple contends the subscription functionality was a new feature for which it charged.
Right. It was a new feature of having subscriptions run through the App Store and run through IAP. But certainly you realize people were able to have subscriptions available, like Netflix and Spotify, to take two examples.
Well, as they do now, without needing to run them through the App Store.
Right, but before 2011, when Apple actually imposed this requirement, they were able to run them from their iOS devices as well, correct?
I'm unaware of that. My understanding is that that functionality really wasn't there. Those would have been in-app purchases. They would have been subject to the commission rate. The subscription functionality, required Apple to track subscriptions, which is different from and now you buy it, and now you buy it, and now you buy it. So I'm unaware that they were able actually to offer subscriptions before this functionality.
And you mean subscriptions through Apple's infrastructure?
That's
correct?
what I meant, yeah.
Okay. They were able to offer subscriptions, however, correct?
Well, I don't know how. I mean, you can offer subscriptions in the sense that people can subscribe on a website or whatever, but whether they were able to offer subscriptions in the way we think of the subscriptions, my understanding is that you couldn't quite do that. If you could, and you didn't pay a commission, Apple witnesses will have to clarify all of this. If you could do it and didn't pay a commission, then Apple said if you do what you pay a commission, by definition, that's a price increase. My understanding is the Apple people will say that's wrong, but they're not here.
All right. And I appreciate that, sir. I don't mean to debate the facts with you. You're here to talk about the economics, and I'll try to keep my questions focused that way, which is what I've been trying to do. You talked a little bit about your analysis of Dr. Evans' conclusion that Apple could profitably raise price on its commission rate. Do you recall that?
I do.
You currently don't have any view as to whether the price that Apple is charging right now is its profit maximizing price. Is that accurate?
Sure. I have not done that analysis.
Right. As a matter of economic principle, is it true that determining the profit maximizing price requires taking into account all of the facts and circumstances that face the business?
That sounds like a deposition question, to which the correct answer is yes.
I hope it was an economic question too.
Yes, sir.
Keep to my promise. Now, one of the facts and circumstances that a business would rationally take into account in setting a profit maximizing price would be the possibility of regulatory action, correct?
If that's a real possibility, that's something that they would take into account.
And it would be the possibility of legislative action, correct?
If it's a real possibility, you might take it into account if your pricing would affect that possibility.
All right. Well, let's take it from the hypothetical to the actual, albeit historical. Back to Microsoft. You were an expert witness for Microsoft during its antitrust battles, correct?
I was.
And Microsoft went through extensive antitrust scrutiny in the 1990s, correct?
Oh, yes.
And it was widely recognized that the government's focus on Microsoft's conduct led Microsoft to rein in its behavior, correct?
Widely recognized. I must say some of Microsoft's behavior didn't suggest a great recognition of that issue, but it was certainly discussed.
And we know that Apple has been under antitrust scrutiny here in the United States and around the world on App Store-related issues for a number of years, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many years, but it's certainly a number.
Well, we heard some testimony this week that Dr. Evans had been retained to provide some economic consulting for a client on this issue in 2016, right?
We did hear that, yes.
And we're aware that last year, in the summer, Mr. Cook, Apple CEO, testified before Congress, correct?
I think that's right, yeah.
He's on TV, lots of news about it.
Well, I didn't watch the TV coverage, but that sounds right.
Yeah. And Mr. Cook, you aware, testified that Apple had never increased commissions in the store since the first day it operated in 2008.
That sounds like what he said.
And if Apple had actually gone ahead and raised prices, Mr. Cook would have lost that talking point, wouldn't he?
He would have, and as I said, I think Apple fact witnesses will dispute the notion of a price increase as opposed to a new function for which a price was charged.
Okay. And if Apple had gone ahead and raised its headline rate, it's 30%. Mr. Cook wouldn't have been able to say that to Congress, and Apple wouldn't be able to give the testimony that it responded in this court that it's never raised price. Correct?
That's certainly correct.
Your report draws a distinction, you talked about it this morning, between economic profitability and accounting profitability, correct?
Correct.
to be clear, there's no particular bias in which direction the difference between those two things goes, right? Accounting profits can be higher or lower than economic profitability. Fair?
That's right. It depends on a lot of things.
Right. In your expert rebuttal report, you made the statement that if most of Apple's R&D is devoted to the App Store, then a revenue-based allocation of joint costs would underestimate the expenses attributable to the App Store. Is that correct?
I believe I said it, but could you read it to me again?
Sure. What you said, with the exact language rather than a paraphrase, is that if most of Apple's R&D is devoted to the App Store, then a revenue-based allocation of R&D would underestimate the expenses attributable to the App Store.
Yeah, that's sort of like a tautology, isn't it? But yes, that's what I said.
Okay. And I suppose the converse would be a tautology as well.
Correct.
So if very little of Apple's R&D is devoted to the App Store, then a revenue-based allocation would overestimate the expenses attributable to the App Store, right?
Attributable to, yes.
That was what I asked.
Whatever that might have meant to me at the time, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that on the very last day of fact discovery in this case, Apple produced to Epic a document that contains actual allocations of R&D expenditures to the App Store?
I'm aware of that.
Right. And sure enough, according to that document, I won't release any numbers, and I'll be as careful as Mr. Swanson would like me to be here. According to that document, very little of Apple's R&D was actually allocated to the App Store, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and that was a document that was put together for Mr. Cook and found in his files, correct?
It was found in his files. How and who it was prepared for, I don't know, but I'm sure we'll all learn.
I didn't have the opportunity to ask Mr. Cook at his deposition because it hadn't yet been produced, so perhaps we will learn in due course. If it is true that the revenue-based allocation of joint costs overestimates expenses, then it would understate profits as a matter of math, correct?
Well, as I said, any statement of profit specific to the App Store is arbitrary. So over or under really doesn't have an economic meaning here.
So then I'm basing this off of your language from your rebuttal report.
I make it a tautology because it's a question of what do you mean by attributable to? I mean, if in fact most of the R&D at the corporate level was for the benefit of the App Store, but yet use a revenue-based allocation, well, then that misses the point of where the R&D was aimed. But I made the more general point this morning that R&D anywhere in this ecosystem is going to benefit, to a first approximation, all parts. So the allocation is not very meaningful.
But it is an allocation that you're aware of. Finance personnel at Apple have actually done in their jobs, correct?
It does seem to have been done by personnel in Apple as part of their job.
And that's, in your experience, not at all uncommon for business people to do allocation of joint costs for various purposes in running the business, correct?
Well, it varies among businesses. I mean, this is managerial accounting, and the question is, what's it for? It's usually for evaluating performance, and allocating joint costs is not real helpful in allocating and analyzing performance, but I'm sure we'll all learn why they did it.
My question, however, was it is something that people in the ordinary course, in your experience, do in businesses, aside from Apple, just as a general matter, correct? To help run the business.
Allocation of joint costs doesn't help you run the business. It is done. Even Mr. Sweeney said that, yes, his accountants sometimes do it, even though he considered those allocations meaningless. So it is done. Accountants like to do that sort of thing. But if you ask, what's it good for? Presumably a business unit head has some control over revenue, has some control over direct costs, doesn't have control over allocated costs. So it's not obvious how useful it is, but it's done. I'll give you that.
After disputing the relevance of accounting profitability in your testimony in writing here, you do acknowledge that persistently high economic profit is suggestive of market power. Correct?
I do, yes.
And you stand by that.
I do.
And you've said something like that now for 40 years, correct?
Well, I said something like that 40 years ago, and I stand by that as well.
Okay. You remember being cross-examined about that once before, I imagine.
I've been cross-examined by that a couple of times. It was in a 1983 Harvard Law Review article.
In discussing the profitability analysis from Dr. Evans, one of the things that you did is you argue that successful technology companies, large and small, earn similar and at times higher operating margins than Apple as returns on their intellectual property, correct?
I did say that, yes.
And you put together an exhibit, Exhibit 2 of your written direct testimony, that was intended to offer information about the operating margins of certain publicly traded companies that have online stores. Is that right?
Yes, I think I took the list of companies from Mr. Barnes' list of people who operated stores. I think that's where that list came from.
Okay. And why don't we can you put Exhibit 2 up this is marked as DX4861. For Apple is marked as DX4861. Now this is your Exhibit 2, sir?
It looks like it, yes.
Great. And what you've done, first of all, this doesn't break out margins that constitute returns on intellectual property, which is the way you described it in paragraph 112 of your report, does it?
No, there's no way to do that.
And the profit margins reflected here, in fact, all of the financial information reflected here is on a company-wide basis, correct? It's not specific to the online stores that are run by these entities.
Right. That was what was easily publicly available.
Right. So for example, just to take the first one, Samsung, they run a Galaxy store, correct, on the Samsung phones. Correct?
That's correct.
But
Water break. Professor, you want to take a sip of water?
Sorry, what happened? We lost the real time?
Is it an apple? No. For the record, it's a think tank.
Go ahead, Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you. So we were on Samsung, and I was saying that the financial figure, or asking you, the financial figures reflected for Samsung here are not limited to the Galaxy store, correct?
That's correct.
This covers Samsung's TV business and washing machine business, and if you go to Korea, you'll discover they have a toilet business too.
And I believe probably an insurance company, but yeah.
Indeed. And this says nothing about the profitability of the Galaxy store, correct?
That's correct.
Or the operating margin of the Galaxy store, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, Exhibit 2 as a whole, to your mind, doesn't say anything about whether Apple does or does not have market power in any individual line of business, correct?
That's correct. It just points out that Apple's operating margin is not out of line with other operating margins of companies large and small that are in the, among other things, in the online store business.
Now, Apple, you can take this down, Mr. Rudd. Apple as we talked about just a little bit, does not require developers to use the IAP function for the sale of physical goods and services in the real world. Correct?
Indeed, it requires them not to use it. It doesn't. It requires them to use some other solution.
Indeed. And that distinction that Apple has chosen to draw, you have called part of Apple's monetization strategy for its products and services, correct?
That's a fancy name, but it's how they choose to price.
Right. It's how they've chosen to construct the business. Correct. And in your view, Apple could make a different choice. Yes.
It could make a different choice. There may be legal constraints that I'm unaware of, but subject to those, it could choose a different strategy.
All right. And to be clear, I'm asking you now just about economics.
Thank you.
The legal job to decide is neither yours nor mine. So let's put up slide 13, Mr. Webb, please, of what will be the end of our examination here. So for digital in-app purchases, which are the ones subject to the IAP requirement, there is a 30% charge, typically 30% charge that is collected, correct?
Unless you're a small developer, that's correct.
Yeah. And so there's been some talk, I guess you've heard, about that being a toll booth, correct?
I did hear that language, yes.
All right, well, we've tried to be cute and put together a car going through a toll booth. So let's put the toll booth up. Now, it's your view that if Apple wanted to, again, it's an economic matter, it could also, for physical in-app purchases, it can put up a toll booth as well, correct?
Just like Amazon and Walmart.
Okay. And in your view, for revenue generated through advertising, Apple could put up a toll booth on that and collect a portion as well, correct?
Assuming it's technically feasible, assuming there's no legal obstacle, it could set a price.
And the same thing is true for transactions that take place on the Safari browser on the iOS. If you understand it as an economic matter, Apple could put up a toll booth there too, correct?
It could. It didn't seem to make a lot of sense, but again, it could try to post that. It couldn't restrict the use of other browsers, which of course are available on iOS. But if it wanted to do that, I presume it could.
And when you say it couldn't restrict the use of other browsers, I assume there you are giving a legal opinion.
No, I'm reflecting the reality that there are other browsers available. If you're saying, could it restrict other browsers and charge for web purchases on Safari, I think that is a legal question.
And you're aware for a long time Safari was the only browser on the iPhone, correct?
I'm not sure that it restricted it to be the only browser, but it was the one that was pre-installed, and as an iPhone user, it's okay. I didn't look around.
Again, you don't know, though, I take it, one way or the other, about whether there was a restriction making Safari the only browser at one point in time.
Well, it's certainly the only one pre-installed. Whether they barred the installation of other browsers, I'd be surprised, but I don't know for a fact.
Okay. And so, as an economic matter, the only things that are preventing Apple from putting up these toll booths are competition, or the possibility of competition, and people's willingness to pay. Fair?
I think that's probably right. That's true of anybody's pricing decisions.
I have no further questions for you, Professor. Thank you. Redirect.
Professor Sponzi, Mr. Bornstein put before you an article that you had written. Were you the sole author of that article? Remind me which article this was. I haven't, I don't have the exhibit. Maybe Mr. Bornstein, you want to help me?
You want to stay talking into the mic, please?
I was asking Mr. Bornstein to help me. I didn't have a copy of the exhibit. The title of the article.
It's an instant classic. I was asking Mr. O'Connor to help you.
We really can't hear you, so if you want that on the record.
It's, Mr. Bornstein said, the title of the article is An Instant Classic.
Oh, sure. I remember that. I remember what he asked me.
Okay. And I just asked, was that an article you authored alone, or was that co-authored?
Oh, I might have co-authored it with David, but Dr. Evans, I don't recall. I'm happy to take responsibility for that statement, however, if I'm allowed to clarify it.
Well, this is the time to use the phrase "winner take all" struggle. I believe in that article. What did you mean by that?
Well, let me give an example. If people typically eat both Cheerios and cornflakes, then you're normally competing as a Cheerios person for a little more Cheerios and a little less cornflakes. If everybody eats either all Cheerios or all cornflakes, then you are competing for all of their business, not for all of the market, but for each consumer. It becomes winner take all. Either I get all of their business for Cheerios, or I lose it all the cornflakes. It doesn't have to do with the market as a whole. It has to do with individual customers.
What does that have to do with the intensity of competition?
Well, both kinds can be intense. You can have intense competition on the margin for different shares of breakfast cereal, if you will, or in general, or you can have competition for the whole show. I want to get them all. You see both kinds in the world, right? People sign exclusive deals, and you want exclusive deals with you. Sometimes you don't have exclusive deals and you're competing for a piece of the pie as opposed to the whole pie. But it's not taking over the market, which is what was sort of implied.
Now, Mr. Bornstein asked you about Apple's rules regarding in-app steering. Have your opinions about whether or not those rules are anti-competitive changed as a result of of the interaction you had with Mr. Bornstein?
No, he's very persuasive, but not that persuasive.
Why not?
Well, I mean, Apple posts a commission, and Apple says, we want to collect the commission, and we are going to rule out ways that you might try to avoid paying us. And they list a set of things which you can consider reasonable or unreasonable that they rule out so as to make it likely they will be able to collect their commission. And that's exactly the same thing as Amex. If you say you take the card, Amex says, okay, you can't say you take the card, benefit from having the decal in the window, and then try real hard not to take the card. Apple says if you're on the App Store and you sign a contract and agree to pay the commission, we're going to limit the things you can do to avoid paying. We could talk about various things that might be done or might not be done, but it's the same thrust. You benefit from having a decal in the window. You benefit from being on the App Store and having access to Apple's intellectual property. And in both cases, you're obliged to pay a commission, and there are rules that say, no, you can't do things to avoid paying. So I don't see the distinction. As I said, he's very persuasive, but he did not change my mind.
Professor Smallensy, does Epic's Game Store being unavailable on iOS call for a different market definition in this case, in your opinion?
No, for the reasons I suggested. The question is, they want to be an app store. They are an app store. They're mostly a game app store. So they're in that business. The complaint is Apple won't let other people distribute iOS apps. Well, that's precisely the complaint that they make in their role as a potential iOS distributor. It's precisely the same complaint. So I don't see why it calls for a different market definition.
Thank you, Professor. Any further questions?
Any recross entities could redo it.
I just hope I can clarify that I didn't intend to mislead you, Professor. Let me direct you to an instant classic just one more time.
Okay.
And I'll clarify for the record that this was written just by yourself, as reflected on the front page of the exhibit. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't remember a co-author, but hey.
Is it so much with Dr. Evans it's hard to keep track of?
No, but I remember this one because, well, for a variety of reasons, but anyway.
All right. Well, let's just turn back to that language we looked up, and I will make this quick. The sentence that I focused on, the two sentences I focused on said, in the case of smartphone operating systems, for instance, most consumers single home at any one time, while many developers multi-home by writing apps for both Android and Apple's iOS. That's the first sentence, right?
Yep.
And then you say competition for single homing customers is a winner-take-all struggle for all of their business, while competition for multi-homing customers is competition on the margin for a larger share of their business.
Which is true here as it is true for breakfast cereal, so it's the same argument.
Great, and I was not intending to suggest that this is a winner-take-all struggle for the full market. It's in fact, as you say, for all of their business,
right.
Correct?
Yes.
And that means for all of the business of a particular single homing customer, correct?
Precisely.
And that is in part because those people have trouble switching from one side to the other and will stay in single home with one operating system, correct?
No, it doesn't have to do with why they single home. It just has to do with the fact that they single home. Switching could be effortless. I have some anecdotal experience on that, and let me just say it has nothing to do with the difficulty of switching. If I decide that today I'm only going to use one of these two systems, then your competition is to get me to change. If I use them both, then it's for a share of my business. It doesn't have to do with switching costs.
And in this market, it is your view that people don't use both at the same time. Fair?
Certainly true. They don't use both at the same time.
Yeah. Nothing for the owner.
Anything on the instant classic? Okay. Well, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Or maybe a couple.
Of course.
So I have the ABA's antitrust law book up here. And I've heard quite a bit of evidence throughout the trial regarding how big Apple is, right? And how anti-competitive it is it is. I put in my preliminary injunction order a note with respect to essential facilities. Neither of the parties have any interest in briefing or providing evidence on that topic. But it says that an essential facilities claims arises in a vertical context, which is what we're dealing with, right?
Right, like Aspen Ski. Yep.
And a plaintiff alleges that a monopolist has a duty to deal because its own facility or input is so superior to anything else available that competitors cannot succeed without accessing it.
Right.
So it sounds to me like what Epic is saying is that we want Apple to allow us to deal on their platform, their iOS. And there are only two of these platforms. And therefore, because there are only two competitors, all of these competitors can't succeed without access to these platforms, this one in Google. To someone who has not practiced antitrust law for 40 plus years. It seems to me that this is something which is in this doctrine, but apparently neither of the sides are interested in that. So why isn't it in that doctrine?
Well, as someone who's never practiced antitrust law, I can give it a shot. I mean, if you go back to the Trim, where I think this doctrine had its origin, I grew up near St. Louis, and there was only one bridge across the river. And if you wanted, as a railroad, to go west, you had to have that bridge. There was no alternative. And the Terminal Railroad Association was a group of railroads that they either owned the terminal or they owned the bridge, and they could block east-west access. And the court said, you have to have that. It is the nature of a public utility. You can't have competition without it.
Here the argument is that everybody has a communications device, that being a smartphone, and the only way to access those billions of customers is through Android or the iPhone.
Well, but the essential facility doctrine, the essential facility claim seems to me to arise here, and this is sort of conversation over coffee with other economists and lawyers, and take it for what it's worth. It arises in Apple's claim that it's blocked competing with the App Store. It's blocked being a store. And so for that to work, it seems to me, it has to be able to argue we can't be a viable store unless we can access those products. This is like Aspen Ski, right? We can't be a viable ski mountain unless we can have a joint pass with you. But of course, they are a store, and Steam is a store, and there are lots of stores. So I think the reason Epic is far be it for me to sit here as a poor economist and try to judge why they've decided what to be, but I think that the argument that we can't be in the store business without access to iOS apps just fails. I mean, they're in the store business. Other people are in the store business. Can they not distribute apps and access consumers? Well, if they want to access iOS, they have to go through the store. But they do. And they make a lot of money going through the store. So it's not essential. You know, it could be, let me take another shot. It could be that Apple nominally gives them access, but the terms are so unfavorable that as a business matter, they can't function. But they've made a lot of money going through that store. So I think they have trouble making the argument. Apple hasn't briefed it because they haven't had to. Epic hasn't briefed it, I think. Right? Take an economist's advice on this? I'm not sure. But Epic hasn't briefed it because I don't think there's a case there. But that's you asked.
I did ask, and that's my prerogative. Again, I know that neither of you are pursuing that theory, but if you want, Mr. Bornstein, you're welcome to follow up.
I don't have any questions for Professor Schmalensee on that. I would just want to make clear for the court that we have not abandoned that theory. It's in our conclusions of law. And
I thought I had read that you did abandon it, but okay.
I think you read Apple's characterization of our brief, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Swanson, anything?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Sir, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Your Honor, Apple calls Dr. Francine LaFontaine.
Please stand. Francine LaFontaine, L-A, F as in Frank, O-N, T as in Tom, A-I-N-E. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You may proceed, Ms.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. LaFontaine, where do you currently work?
I work at the University of Michigan, the business school.
What's your position at the business school there?
So I'm the William Davidson Professor of Business Economics, as well as the Associate Dean for Business Plus Impact. And in less than 2 weeks, I will be the interim dean of the business school.
Congratulations on your new position. Have you prepared slides for use in connection with your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And if you, hopefully you have a binder up there?
Yes.
Oh, Your Honor, may I pass up the binders?
Yeah, this is mine. Thank you. Thank you.
So you should have one binder with exhibits and one binder that contains your report and other materials. And at the front of that binder should be the slides that you prepared. Do you see those?
I'm not quite there yet. I'm sorry. Oh, got it.
Great. They're also on the screen if that's helpful.
Yeah.
And let's have the next slide. All right. Dr. LaFontaine, please explain to the court your background, educational background and professional background.
So I have an undergraduate degree in business from the University of Montreal in Canada, as well as a master's degree from there, and a PhD in economics from the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada.
Great. And how about your work experience?
So I have been at the University of Michigan now since 1991, so that has been a long time. I spent a few years before that at Carnegie Mellon University as a faculty member. I also was the director of the Bureau of Economics at the Federal Commission in 2014-15. And I've served different roles in, so I was the president of the IO Society and things along those lines.
And as director of the FTC's Bureau of Economics, what were your responsibilities?
So my responsibilities was to work with the staff in the Bureau of Economics and oversee the different set of matters that they were working on as they would bring me information about the different matters, as I said, and we would discuss their analysis, and I would support and ask questions, and they would let me know where things that they were finding. And I would also convey their conclusions to the commissioners, and as well as my own opinion of the same.
And what specifically is your area of professional expertise?
So my field within economics is industrial organization.
Please describe for the court just a few of your publications in that field.
So I published a book entitled The Economics of Franchising. I've also written a number of articles on vertical contracts, distribution, franchising, as well as retail and the public policy issues that come with that and the entrepreneurship component of that.
And in your binder, there's Defense Exhibit 5546, which I'll just ask you to identify as your CV.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, we move 5546.
No objection.
None. Submitted. And Dr. LaFontaine, I know that you've prepared written direct testimony in this case on the topics of market definition and market power. In the interest of time today, we're going to focus on market definition. At a high level, when you are asked to define a product market, where do you start?
So I start with the product at issue and think about what are possible substitutes from the perspective of consumers.
And actually, I'll ask Mr. Spalding if you could put up slide 3.
So the issue with substitutes is whether products satisfy the same consumer need. So you would look for different suppliers, different sellers of a similar product that consumers could substitute if ever the terms at which the product at issue would deteriorate. So price increase, quality decrease, things like that.
And from whose perspective should substitution be examined?
So substitution is about consumer welfare, so it should be from the perspective of the customers of the product. And in this case, because the App Store is a transaction platform, the customers are both consumers and developers. And so that's the set of people that, or entities that you would be looking at.
Your Honor, I just received a note. I forgot to ask the court to qualify Dr. LaFontaine as an expert, so you ask for that.
No objection, Your Honor.
She is made.
Thank you.
It's not technically required, but she is admitted.
I appreciate that. Dr. LaFontaine, what, if any, role does the defendant's conduct play in assessing market definition?
So the conduct typically would be the reason why some matter comes up, that is, there's a dispute of some sort, so the conduct would be part of that, but the definition of a market has to begin with a product around which we look for substitutes.
Okay. And why would you not look at the alleged conduct to figure out what products are good substitutes?
Well, because conduct is not a product, and therefore consumers don't consume the conduct. So what we need to look at is what is the product that's affected by the conduct, and then think about what are the substitutes that consumers can turn to.
And do you have an example that you could offer that would help us understand this?
So, for example, while I was so an example would be something around a pair of shoes and needing different types. So high heels versus flat shoes, are they substitutes for one another? And what consumer need is being satisfied is the question.
And can there be more than one market?
Yes. So conduct can affect more than one market. So an example of that would be a merger case that I was involved with while I was at the Federal Trade Commission, where it was generic drug manufacturers producing different types of drugs that were merging. And so the question for the case was really to look at all of the different kinds of molecules and products that these firms were producing and examine within each one how many competitors there were and whether the merger would present a problem in each of them. So they were looked at separately, these different markets.
And your report addresses Dr. Evans' proposed market definition in this case?
Yes, it does.
And at a very high level, what did you conclude about Dr. Evans' proposed market definition?
That it is both too broad and too narrow.
Okay. And at a very high level, can you explain what you mean?
Yes, so it is too broad because it does include all types of apps, and these are not all substitutes for one another, as he's mentioned himself. And it is too narrow because it focuses on only one place where consumers can go and where developers can go, and that's the iOS App Store.
Mr. Spalding, if we could switch to the next slide. Dr. LaFontaine, you prepared this slide to address your conclusion that the proposed market is too broad. Can you explain the first point you have on this slide?
Right. So as I said, in market definition, we start with a product, and then we ask what are good substitutes for it. iOS app transactions that involve different kinds of apps don't meet the same consumer needs, and therefore they're not good substitutes for each other. If I'm looking to download a game, I'm not likely to substitute to a cooking app, even though I enjoy cooking, or a spreadsheet.
And why do you say good substitutes? What do you mean by that?
Well, you wouldn't want to include in the market something that the consumer wouldn't consider at all, so things that are too far apart. But you also don't want to ask for substitutes to be perfect. That doesn't exist in most differentiated markets. Substitutes are, not exactly what you might have chosen, but given the change in price or circumstances on the product that you might have chosen, you may decide to switch to this instead.
Okay, let's move to your second point, which talks about clustering. Can you explain to the court the second point?
So again, in creating a market definition, a product market definition, we're looking for substitutes. If products are not substitutes for one another, then one of the ways that we can put them in the same market is to create a cluster market. So we cluster all products together if they have the same market conditions fundamentally. So if the market conditions are going to be exactly the same across different products that don't substitute, that are not substitute for each other, then whether you do the analysis separately for each one of them, we would get the same answer many times. So for analytical purposes and to keep things a little bit more manageable, we put them together in a cluster market.
And I know you've prepared a couple of examples to help talk about clustering. So if we could go to slide 5, what are we seeing here?
So this is, again, a case that I was involved with when I was at the FTC. Staples and Office Depot proposed to merge for the second time. They've now proposed a third time. And at the time, the other two have been blocked, obviously. At the time, the FTC looked at this particular merger and was concerned about business customers in particular. So they found that business customers went to Staples and Office Depot in a major way to buy all sorts of different kinds of office supplies, so pen, paper pads, all sorts of things like that. Obviously, these are not products that are substitutes for one another, but they were products that were offered by the same set of options in the market. So Staples and Office Depot were big players in that, and there were just a few others, and they were the same for all these customers. So the FTC proposed, and the court accepted, a cluster market that consisted of all of the office supplies in question. At the same time, Staples and Office Depot also sold ink and toner. Ink and toner, though, business customers would go and get that from other suppliers as well as from Office Depot and Staples. So in particular, they would go and buy that from printer and copier manufacturers. So there was a set of options that was available for ink and toner that was not available for Staples and Office Depot. And as a result of that, the FTC and the FTC proposed a market that did not include ink and toner, and the court accepted that market because the market conditions were different for that subset of products.
And how would you apply this example to this case?
Well, we have a similar situation here in the sense that for different kinds of apps, there are different opportunities to transact. So for game apps in particular, there are consoles, there are stores that specialize in games, in addition to general app stores that make these transactions possible. For other kinds of apps, there's a different set of options that may be available, but they don't have exactly the same competitive conditions. Well, they don't have the same competitive conditions between games and non-games, and as a result of that, clustering is not something we could do here.
So they were the ones that suggested the ink and toner.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I have one more question on this example, but I also note the time.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. LaFontaine, in this case, if a customer of ink and toner had brought the lawsuit as opposed to the FTC, would that have required including ink and toner in the market along with the other office supplies?
No. So what would have happened then is that the case would have been focused on the options that are available for ink and toner customers. And that would mean both the printer and copier sources as well as obviously for and staplers. So the market would have been defined around that market.
If we could go to the next slide, slide 6. So your next slide represents a hypothetical that you talked about in your report. Can you please explain to the court what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes, so this would be a hypothetical where we have a supermarket that sells a variety of different kinds of products, and it decides to impose a restriction on some of their suppliers, some kind of exclusivity rule, for example, or something like that. And a wine distributor decides to challenge that. Given that the wine distributor would be the challenger in a case like that, what would happen is that one would have to, in thinking about what the right market definition would be, think about think about the different places where customers do go and buy wine, and also where distributors can make their wines available. And so it wouldn't be limited to supermarkets, since in most markets, in most local markets, there would be some liquor stores that also sell wine, and so there might be other supermarkets that do. There are definitely liquor stores, so the market would be defined to include all of these options, since these are all ways in which consumers can get access to the product.
Okay, and you said earlier that focusing on conduct is not the way you define a product market. Can you apply that to this example?
Yes, so the supermarket might have made this restriction quite general across a number of different product categories. But what matters in terms of the specific case that we would be talking about, which comes from the wine distributor, is what is available to the wine distributor and their customers. So other products that are sold in the supermarket, even if that constraint is imposed on that, that is not a relevant part of the market.
And so if a different kind of distributor, like a flour distributor, brought the same case as the wine distributor, what happens then?
Well, if it's a flour distributor, the question is going to be where else do flours get sold? And so you might have flour shops in that market. You probably would have other supermarkets. So you would have to look in that local vicinity, what are the options for the flour shop, for the flour distributor.
Okay, and just to take this analogy, one step, or only one more step further. What happens to the market definition analysis for the wine if the liquor stores that you've spoken about sell not only wine, but some other items like crackers?
Well, the liquor stores are still, the crackers and these other things are not the things that bring people to the store. That's not what the store is recognized as being involved in. It's mostly the wine and the liquor that brings customers, because these are stores that portray themselves as selling that. And so as a consumer, I would go to those stores for wine and liquor, not for the crackers specifically, typically. And so it doesn't really affect the market definition.
And what, if anything, does that have to do with substitution?
Well, it's still the case that as a consumer, my options are to go across the street to the liquor store, to the other supermarket. All these options are substitutes from my perspective. And as a distributor, the same thing. Fundamentally, all these options are substitutes. So I would include all these options in the market. It doesn't really change anything that there are crackers or other things in the store, in the liquor store.
That's a good breaking point. All right, we'll stand in recess for our second break. I'll have you back on the stand at 1:15.
Thank you.
We'll stand in recess. Thank you.
up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you, I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
Marcella.
Working like a charm, working like a charm. That new bitch on Molly, she can't feel her arms. Way by the pound, nose down, glass up, loose and count around. Running for a week, 30 minutes in, I can feel the beat, yeah. Say it through my sound, Kevin with the beans, he don't play around. Love me now, hate me when I'm gone. Call my name when you turn it on. No, I just look how far we come. Can't catch me, I'm on the run. BB Simon, walking in silence. She do everything that I say, but my name ain't Simon. Saw your last song, I can see that you're declining. Tweet after tweet, I can see that you're whining. Bitch, I'm hard to shirt obsidian. Shorty fucking with me, yeah, she wanna let me hit again. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you again. No, I don't wanna fall in love again. I'm getting guap, game, money bands. Getting guap, game, top game, money bands. Yeah, fucking with the team, fucking with the gangs. I pop the breaky, I be rolling, I don't give a damn. I got the 30, keep it on me when I got a bang. No, she don't wanna love me, maybe I can be her man. I pop the breaky, I be rolling, I don't give a damn. I love this bitch so much, I wish I never gave a damn. Working like a charm, working like a charm. top. Thought of all the times that we used to have. Started filming through my pics, made them through my past. After all this time, thought you were the one. I just show it to the girls, save her for the fun. Put it in the vault, that's another one. Jumping out the spirit world, now we back to one. Yeah, work it like a charm, work it like a charm. That new bitch on Molly, she can't feel her arms. Way by the pound, nose down, glass up, loose and count around. Running for a week, 30 minutes in, I can feel the beat. Say it through my sound. Kevin with the beans, he don't play around.
Go ahead, on.
Hey, laugh right. I'm the reason why your nigga laugh right. He laugh right. I told him you my bitch, he took a stab right. He know that I'm that nigga, so he laugh, yeah. He die right. BB simming on my waist, dancing, yeah, my style. And I step up in a party, everybody going wild. And my pages met my talent, yeah, I know it took a while. Yeah, I been doing this rapping shit, little bitch, I did it all. Yeah, she going for it all. I don't ask her what she wanna do, I know she with it all. Bitch, I'm feeling like LaMelo, all I wanna do is ball. And you wanna talk to me, all you gotta do is call, yeah. Laugh right. I'm the reason why your nigga laugh right. He laugh right. I told him you my bitch, he took a stab right. He know that I'm that nigga, so he laugh, yeah. He die right. BB simming on my waist, dancing, yeah, my style. And I step up in a party, everybody going wild. And my pages met my talent, yeah, I know it took a while. Yeah, I been doing this rapping shit, little bitch, I did it all, yeah. Black way, what you want, yeah? You could get that tech, nigga, you could get that punch, yeah. Red gun like Call of Duty, you get here, you done, yeah. One life, one phone call, right before lunch, yeah. You don't know me, you just know what I have done. You don't know where I'm from, you don't know where I've gone. There's some niggas that can't leave their house without bringing a gun. But my fan got me right, so I know I belong, yeah. Laugh right, I'm the reason why your nigga laugh right. He laugh right. I told him you my bitch, he took a stab right. He know that I'm that nigga, so he laugh, yeah. He die right. BB simming on my waist, dancing, yeah, my style. And I step up in a party, everybody going wild. And my pages met my talent, yeah, I know it took a while. Yeah, I been doing this rapping shit, little bitch, I did it all, yeah. Laugh right. I'm the reason why your nigga laugh right. He laugh right. I told him you my bitch, he took a stab right. He know that I'm that nigga, so he laugh, yeah. He die right. BB simming on my waist, dancing, yeah, my style. And I step up in a party, everybody going wild. And my pages met my talent, yeah, I know it took a while. Yeah, I been doing this rapping shit, little bitch, I did it all, yeah. I'm the reason why your nigga laugh right. He laugh right. Reason why your nigga laugh right. He laugh right.
Feel like my whole life I've been waiting on this shit, bro. Knowing one day it's gonna come. I just gotta stay focused.
I remember all them times I ain't had nowhere to stay. Said a prayer for my brother, they got him locked up in the cage. My whole life I've been grinding, trying to survive and make a way. And I'd rather not talk about it, cause I've been through some pain. I can't forget all them hard times, it made me savage. I remember I was down bad, then we got active. Brody opened up the one, started shopping, started snapping. Opened up the one, started shopping, started snapping. And my little shawty one time, she get a boo. Buy my paper when it's crunch time, I get that loot. Yeah, my city is the gunshine, so what it do? Buy my paper, yeah, we on time, let's get it on. And I ain't switching on my brothers, I can never fall. I've been living my whole life about it cold. And I put my heart on it, so I'ma leave you on. You gotta charge it to the streets, that's just how it goes. I ain't had nowhere to stay. Said a prayer for my brother, they got him locked up in the cage. My whole life I've been grinding, trying to survive and make a way. And I'd rather not talk about it, cause I've been through some pain. I can't forget all them hard times, it made me savage. I remember I was Opened up the one-stop shopping, started snapping, totally play with a Glock, you know I'm keeping a Uzi. Oh, that's your thigh, I'm hitting that bitch, you know I'm making a movie. I need a rock star, bitch, I don't want no group. Got Saint Laurent a bathing A, I might rock the Gucci. I used to stay on Section 8, but now I'm living lavish. Every morning when I wake up next to a bad bitch. Steady map out being broke, but you hustling backwards. I had to get right on my grind, cause I remember all them times I ain't had nowhere to stay. To the prayer for my brother, they got him locked up in the cage. My whole life I've been grinding, trying to survive and make a way. And I'd rather not talk about it, cause I've been through some pain. I can't forget all them hard times, it made me savage. I remember I went down bad, then we got active. Brody opened up the one-stop shopping, started snapping. Opened up the one-stop shopping, started snapping. To the prayer for my brother, they got him locked up in the cage. My whole life I've been grinding, trying to survive and make a way. And I'd rather not talk about it, cause I've been through some pain. I can't forget all them hard times, it made me savage. I remember I went down bad, then we got active. Brody opened up the one-stop shopping, started snapping. Opened up the one-stop shopping, started snapping. Lil' XO, yeah. Got brand new gym, I dominate dance. Hella bad bitches, I ain't fucking no fans. I hit my promoter, I need my advance. Got FNNs, I told a Glock in my hand. Pull up on your block and the bill won't jam. Pull up on your block and the bill won't jam. Got straight anti shots, I ain't sipping on gin. Shawty said didn't need a motherfucking bill. Yeah, we finna slide. I got designer that drip on my body. That be the reason I don't fuck with nobody. I be so high, I'm not even on earth. You fuck with me once, I ain't fuck with you first. I put a pain from my heart in my verse. I got me some scars on that motherfucking dirt. Right on my chest from the first to the first. Try to sign me in the big guy curve. I've been down so many motherfucking times. I got on my ass and I got on my grind. Got a little Audi, I got a little wires. Sipping on lean, I don't fuck but wires. I don't want the bitch, but I hit it 2 times. Shawty said deal like, oh my god. Shawty said deal like, oh my god. I'ma hit the bitch and I pass the squad, yeah. Like, I told that bitch she got that Florida water. I told that bitch I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. And I got everything these bitches wantin'. I told her shawty going hard with bonnet. I told that bitch don't make me boss up on ya. Cause you know my team bout to get them commas. I told that bitch she got that Florida water. I told that bitch I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. And I got everything these bitches wanted. I told her shawty going hard with bonnet. We on the island, little baby wanna come right away. I'm running from cops, I really don't give a fuck about what you say. I don't want no love, 9 times out of 10 that shit be fake. I don't want no love, but I told that bitch that shit my bottom, I need me some bands. Ran out that check, get that shit in my man. Stayed on my grind, got a big on there. Police to the block and I said on 10. Say that you love me, don't want me to win. Peepin' that shit don't sing that shit, don't want me to win. They say that you love me, don't want me to win. Like I told that bitch she got that Florida water. I told that bitch I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. And I got everything these bitches wantin'. I told her shawty going hard with bonnet. I told that bitch don't make me boss up on ya. Cause you know my team bout to get them commas. I told that bitch she got that Florida water. I told that bitch I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. And I got everything these bitches wanted. I told her shawty going hard with bonnet. Like I told that bitch she got that Florida water. I told that bitch she got that Florida water. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up the pace. And I don't know why I've been so down. Can you come right now before I go insane? But baby, don't lie to me. Baby, I could give you everything. Baby, you know I am the one for you. Yeah, do you remember the first time you fell in love? 'Cause I remember the first time you said you loved me. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up the pace. Yeah, ooh, I got hella niggas with the shits. Nigga run up on me, on my niggas by the shoe. Talking on the gram, catch a deuce. We could get it too, nigga, what you wanna do? Nigga, you ain't even have a clue. 'Cause I got shots, it's on me. Sending shots, the doctor on me. Better run, the cop is on me, yeah. Yeah, I know. Got bad bitches come wherever I go. Married to the money, I can chew with no hoe. Nigga run up on me, Gary T, we gon' blow. I ain't helping nobody, if you ask me, it's a no. If I tell you that I love you, better keep it on the low. I got places that I'm really tryna go. So if you down for the ride, let me know. Hollow chasing nigga, never chase odds. I'm committed to money, I never chase odds. And I'm attracted to guala, so I'ma chase squad. Yeah, I'm attracted to guala, so I'ma chase squad. Ooh, with the shits, niggas they be talking, we gon' shoot. Got your bitch, shorty said she love me, I don't really know. Yeah, ooh, I got hella niggas with the shits. Nigga run up on me, on my niggas by the shoe. Talking on the gram, catch a deuce. We could get it too, nigga, what you wanna do? Nigga, you ain't even have a clue. 'Cause I got shots, it's on me. Sending shots, the doctor on me. Better run, the cop is on me, yeah. Ooh, I got hella niggas with the shits. Nigga run up on me, on my niggas by the shoe. Talking on the gram, catch a deuce. We could get it too, nigga, what you wanna do? Nigga, you ain't even have a clue. 'Cause I got shots, it's on me. Sending shots, the doctor on me. Better run, the cop is on me, yeah.
How you feeling right now? You know you can tell me if you're feeling kinda down. Put away the drugs, I promise I can be around to help you find your problems, baby, we'll figure it out. And I know if you love me, you'll say so. I don't wanna let you go. Through the sun, rain, and the snow, all these feelings I can't hold. Nowadays I'll be feeling faded. Pour up a couple drinks, now I'm feeling wasted. If you know me, then you know I take it. Yeah, I'm going for my dreams, no, I always chase it. If you're feeling all alone and don't wanna be here and she knows you can't call up on my phone. She can never see clear, I guess so. How you feeling right now? You know you can tell me if you're feeling kinda down. Put away the drugs, I promise I can be around to help you find your problems, baby, we'll figure it out. And I know if you love me, you'll say so. I don't wanna let you go. Through the sun, rain, and the snow, all these feelings I can't hold. How you feeling right now? You know you can tell me if you're feeling kinda down. Put away the drugs, I promise I can be around to help you find your problems, baby, we'll figure it out. And I know if you love me, you'll say so. I don't wanna let you go. Through the sun, rain, and the snow, all these feelings I can't hold.
I got a pack, hit him and do it again. I'm fucking a friend. I got bands, money, I'm flying to friends. Jugging till a nigga land. You got a man, know what I do to your mans. No, I ain't shooting the hands. Took an L, I ain't took one again. Crash a Rari, so I hop so ooh. It's crazy how they watch a young nigga gon' move. It's crazy, worry about yourself, nigga, make a move. You steady watching all the winning niggas, you gon' lose. I don't gotta prove. You steady watching all the winning niggas, you gon' lose. I don't never lose. Flying my mom to Japan, flying my dad to Japan. We in the bands, we gon' link up with the fam. Yeah, I'm talking NBM. Yeah, buddy, I don't never lie. The chopper make a nigga dance. Versatile freelance. Fuck any bitch, nigga depends. Only with the shits if you attend. Picking any bitch, yeah, I'm a man. If you want a feature, give me a grand. Dripping my body, I'm cool like a fan. I cannot lose. I was up grinding, they snooze. Fuck all the fighting, be cool. Fuck all the dying, keep tools. I got a pack, hit him and do it again. I'm fucking a friend. I got bands, money, I'm flying to friends. Jugging till a nigga land. You got a man, know what I do to your mans. No, I ain't shooting the hands. Took an L, I ain't took one again. Crash a Rari, so I hop so ooh. It's crazy how they watch a young nigga gon' move. It's crazy, worry about yourself, nigga, make a move. You steady watching all the winning niggas, you gon' lose. I don't gotta prove. You steady watching all the winning niggas, you gon' lose. I don't never lose.
I almost gave my heart to a bitch who just wanna see me 6 feet under. I kicked her out my place, but she's still on my brain, I can't run from her. I lost my mind going nuts, what the fuck, damn, I wish I never liked her. Can't trust these hoes, they just wanna see me dead, this is just a reminder. I damn near lost my soul, I almost went bye. I'm up and down, I find myself tryna chase it. The devil is a woman, I swear that shit, it ain't no lie. I fixed my problem with a new girl, she gon' open wide. I'm up now, I can feel it in my face. Blacked out when she said to pull up to a place. Play me for a fool, she a serpent, she a snake. When I'm by myself, shed a tear in the wraith. Keep me out, baby, let it text on the place, yeah. I say keep me out, baby, let it text on the place, yeah. I almost gave my heart to a bitch who just wanna see me 6 feet under. I
baby, she flexing all up on my blessings. I get a flash, nigga, with baguettes. We just seen her up and we sent on that head. And it been so long, so the vibe's so different. She seen a little text, so she let me hit it. In response to the text, nigga, but I read it. She told me she love me, nigga, had to dead. Yeah, run to the pack, little nigga, I don't know, are you gangsta? I don't know your gangsta. I don't know your intentions, so my energy, see you later. She said, oh my God, like Lil Key. And you giving me stress, baby, I don't need. She said that she let me, she fuck on my team. How you say that you love me and fuck on my team? I'm counting the cash, yeah, I cut the green. I'm counting the cash, yeah, I cut the blue. I got no pressure, nigga, game two. You know that you poppin' if they hate you. I use it as motivation, cause I know that I'm gon' be greatness. Spin your block like tornado. You a last nigga, you were outdated. Put me in the Olympics, I run to that side. I feel like a doctor, she give me that back. I said, yo, way past the mat. Finessing that pack and I might get it back. Always grinding, nigga, I cannot slack. I fucked your bitch hot, that's a fact. I fucked your hoe, nigga, that's a Fendi. I'm just a Prada nigga with a Fendi. I'm fucking your bitch, huh, named Batty. Falling in love, then it's daddy. Cause I don't need no one, I don't know if I'm ready. I ain't going to the party, baby, we go to the Getty. I ain't tryna touch you, baby, shawty, you just met me. My baby, she flexing all up on my blessings. I get a flash, nigga, with baguettes. We just seen her up and we sent on that head. And it been so long, so the vibe's so different. She seen a little text, so she let me hit it. In response to the text, nigga, but I read it. She told me she love me, nigga, had to dead. Yeah, run to the pack, little nigga, I don't know, are you gangsta? I don't know your gangsta. I don't know your intentions, so my energy, see you later. She said, oh my God, like Lil Key. And you giving me stress, baby, I don't need. She said that she let me, she fuck on my team. How you say that you love me and fuck on my team?
She love the way I do this, love the way she moving. I know she high maintenance. Girl, you think I'm stupid? I ain't even done yet, barely getting started. I know that she want me probably cause I go the hardest. Yeah, do this, I really do this. No pitch, looking back, got me feeling ruthless. Fucked up, got a strap cause I really shoot shit. Smoke a cookie out of pack, tell me where the glue is. Do this, I really do this. No pitch, looking back, got me feeling ruthless. Fucked up, got a strap cause I really shoot shit. Smoke a cookie out of pack, tell me where the glue is. And she love the way I do this, the way I do this. Money coming in fast and it's coming stupid. Now my ex bitch mad, told her back up, yeah. And my next bitch bad, she don't act up. Girl, I know you stressed out, come on put it on me. 20K for the neck, baby, this ain't cheap. Told me that she needed time away, I don't got time today. I know that she want me back, I don't got no time to waste. Do this, I really do this. No bitch looking back, got me feeling ruthless. Got the gas in my pack, and the whip never empty. Baby came fast, now these bitches probably envy. Love the way I do this, love the way she moving. I know she high maintenance. Girl, you think I'm stupid? I ain't even done yet, barely getting started. I know that she want me probably cause I go the hardest. Yeah, do this, I really do this. No bitch looking back, got me feeling ruthless. Fucked up, got a strap cause I really shoot shit. Smoke a cookie out the pack, tell me where the glue is. I really do this. No bitch looking back, got me feeling ruthless. Fucked up, got a strap cause I really shoot shit. Smoke a cookie out the pack, tell me where the glue is. She high maintenance, can't stand it. Want me painting her face just like a canvas. No patience, cause I'm up now. No time to waste on these hoes. Nah, girl, I take a seat and I keep my feet back, yeah. Shawty roll my weed in a damn G-class. Need myself, I'm quitting this, fucking my just relapse. Roll myself another blunt, got me flicking the ass. I don't do average, everywhere I go, my bitch the baddest. Every time I'm pulling up these pictures on some sad shit. Want me painting her face just like a canvas. No patience, cause I'm up now. Do this, love the way she moving. I know she high maintenance. Girl, you think I'm stupid? I ain't even done yet, barely getting started. I know that she want me probably cause I go the hardest. Yeah, do this, I really do this. No bitch looking back, got me feeling ruthless. Fucked up, got a strap cause I really shoot shit. Smoke a cookie out of pack, tell me where the glue is. Do this, I really do this. No bitch looking back, got me feeling ruthless. Fucked up, got a strap cause I really shoot shit. Smoke a cookie out of pack, tell me where the glue is.
this shit booming.
Yeah, yeah. At this point, what you want from me? Cause right now, bitch, I'm fighting demons. And that bitch did me bad for no reason. She 2 3s in this man, leave him screaming. Pass the Glock to my bro, he tag teaming. 9 bullets in the Glock with the beaming. Been hurt so many times that I'm bleeding. And that bitch a free lick up my semen. At this point, what you want from me? Cause right now, bitch, I'm fighting demons. And that bitch did me bad for no reason. She 2 3s in this man, leave him screaming. Pass the Glock to my bro, he tag teaming. 9 bullets in the Glock with the beaming. Been hurt so many times that I'm bleeding. And that bitch a free lick up my semen. It ain't easy as it seems. Except for me, didn't know what it mean.
I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Those are the things I've made, and then I went and caved. And I'm a mess right now, my heart is in 2 places. Half is back at home, the other's off and racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running 2 opposite ways. Can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Recall my mother's words, but it was far too late. I feel the burden now, it's weighing down my soul. And I can't catch my breath, cause these demons follow. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running 2 opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. Swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. You'll always hold me. I swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now.
Dan. We are back on the record. The record will reflect I have both parties back. Professor is on the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor LaFontaine, just to remind you where we were, you had just testified that if crackers were available and offered at the wine store, it would not change substitution patterns. So that's a paraphrase, not to replace your actual testimony. I want to ask you a similar question concerning the Epic Games Store. Does the recent addition of Spotify or other non-game apps over the past few weeks to the Epic Games Store change your analysis?
No. We've been through. Figured out where this was. Can you hear me okay? So it wouldn't change my analysis because fundamentally it's still the case that consumers would have the option of going to the Epic Games Store to buy games, that they can have options to go elsewhere to transact in to engage in game transactions. And the Epic Games Store is still mostly, from the consumer's perspective, just like the liquor store, a place that they would think of to go for games, given what it has been.
And do you, in reviewing Dr. Evans' report, did you also listen to his testimony?
Most of it, yes. I had to excuse myself for a couple of meetings, but yes, most.
Okay. And did Dr. Evans find a cluster market in this case?
No, he did not look for one.
In a situation where a cluster market has not been defined, can you define a market around a store with many products simply by labeling the market distribution?
No. So you would still need to think about what are the competitive opportunities, what are the things that consumers can substitute to. So depending on the kinds of products that are within the store, you would look at different sets of them, just like the FTC did for the pharmaceutical generic drug analysis. They looked at the different drugs and looked at whether there was competition in each of these markets.
And what value, if any, does a sniff test have for a proposed market of a large group of products that does not meet the standard for a cluster market?
Well, it's confusing to run such a test because you're really mixing products that don't compete with one another, that are not substitutes for each other. So I think you would mostly get noise out of performing such a test.
Now, you also said earlier that part of your opinion is that Dr. Evans' iOS app distribution market is too narrow. And I know that you covered that in your written direct testimony. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you want me to expand on that a little bit?
I think, in the interest of time today, I think if you could expand on it at a high level, that would be very helpful.
So basically, it is too narrow because it focuses on the one platform, and consumers have options to go and transact on other platforms.
And what are you relying on for your conclusions?
So in terms of this particular aspect, there are statements by Mr. Sweeney that he gave in deposition, as well as a document from Microsoft that talks about other platforms competing with their own, and so documents along those lines, as well as the reports of my colleagues, Professor Hitt and Professor Schmalzi.
All right. Mr. Spalding, if we could go to Dr. LaFontaine, slide 7. I'd like to follow up, Dr. LaFontaine, on what you've talked about already with regard to sniff tests. Can you please explain, you see on this slide that you prepared, there's one part that talks about the hypothetical monopolist test and another part that talks about sniff tests. What's the difference between these two things and how do they relate?
So the hypothetical monopolist test, one way to think about that is it's not exactly a test. It's it's a framework or a conceptual exercise. It's trying to think about the market definition, what are the limits of the market, by looking at if I was to combine in a single firm a set of products that currently are not part of the same firm. And you can see why this was partially developed in the context of merger analysis. If we were to combine these products in a single firm, would that firm have incentives to increase the price? Would that be profitable for the firm to do? So it's kind of that conceptual notion as opposed to an actual quantitative test. So people typically use SNP as a way of talking about a specific quantitative version of the hypothetical monopolist test in some sense, where the standard thing is to look for a 5% or a 10% increase in price, whether that would be profitable.
Okay. And in defining a market, do you need to do a SNP test?
No, you don't. So a lot of the reasons for the SNP test, what the SNP test helps you see is whether the market is too narrow. The agencies, for example, in thinking about a variety of monopolization and merger cases, have to very often have the other side.
Excuse me, I object to the extent the witness is talking about the agencies from a legal perspective. I would object. To the extent she's talking economics, I have no objection at all.
It's appropriate objection. I'll admit it for that limited purpose.
So they often have to justify, or parties often want a broader market than what the agencies are trying to define. And as a result of that, having a test that allows them to say whether it's too narrow or not is really helpful. So that said, it can be a very informative piece of information, so I'm not trying to say anything other than that. The SNP test is a useful test to determine the boundaries of markets, obviously.
And from your perspective as an economist, what, if any, value does a SNP test have in a single brand market?
So in a single brand market, it's really puzzling to do a SNP test in the sense that you've already stipulated that you're just looking at a particular firm and its products. So that firm already has 100% of the products that you are talking about. And so the SNP test is just conceptually, the exercise is not very valid.
And did you do a SNP test in this case?
No, I did not.
And can you apply the opinion you just stated to Dr. Evans' SNP test in this case?
So he has two tests that are one-sided tests of the iOS app distribution market, which he defines to be just for iOS and therefore our single brand markets. So those don't provide much information. What he finds at the end is that Apple could charge higher commission, is what, according to his analysis, results from the tests that he performed on that particular market. But again, even the conceptual exercise in that context is problematic.
Okay, why is it problematic?
Because you started by saying the firm has all of the market. So asking what would the company want to do if it had all the market, then it's circular.
All right, Mr. Spalding, if we could go to Dr. LaFontaine, slide 8, please. So this slide refers to Dr. Evans' single-sided SNP test. Just to clarify, if you would, why it says single-sided.
Well, Professor Schmalensee has already discussed the two-sided SNP tests that are done by Dr. Evans. So this slide is mostly focusing on the other four of his 7 tests. So this slide is about the one-sided market tests. And the first point that it mentions is that given that he's agreed that that the App Store is a two-sided platform, transaction platform, the SNP tests don't take into account the indirect network effects and therefore are problematic. So all four of these tests, the single-sided SNP tests, suffer from this flaw and from the other three that I have on there.
Okay. What about this? You just addressed the first point. What about the second point on the slide?
So the tests that he is performing also don't allow the information that he's using doesn't really give consumers or developers the options to engage in the most obvious type of substitution that they might want to engage in. So for developers, for example, the test is arguing about leaving the platform entirely instead of changing monetization or increasing price or something like that. For the consumers, the test is focused on not having access to different activities and things like that. So he's just not allowing the consumers to just go and buy, for example, Reeboks on the website and then bring them back into the platform where they might want to use them. So there's other options that are available to both consumers and developers that are not taken into account in the way that he performed his analysis.
Thank you, Professor LaFontaine. If you could explain your third point on this slide.
So the third point is about the prices that he's going to use. So a SNP test starts from the price of a product and asks if the firm would want to increase it by 5 or 10%. So here, for example, for the operating system, he doesn't have a price for the iOS. So he uses a price for a product that was sold 10 years ago, which is the Windows operating system. The price he uses is from 10 years ago. And it's a price to makers of phones, so to OEMs. And the price that he finds is $30 or $50. So the SNP that he applies to that is 10%, which means he says, would it be profitable to increase price by $3 or by $5? And then having found that would be the right level of price change to look at, he says, okay, well, $3 or $5 is so small compared to the price of a phone that no one would really react to that. But the product that he was talking about was the operating system, and he is then interpreting it in terms of the relative to the price of the phone. So that kind of issue comes up in his tests.
And to finish this out, what about the fourth point?
So Dr. Evans actually said that he doesn't have real-world data on price changes that would lead to a change in that would lead to substitution. And in fact, that's the reason that the experts on the app that I didn't perform any SNP tests is that there isn't really data on substitution patterns that we could use to do that, because there aren't price changes.
And are these four flaws with the single-sided SNP test the only flaws that you found?
No, there are others. They are described in my written direct, but these are things that apply to across the test.
Great.
Do you know where he gets the $10 figure?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Do you know where he got the $10 figure?
If I interpret that correctly, that would be on the developer side. He has a $10 SNP because they pay $99 to get access.
Okay.
And Dr. LaFontaine, do you have an example of a SNP done with actual data?
So I can think of one that colleagues have done. The Humana Aetna case had a very nice illustration of. They had a lot of data, so they were able to calculate the whole demand substitution pattern fundamentally. That's the ingredient that one needs to be able to do this, is to be able to see price changes and reactions by consumers so that you can estimate how consumers reallocate their choices when prices change. And so they had very detailed data about that across different geographic markets, and they were able to estimate a good demand system. And once you do that, you're able to then really do a comparison of what happens if these products are all owned and managed by a single firm. So what are the prices they would want to charge in that case? How high are they? And then you can compare, are they 5% higher or are they 10% higher? So they had all the detailed information that one would need to be able to perform a very nice test.
Was that a private case or a government case?
A government case, a DOJ case.
Mr. Spalding, if you could put up Dr. LaFontaine's slide 9. I'd like to switch gears and talk a little bit about Dr. Evans' foremarket and aftermarket framework. In your opinion, should the foremarket aftermarket framework be applied in this case?
No, it should not.
Why not?
So consumers don't really, because of multi-homing, which I think has been discussed quite a bit in previous testimony, consumers don't really need to incur the cost of changing their device or even switch the device that they are using in order to transact. So they can go buy V-Bucks on Safari while on their phone, as well as being on a PC or anything else. So there are lots of ways that they can reach and make transactions, and as a result of that, there's not a for-market product that kind of locks them into the aftermarket purchases having to be done in a particular way.
And what data do you have for that proposition?
So we have data about game developers being present on lots of different platforms. I am relying in part on Dr. Hitt's analysis on that. And we have data about consumers of games having other devices. Dr. Henson's survey elaborated on that.
And that's all?
There's been, in my understanding, some testimony as well that presented that.
Aside from the other testimony, I'm interested in on what your opinion is based. So your opinion is based on Dr. Hitt?
And Dr. Henson's survey.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. LaFontaine, when you say the issue is transactions as opposed to iOS app distribution, what do you mean by that?
Well, so this is a two-sided transaction platform. What the App Store allows consumers and developers to do is to meet and transact on the platform. So that makes, that is a different type of exchange than simply buying something and owning it and not having further transactions about it. So it's a difference in part between pay and play. The fact that you're able to, for certain products, you just pay for them and take them home, or you have them on your phone or something. But in a lot of cases that we have here, you also have the opportunity to pay somewhere and then play somewhere else.
If we could go to your slide 10. All right, so you just explained that, in your opinion, the for-market aftermarket framework does not apply. But for the purposes of this question, let's assume it does apply. Does that mean that there's anti-competitive harm?
So economists usually think in terms of three factors, or to determine whether that is an issue. Whether so a for-market aftermarket context can arise without raising anti-competitive concerns, as I've just said. When trying to analyze whether it does, we would look at whether there is competition in an appropriately defined for market. So an issue with the current framework that Dr. Evans has proposed is that the market, the operating system is not something that consumers buy, and it's also not something that developers buy. What consumers buy is a device, and there is much more competition in the device market than there is in so there is competition in that market. You would also look to see whether information has been available about the after-market terms and the costs of the device after you've made the original purchase. And there are lots of websites. There's a lot of information about phones and options, as well as there's different ways to use the phone where you would use more or less apps. And so there are lots of ways in which one can think about what their cost would be after having purchased the phone. And then finally, it's important to determine whether there's been changes in the aftermarket terms. And what we've heard is that from Dr. Evans is that there's not been changes in the aftermarket terms.
And when you say that, what are you speaking about specifically?
I'm speaking about the commission and the specific, the constraints that Dr. Evans has mentioned in terms of exclusivity.
Your Honor, I have to witness.
Cross. Bernstein, you may proceed.
Thank you, Jerry Bernstein for Ethic. Professor, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
You just answered a question a bit ago from your counsel, or from Apple's counsel, about the Humana-Aetna transaction. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Is that in any of your expert reports?
That one specifically, that example, no.
Your Honor, I'd need to strike that portion of the testimony.
Granted.
Professor, prior to this case, you've never served as an expert in a Sherman Act matter, have you?
I think that would be correct.
Okay. And prior to this case, you've never served as an expert providing an opinion on the subject of market definition, correct?
Correct.
And you've never served as an expert providing an opinion related to two-sided platforms, correct?
Correct.
And you've not published any articles on the subject of market definition in antitrust, correct?
You're right.
And nor have you published any articles on the subject of two-sided platforms, correct?
Correct.
And just to follow up on a question that you responded to from the court so that it's clear, am I correct that you haven't done any independent analysis of the market data here?
So my team worked with the team that supported Professor Hitt, and I had questions at times that I would convey and that I would get answers about, but I have not done analyses directly.
Okay. And you're not offering an opinion based on any data that you or even your team have constructed. You're relying on the data work done by Professor Hitt and Professor Hansen. Is that right?
That's correct, just like I did when I was managing people at the Federal Trade Commission. I relied on their expertise.
Very good. At the beginning of the examination by Ms. Dunn, there was some discussion about whether market definition begins with the product or with the conduct. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
And your testimony was that you don't begin with the conduct. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you recall saying in your rebuttal report that the general role of market definition in antitrust matters is to identify the competitive constraints relevant to the conduct at issue?
I do recall that.
And you continue to stand by that?
Yes, because so what I was being asked about is product definition, is my understanding.
Well, this was your report, and you wrote, and I'm happy to show it to you if that's helpful. The general role of market definition in antitrust matters is to identify competitive constraints relevant to the conduct at issue. Those are your words?
Those are my words.
Okay, and do you stand by those words from your rebuttal report?
I do.
Okay.
The role of market definition, what I was responding to was how does product market definition, how does it work? Right.
So your testimony is, in order to identify the competitive constraints relevant to the conduct, you start with the product. Am I understanding that?
Yes, the product at issue.
Okay. So you didn't say anything in your written direct testimony along the lines of what appeared in your rebuttal report about identifying the constraints relating to the conduct at issue. Is that right?
That might be, yes.
Okay,
I will take your word for that, yes.
Okay. So in this case, what is the product?
So in this case, the product at issue is the capacity of consumers and developers to transact. So the product is transactions.
And is it any narrower than that, or is it just transactions?
Well, it is the set of transactions that are relevant to the case at hand. So given, we need to think about what are the ways in which consumers and developers similarly situated is the expression that I used in my report, would be able to rely on in order to make these transactions.
Well, how do you decide which transactions are the product here?
Well, so the product relates to what, from the perspective of consumer welfare, right? We need to think about where the harm is, and that means which type of consumers are going to be involved in these types of transactions as well. Right? So the product at issue is the set of transactions that are relevant to the parties in this case.
And so your selection of the product depends on who the plaintiff is. Is that fair?
Well, just like in the case of the wine distributor, it matters that I look at who else in the local market is available for the wine distributor to sell the wine, and as well as consumers to buy the wine. It does matter that I have to think about what options are available to the similarly situated, sorry, it's a word I have trouble saying, developers and consumers. So
I did my best not to interrupt, but I'd appreciate it if you just try and focus on the question. What I had asked was whether your determination of a relevant product here for defining the market depends on the identity of the plaintiff. Yes or no?
No, it does not.
Okay. If a different plaintiff had brought this case, say, Match Group, would you go about defining the market beginning with game transactions?
Just like I said for the flower case, I would be looking for what the options are for flower shops. So the answer to that would be that it would matter that this is an entity that's engaged in a different set of transactions.
So in that case, your process for defining the relevant market does begin with the identity of the plaintiff and the product that it is affected by. Is that fair?
So to me, that's not the identity. It's the product that determines what the market definition is.
I'll try and take that on board. The way you go about defining the market depends on the plaintiff's product. Is that correct?
So in the sense of there's the conduct. No, sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with trying to answer your question, so I'm trying my best. It does matter that there's a set of options for this product. I need to think about what are the ways in which consumers and firms can reach each other, and therefore it does matter what product we're talking about. So yes, in that sense, just like I did for the wine distributor, there is something about the fact that we are talking about wine distribution that will matter in determining what the right product market is, not in terms of definition, but which one is relevant.
Well, there are a variety of products that are sold to a heterogeneous set of customers. Is that fair?
You mean in the App Store?
No, I mean in the abstract.
Oh, okay. Yes, there are lots of products available to consumers in the market.
And there are markets in which the available consumer base or customer base is heterogeneous, meaning there are all sorts of different people who are consumers, correct?
Yes.
And in a business-to-business type market, there are situations in which there are all sorts of different business customers who purchase a common input from a supplier, correct?
My difficulty here is that it might represent something. So the input in question may differ to some degree across customers, but I'm not sure exactly what you're trying. So maybe I should ask you to repeat your question.
I can try and give an example. Maybe that will advance things. Assume a commodity market. Somebody buys iron. Somebody sells iron. And lots of people need the same iron. Some people are car makers, and some people make I-beams for skyscrapers, and let's just assume, because it's over my degree in metallurgy, let's assume it's all the same iron, okay? There are markets like that, where there are heterogeneous businesses that purchase a common input, correct?
Well, in your iron case, or metal, I'm also not good in metallurgy, there would usually actually be different versions of this product that might be used by different types of customers, and they might have different options as to what they could use instead of the iron. So,
Professor, I tried to deal with the first part of that by asking you to assume that they're all buying the same commodity, okay?
Right. So in a commodity market, there would be a more consistent. There are not many commodities that out there, but because most products are differentiated to some degree. But yes, if it's a single commodity that everyone is purchasing, you could have a market that is defined just based on that one product.
Okay. Let's transfer this discussion to American Express. We've talked about a lot in this case. American Express provides credit card services, among other things, correct?
Yes.
And American Express provides credit card services to a wide variety of merchants. Is that right?
Yes.
And they're all receiving or purchasing from American Express the same thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And some of those customers of American Express are businesses, right?
Yes.
And they may be in a wide variety of businesses that don't actually compete with one another, correct?
Yes.
You can have a restaurant or a hotel or a bowling alley, right?
Right.
Now let's put that into the world of the App Store. You claim that Dr. Evans' market is properly defined as a cluster market. Well, I should say, it should be described as a cluster market, but that it's not, in fact, properly a cluster market. Fair?
That would be fair.
Okay. Tell me, what do you think he is clustering together wrongly?
He is clustering together apps that are not substitute for one another and that don't face, and on the cluster side, they don't face the transactions don't face the same competitive conditions.
Right. The apps are not the product here, correct?
The transactions are the product.
The transactions are the product. Which transactions are you talking about? Who are the parties to these transactions?
Consumers and developers.
And what is the specific product that the App Store is providing to these consumers and developers?
Transactions. Did I miss something?
Yeah. Okay. So what type of transaction? I'll do it this way. The App Store is not, for example, selling coffee, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I promise no banana, but I can't resist. The App Store is not selling Agent Peely costumes, right?
I agree with that.
Okay. What the App Store is selling is it's selling transaction services both to the Starbucks app and to users at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And the transaction services that it provides are things like search and discovery, marketing and promotion, and so forth. Is that fair?
That would be fair.
And the App Store provides those same services to Starbucks and to Waze and to Fortnite when Fortnite was on the App Store, correct?
Well, it actually highlights games in a separate tab and makes them, more visible to consumers who go in and want to purchase games. So it does actually separate out different categories and treats them separately.
Well, it's providing a marketing service, and that's just doing a marketing service. It's not a different service that it's providing, correct?
Well, they have the game have their own manager at Apple that kind of oversees certain things about games that may be different from what they need to look into for cooking apps, for example.
And at the iron manufacturer, there may be somebody who is responsible for overseeing the relationship with the automobile manufacturers, but that doesn't make it a different market, correct?
Well, so in some sense, I think it still matters that the automobile manufacturers, when you look at them as a set of customers for I think you said iron. I don't know if they buy iron. So
they do.
So if you look at these as customers, what are the options that car manufacturers have when it comes to the usage of this product, as opposed to what are the options that the consumers would have if you talked about beans and other things as well. So it matters that there would be other options that are available to the consumers in defining the market for these different products / usage that customers might make of them.
Right. So your testimony is that in the case of the iron manufacturer, you might define a separate market for automobile purchasers and bean purchasers and furniture purchasers.
And I do think that they would tend to have potentially slightly different products that they're using as well. But yes, I would need to think about what are the options of the consumers that are using this product.
Right? And in the App Store circumstance, let me go to your Staples example.
Mm-hmm.
In Staples, the product at issue or the products at issue were not transaction platforms like with American Express in the App Store, right?
They were physical products.
Right. And there were different actual physical products being sold by these office superstores. There were literal staples, and there were ink and toner, as you said, and other things, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And the reason that it was feasible to divide the market there, or to come up with separate markets, was because there were separate products that were being sold. One product was a printer, another product was ink, and another product was Scotch tape and so forth, correct?
Well, using some of your logic, if I understand it correctly, you could also say that...
Sorry, Professor, I just asked a question.
Sorry, I was trying to think through what that meant. So please repeat the question.
Sure. The question was, in the staples matter, there were separate products being sold. There was printer, there was toner, there was Scotch tape, and so forth.
I agree to that.
Okay. And in the App Store case, there are not separate products being sold. You said a while ago the product is transactions, correct?
The product is transactions.
Right. And so the two situations are simply not analogous, because here we have just one product being sold to a heterogeneous set of customers, correct?
To me, game transactions have other competitive conditions, and therefore that affects how I would define the product for that set of transactions.
So,
define the product market, sorry.
But the product is the same, correct?
It is transactions.
And then you break it out because you are saying that there are different competitive conditions applicable to different customers buying the same product. Is that correct?
There are differences for the set of options that these customers have. I'm always starting from the product and thinking about what options the customers have.
And is your games transaction market itself a cluster market?
I would argue probably not.
But there are different competitive conditions that are applicable to different games, fair?
Yes, but Dr. Evans, I think, has suggested, for example, that Fortnite has more options, for example, than other games would have. I don't disagree with that, but I think that, as I said in my report, that one has to think about some natural boundaries. And so, shoes, women's shoes, we have high heels, we have flats. Even though some people might not see these different types of games as similar, it's also the case that in the aggregate there's substitution between them, and the same thing with different types of shoes, and we still treat them as shoes.
So if I understand the chain of logic, you have started with game transactions because Epic is the plaintiff, correct?
Not because Epic is the plaintiff, but because that is the type of thing that Apple and Epic interact on. That is the product that they interact on.
So the only reason you're looking at the product that they interact on is because Epic is the plaintiff, correct?
It is part of what the case, entails.
Okay, so you start with game transactions because that's the product that the plaintiff and Apple interact on, correct?
Correct.
And you conclude that you shouldn't go any broader than that because there are different competitive conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you also conclude that you shouldn't go any narrower than that, despite the fact that there are different competitive conditions applicable to different types of games, correct?
Because there are other factors that one would want to think about, and in figuring out the boundaries of markets, we want to think about the qualitative evidence including, for example, it's a market that's recognized as a separate market. People don't break it into so many pieces. There are trade associations. There's different types of ways in which people recognize in the public that there's a game market, a game transaction market.
It's just an intuitive and natural grouping in your view.
It is.
So the rule about competitive conditions doesn't apply when you find a natural and intuitive grouping. Is that how I should understand the approach here?
There are limitations in we want to be looking at what people substitute between, and that means that we can't. I'm trying to best answer your question. There's a combination of qualitative, quantitative evidence that we use to define the market. And there will be some breaks in how we think about substitution across different types of products. And again, if you think about products are differentiated. So if you think about shoes, again, high heels and flats can be substitutes for each other. Some people will buy only one kind, some other people won't. And if you can do a demand estimation and find out what are the substitution patterns between those products.
Right. I don't know if the answer to my question is yes or no, Professor, so I'll try it again. The chain of logic here is that you start with competitive conditions being different, and so you therefore stick with game transactions, but then you don't consider the different competitive conditions that are applicable to individual games because you find that to be a natural and intuitive grouping. Is that a fair summary?
So I will add, so what I said is that a market definition involves finding the products that are substitutes for each other. If they are not substitutes for each other, then you go to clustering.
Okay. And but the products here, I thought we agreed, is the transactions. And the transactions are the same across all apps, correct?
The transactions are actually not exactly the same. The monetization of different apps are different. There's different ways in which people interact with transaction platforms where they can engage in these. So I see that as differences in these things. But
so do I understand now correctly that the way you reach the point of saying that the product here is game transactions is because the transaction services provided to game apps are different from the transaction services provided to other kinds of apps?
I mentioned that earlier, that there is a difference in the way that
is that the basis on which you've reached your product market definition here?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that question because that's very specific. You want a yes or no answer.
Sure. Are you now testifying that there are differences in the transaction services provided to games as compared to the transaction services provided to other kinds of apps that form the basis of your conclusion as to the proper product market definition here?
So, there are similar services and there are additional different services. Yes, I would argue that.
And is that the basis on which you are defining a games transaction market and excluding other transactions?
No, I used a lot of different kind of evidence to define the game transaction market.
Okay. And if there were a plaintiff who had a variety of different kinds of apps, you would not necessarily reach the same result in terms of your product market definition, correct?
So I would have to look at what are the different types of transactions, app transactions that they engage in, and
So
to
you-
create potentially different markets based on those.
Right. And when you formed your opinion in this case, you were not aware of all of the different kinds of apps that Epic develops, correct?
Not fully aware, you're correct.
You did not have a list of the different types of apps, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not ask for such a list, correct?
Correct.
And you did not ask if Epic had any non-game apps, correct?
Well, I was aware of the Unreal Engine.
Okay.
Correct.
And when you formed your opinion, you did not know that Epic was the developer of the House Party app, correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't actually heard of House Party at the time of your deposition, correct?
That's correct.
Although House Party is mentioned in the court's preliminary injunction order, isn't it?
I may have missed that. I'm sorry.
You did review the preliminary injunction order, did you not?
I did.
And I guess you didn't ask what it was, and nobody mentioned it to you.
Yes, I'll agree with that.
And you know now what House Party is, right?
Vaguely, yeah.
It's a social networking app with a video chat.
Right.
And do you know that it is listed in the social networking category on the App Store?
I have not looked for that.
And had you known that Epic was the developer of a social networking app, that's something that you would have incorporated in the process of coming up with your market definition, correct?
I would have considered what it was and what it means, yes.
And you said you knew about the Unreal Engine related apps that are on the App Store, correct?
No, I said I knew about Unreal Engine itself.
Okay. Are you not aware that there are Unreal Engine related apps that are on the App Store?
I am aware of that as well.
Okay.
I was just clarifying what I said earlier.
Thank you. Were you aware of that when you formed your opinion in this case?
I was aware that that Unreal Engine is used to develop apps. My understanding is that a lot of those would also be games.
Slightly different question I'm trying to ask. I'm sure the miscommunication is mine. Are you aware that there are Epic-developed Unreal Engine apps that Epic makes available to developers on the App Store for the developers to use in designing their own products?
Please say that again. I'm sorry.
Sure. Question is whether you're aware that Epic develops apps that are associated with the Unreal Engine that go onto the App Store that are targeted for developers to use in the developer's own work on their products. They're tools for developers.
That's the way I understood what Unreal Engine fundamentally is.
Okay. And did you understand that there were apps for that purpose that are on the App Store?
I didn't inquire about that specifically.
So you didn't take that into account either in developing your market definition in this case?
So again,
Sorry, Professor, did you take it into account in developing your market definition opinion in this case or not?
I don't know how to answer that question in part. I guess I'll say no.
You weren't aware of the app, so you couldn't have taken them into account. Isn't that fair?
Again, I was aware of Unreal Engine itself, and so I knew that was being used by developers. So I still, also heard a lot about Fortnite and other games that Epic has, and so that was what I knew about. Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of games, you don't provide a definition of game in your testimony or any of your reports, correct?
No, I do not.
You had some discussion with Ms. Dunn about the difference between a hypothetical monopolist test and a Smith test. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you said that you had not done a SNP test in this matter, correct?
Correct.
You also did not do a hypothetical monopoly test either, correct?
I think the correct answer to that would be that conceptually, thinking about what that would mean, I was not worried that the market would be too narrow. Is I guess the main thing that I didn't do an actual test, so I'm just trying to answer your question, but without. So I would say I did not.
Okay, I think you answered it. You did not do a hypothetical monopoly test, a monopolist test in this case, correct?
But again, I considered whether the market definition encompassed what I thought. Conceptually, I thought about what that might mean, but I didn't do any quantitative test.
Again, I'm not asking about quantitative tests. I tried to stay away from that by not asking about the SNP. You also did not do a conceptual hypothetical monopoly test, correct?
The boundary between doing one of those in your head and kind of thinking through it and not is a little bit fuzzy to me, so I have difficulty being very, so I had, again, I'll just say no. I think it's a simpler way to answer your question.
I'm not looking for any particular answer. I just want to understand what you did and didn't do, Professor. You did form
Can I ask, whose definition came first, yours or his, or Hanson's?
Definition of the market? Is that what? Yes. I would say not Henson. We had some discussions, and I think we arrived, Kit and Schmalenzy and I, working together to that definition, I would say.
All right, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yeah.
Thank you. You said a little while ago, in response to one of my questions, if I recall, that you think it is appropriate to define a market in intuitive and natural groupings, correct?
Yes.
Now, the grouping that you have come up with here is a market that includes transactions on game consoles, but only if they're digital transactions on game consoles, that excludes retail games purchased for a game console, and excludes digital transactions on a game console if they're not games. Is that fair?
Objection to point.
Sorry, I didn't hear do I answer?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you repeat the question?
Maybe. The market that you've come up with that you say is intuitive and natural here is a market that includes transactions on a game console, but only if they are digital transactions, but not digital transactions for something other than games, and excluding retail transactions for products to be used with game consoles, like discs. Is that correct?
So, yes, in terms of the definition of the market that I used.
And you consider that to be an intuitive and natural grouping?
I explained in my report that it was my understanding that given that this is a two-sided transaction platform, not necessarily based on economics, but from a legal perspective, it would be considered appropriate to restrict it to other two-sided transaction platforms. I also explained if we include these others, it just means that the Apple market share would be lower.
So two questions from that. First of all, Professor, just do you consider that to be an intuitive and natural grouping? That was my question.
Oh, I didn't understand that. I do consider this to be an intuitive grouping, given where these transactions can occur.
And yet you just testified that the reason you came to this grouping was in part because of your understanding of the law. Is that correct?
I did mention in my report that because of what I understood the law would require, I restricted it further than what I might have done from an economic perspective.
And you landed on something that you think to be intuitive and natural, but that you landed on only because of your understanding of legal restrictions. And you otherwise would have landed somewhere else as intuitive and natural, correct?
I might well have included more of the direct distribution, yes.
Now, you've not seen data, Professor, about I'm going to withdraw that question now. Okay. You're aware that there are certain iOS games that are not available on consoles. Is that right?
Yes, I'm sure.
And you've not done any kind of analysis of how many of the popular iOS games are or are not available on consoles?
I have not.
And aside from Fortnite and Minecraft and Roblox, which you mentioned in your deposition, you're not aware whether or not any other iOS games are available on gaming consoles. Is that correct?
As I said, I didn't do that analysis.
In your written testimony to the court, you say in paragraph 48 that Apple doesn't prevent developers from steering consumers to other platforms by charging less on these platforms or more on the App Store. Is that at least a close enough summary of your testimony?
My testimony, I believe, sorry, I'm having difficulty with the microphone here. I got stuck. Could you repeat?
Sure.
Point me to a particular section. Is that something you want to do?
If you have it in front of you, that's fine. I'm looking at paragraph 48.
Of my rebuttal report?
No. Your written direct testimony to the court. Dated May 3rd. No, filed it May 3rd. Doesn't seem to have a date on it. Maybe if I look at your signature. You have it there?
Yes, I have
it.
Okay.
You have paragraph 48?
Yes, I have that.
Right. And in paragraph 48, you say in the second sentence, nothing in Apple's license restricts developers from offering transactions on other platforms or steering consumers to other platforms by charging less on these platforms or more on the App Store. I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
All right.
So but steering is in quotes.
Thank you for the clarification. Steering is indeed in quotes. But you're aware that while developers can price differently on the App Store and other platforms, Apple does not allow developers to tell users in the app that they have done so, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple does not allow developers to provide any kind of link in their iOS app to other platforms on which transactions can be had.
That's my understanding.
And Apple does not allow targeted communications like email to inform people of that either, correct?
You have the word targeted in there, so yes. Targeted to iOS users, right?
You mentioned Dr. Hansen, and you relied on his survey in part for your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And in forming your opinion, you had the understanding that Professor Hansen's survey was intended to address consumers' access to and ownership of devices that support game transactions. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And are you aware that, well, there's nothing in the survey that actually asks about ownership. Isn't that right?
That's not my recollection.
The survey asks whether consumers have just regularly used a device in the last 12 months without regard to ownership. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Hansen, in fact, has expressly disclaimed any intention to ask about ownership, correct?
I don't know. I don't recall that part.
Okay. You identify in your games transaction market 3 different types of transactions: in-app purchases, downloads, and updates. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Right. Now, only one of those 3 types of transactions can actually be done on a different device. Isn't that accurate?
So my understanding is that it's actually possible to download an app on a different device from one's phone, but I am not well versed in this.
Right. So if I want to watch Netflix, I can sign in to Netflix on my PC, right?
Maybe. I've never tried.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've done it, but I'm not here to testify. And assume with me it can happen.
Yeah.
And then if I want to watch Netflix on my iPhone, though, I actually have to download the Netflix app onto my iPhone, correct?
I believe that's right.
I can't substitute a download on one device for a download on the iPhone, correct?
Since my deposition, I've heard that it's possible to download certain apps from your phone to a different device. But
I deliberately asked it the other way around, Professor.
Okay, so then you're right.
The only way to download an app onto the iPhone is on the iPhone. Isn't that right?
That is right.
No, there is no substitution possibility whatsoever for that kind of transaction in your market, correct?
It has to be done on the phone. That's what you mean, yes.
Yes, and the same thing is true if you want to update the app. You have to go through the App Store to update an app on the iPhone.
That's correct.
And those are transactions within the meaning of your market definition.
Yeah.
And there is literally no competition for those transactions other than to have them on the iPhone, correct?
That's correct. That's taken into account in the way that market shares have been calculated.
And you also consider it to be an intuitive and natural grouping to put in-app purchases together in the same market with downloads and updates. Is that accurate?
Yes, because they contribute to satisfying the consumer need, which is the capacity to play games.
I want to talk about substitution for a little bit. For products to be in the same market, I think you said earlier, they have to be substitutes, or reasonable substitutes, good substitutes for one another. Is that right?
That's right.
And you view that from the perspective of the customers of the product.
Yes.
And one of the substitutes that you believe is a good substitute for making a game transaction on your iPhone is to make a game transaction on a console that belongs to a friend, correct?
Yes, it can be.
So if I'm commuting to work, which I used to do before the pandemic, and I want to buy a cool skin on Fortnite, or I want to subscribe to the New York Times or boost my dating profile if I had such a thing. One thing I can do is while I'm on the train, I can just transact in the app on my phone, correct?
Yes.
And an alternative is that after work, I could arrange to go over to a friend's house and use her PC or a game console. That's what you consider to be a good substitute to my engaging in the transaction right there on the train. Is that correct?
Well, for many of the ones you just mentioned, I think you could engage on them. You could engage in these transactions on the websites of the companies directly on your phone as well.
Okay. That wasn't my question.
Sorry?
My question was whether or not you consider it to be a good substitute for me to wait until after work and go to my friend's house and use her PC or console.
In some situations, it's going to be something that people do.
And you think that a meaningful number of people would do that in response to a 5 or 10% price increase in the commission rate on transactions? Is that your testimony?
You're using a specific example that is less likely to occur, but there are others where people are playing together on a console and they might well engage in transactions during that time. So there's people play games together as well, and so those are options that are available to them and can be good substitutes under certain circumstances.
Right. Again, you've now answered about some other set of transactions.
Yeah.
Do you consider the ones that I talked about good substitutes or not?
I don't consider the ones you talked about to be great. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. In your expert rebuttal report, you noted that I'm going to withdraw that one as well. Save a little time. So we talked a little about the fair market and the aftermarket that was done earlier, correct? Now, I realize that you don't think it's the right framework to analyze these things here, but let me just ask a conceptual question. Do you agree that there are circumstances in which there can be competition concerns that arise in an aftermarket?
Yes.
And one of the conditions that you say in your testimony needs to apply is that locked-in customers are surprised by unexpected changes in the aftermarket terms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the context of a two-sided platform like the App Store, the customers, as you said earlier, are the developers and the users.
That's correct.
So the developers are part of the customers. And you're aware that when Mr. Jobs, Apple, announced the App Store in 2008, he told the world that he intended to run it, or the company intended to run it, on a break-even basis, correct?
I have heard that was, yes.
And he did that very logically because he anticipated that having lots of apps would make the iPhone more attractive and help Apple sell devices, right?
I don't know what was on his mind, but this makes sense.
Okay, that's a fair clarification. And as it turned out, though, Apple has not run the App Store on a break-even basis, correct?
And yes, we don't have a clear profitability analysis, but I'll give you that.
Right. There's a lot of dispute, perhaps, about the precise extent of the profit here, but can we at least agree that Apple makes a lot of money off of the App Store?
I'll grant you that it's been a profitable business.
Okay, and that money comes from the developers, correct?
Well, it's a two-sided transaction platform, so what side pays is a design issue that, the goal is to attract as many consumers as possible. There's more benefit this way for the developers. So I hesitate to pin it down on a particular side of the market.
Well, I'll do it this way. The money comes at least directly from the developers. Is that fair?
I think that that's fair.
And the developers may pass on some portion of those costs to their consumers, to the users, right?
That is right.
Okay. You agree that most consumers have an iOS or an Android device, but not both at the same time, right?
Yes, I agree.
And it's your view that you don't see a universe where more than a quarter of iOS users switch to Android every year, correct?
I don't know about the universe. I don't remember talking about universes.
So did you testify at deposition that you don't see a universe where more than a quarter of iOS users switch over to Android every year?
As I stand here right now, I don't remember saying that, but it's possible that I did.
Okay. And I'll just ask you right now while you're here.
Okay.
Do you see a universe in which a quarter of iOS users switch over to Android every year?
It would have to be the case that the technology is deteriorating rapidly.
And right now, you have no reason to believe that that is actually what's happening.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if the court reporter got your answer.
Sorry, I said correct. I keep banging into this.
Now, is it the case that for a game like Fortnite, users have preferences as to which device they play on?
Yes, of course.
And it's your understanding that people who have a console spend as much time as they can on that console rather than playing on a smartphone, at least when it was available?
I would assume that they might, and again, I don't know, I'm not in their heads, but consumers may make that choice, yes.
Okay. And you gave testimony at deposition to that effect, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree also that multi-homing is not on its own evidence of switching, correct?
The two are not exactly the same, right? I'm not sure what you mean by switching in that context.
Well, that one was an effort to be a quote from your testimony, Professor.
That's fine. I'm just trying to be clear which you mean.
Very good. I would like you to be clear. I'll ask you to take a look at paragraph 39 of your direct testimony. And it's 4 lines from the bottom of that paragraph.
Right. So I just wanted to be clear that we're talking about actual switching devices, and yes, that's what this says.
Very good. And for there to be actual multi-homing under the literature, there needs to be real use on both devices or multiple devices, right? Ownership or access is not enough, correct?
Multi-homing implies that people are using both devices.
So one last topic, Professor. You've defined a geographic market that involves U.S. consumers on the one hand and developers globally on the other. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one basis on which you reached that conclusion is, again, your understanding of the law and what the U.S. antitrust laws are intended to achieve. Is that correct?
While I was at the FTC, the criteria that we used was consumer welfare in the U.S., yes.
But you reached that conclusion in part based on your understanding of the law. Is that correct?
I would say no. Based on my experience at the FTC, yes.
And at the FTC, you served as an economist, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I am not a lawyer.
Very good. And you also formed your view on the geographic market definition in part on the basis that developers have to compete for U.S. consumers on U.S. storefronts. Is that right?
Yes.
And U.S. consumers are unable to go to storefronts in other countries, as you understand it, or it's difficult for them to do so. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't take account at all of direct distribution in defining the geographic market. Am I right?
Direct distribution by developers.
Correct.
I'm not sure I fully follow, so if you could help me with what you mean by taking that, I'm not understanding.
Sure. I'm a U.S. consumer, and I can go on my PC now and download anything I want from a developer overseas, right?
Perhaps, yes. I've never tried, so I don't know.
Well, you understand there's direct distribution on the PC, correct?
Yes.
And that's not limited to by national boundaries, right?
I actually don't know about that.
You don't know one way or the other.
Right.
And so you did not take that into account in
correct.
reaching the geographic market definition.
That's correct.
Very good. Nothing else. Thank you for your time, Professor.
Thank you. Redirect.
We'll redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Professor, you may sit down. You're excused. Thank you. Next witness. Who do we have next? We're waiting for Professor Hitt. Thank you, Mr. Dorn. While we're waiting, having reviewed once your conclusions of law, your briefing, your hundreds and thousands of pages, I take it there is no definitive authority as to the precise framework or the precise mechanism by which the court defines the market other than considerations. That's why you all are spending so much time on this. Kind of like it reminds me of qualified immunity. Lots of things that we need to think about. One side says it's usually black, the other side says it's white. Typically the answer is somewhere in the gray, for an analogy. But I haven't seen any Ninth Circuit or Supreme Court authority that says this is the precise way in which you define the market. And that's why you all are spending so much time on this. Am I right?
No, I first time I'm speaking up here with my mask on. Sorry. I actually think it is not quite so complicated. I don't have our papers in front of mine right now, having just gone through 2 examinations, but I do believe there's a pretty well-trodden framework for defining the market.
There's certainly considerations, but I haven't seen anything, for instance, that says you must look at it from the precise point of view of the plaintiff, or you must look at it from the precise point of view of the product, or you must look at it from the precise point of view of competition. There are lots of different considerations that all go into trying to figure out what the relevant market is. If it was clear cut, you would agree, but you don't. Well, go ahead, Mr. Bornstein. You have the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I actually do think it is more clear cut than perhaps it appears based on the back and forth between the parties. It's not always agreed between the parties on how clear cut things are, but my understanding.
Best case.
I'm sorry?
What is the case upon which you?
No, as I said, I do not have a case right now that I can give you at my fingertips, but I can certainly get you one in the next 5 minutes when I just go consult with my colleagues.
So you think there's one case? I
do believe there's a pretty well-trodden framework. A lot of times what people do is they refer to the horizontal merger guidelines from the DOJ and FTC that Professor Schmalensky referenced earlier today. But the standard framework is to look to see what are the substitutes that are available to constrain the conduct at issue by the defendant in the case, which requires looking to see what the options are to constrain the conduct. Ms. Forrest is passing me a note about Brown Shoe, which is an old case. It's an oldie but a goodie. But the framework is very much, in our view, starting with what is the conduct at issue and assessing how you can decide what other activity constrains the defendant from engaging in that conduct.
Right, but if there was a flower market down the street that didn't have any presence on an app, then obviously that if they came in arguing some kind of antitrust conduct, one would wonder what they were doing here, given that they don't have any presence on the app. So
that's true, Your Honor, but that's an antitrust injury question. That is a separate question for market definition. In order for a plaintiff to bring a case, they need to have both constitutional Article 3 standing, of course, but also to have antitrust injury. I don't think there's any dispute about antitrust injury here. Epic has certainly been harmed, but that's not a market definition question. And that was the point of one of my questions to Professor Schmallenberg.
All right, can you go to this? He won't, listen, he won't bite. Go to that mic.
Join me.
Jerry and I will get to that. Mr. Bornstein and I will share this space. So in your PI order, Your Honor, you do cite a case, and we will look that up, where the focus is supposed to be on the commercial realities. And so the commercial realities, we think you got that right in the PI order. They relate to market definition and, frankly, to relevant market. So in order to figure out what is the relevant market, you look at, the issues at hand. And I think that's in part what Dr. LaFontaine was talking about, which is you need to figure out what's the product. So
do you have a case?
We are looking at that.
I've got old brown shoe.
Yeah.
And as we all know, just because it's old doesn't make it any less the law. So we know that. But Hicks, what is it that you're? Okay. Yeah, so we can keep going. I was just trying to kill time since we were waiting. Let's see. Professor Hitt, is it? Or Mr. Hitt?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Cynthia Richmond for Apple Health. Professor Hitt to the stand.
And if you'll remain standing.
Cynthia Richmond.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to the court in this case now on trial should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I hope you got it.
I do.
All right. Please be seated, and then be sure the mic is adjusted. All right, that's good. Under the shield. All right, and then please state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Lauren Moultrie Hitt. Last name is spelled Hitt.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed, Ms. Richmond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Professor Hitt. Before we get started, I'd like to approach the witness with a bottle of water and a binder with his written direct testimony in it.
That's fine.
Well, Professor Hitt, your ears must have been burning this morning. There's been a lot of discussion about you, but can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, hi. My name is Lauren Moultrie Hitt.
And Professor Hitt, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School, which is the business school that's connected with the University of Pennsylvania.
And what's your title there?
You'll have to slow down, Mr. Hitt.
Will do. Okay. Too close? Is that better? Okay, I can do that.
I'm going to repeat the question. Professor Hitt, what's your title at Wharton?
It's the Zhang Jindong Professor of Operations, Information, and Decisions.
And can you please summarize your formal education for the court?
Sure. So I got my undergraduate and master's degree in electrical engineering from Brown University. Worked for a few years, then went back and got my PhD in management from the MIT Sloan School of Management. My area of specialty is information technology economics and applied econometrics. And my dissertation title was the economics of information technology and organization.
And was your dissertation published?
Yes, it was the sort of classic economist 3-essay dissertation. 2 were published in top-tier economics journals and in the top-tier IS specialty journal, Information Systems Specialty Journal.
What's the focus of your current research, Professor Hitt?
Generally, economics of information technology and industries affected by information technology. I've done a lot of work recently and in the past on the economics of electronic commerce and internet-enabled commerce more generally.
Have you done any research on app-related economic issues?
Yes, I've done work on the economics of software, in particular pricing of digital goods. I've worked in the area of switching costs. I've worked in the area of recommender systems that are sort of interesting to electronic commerce more broadly.
Are you having trouble?
Okay, I'll slow down.
So, and I think we're going to have to fix this mic issue. So if you push it again. Right.
Is that better? Does that work?
That's, yeah. Just,
is that okay? Not too loud?
I think that's better.
Okay.
So, Professor Hitt, it's okay to brag now. Have you received any teaching awards at the University of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I'm a 12-time winner of the Wharton Excellence in Teaching Award, which is annual. I also won the Wharton-wide Houck Award and the University-wide Lindbach Award, which are the highest teaching awards in the Wharton School and the University of Pennsylvania, respectively.
And have you previously presented testimony in a case before a federal or state court?
Yes.
And what subjects did your prior testimony cover?
So one of the cases focused specifically on smartphones, and in particular, pricing and the economic value of smartphone features. I've also done work related to business practices in the information technology industry more generally.
And when you testified previously, were you accepted by the courts as an economic expert on those subjects in those cases?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender Professor Hitt as an expert in information technology, economics, and applied econometrics.
Any objection?
No objection.
Right, he's admitted as such.
Okay, thank you. Professor Hitt, did you analyze the competitive effects of the conduct being challenged by Epic in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what are the indicia of competition that economists typically look at in analyzing whether conduct has pro or anti-competitive effects?
So 3 common ways of looking at the outcome of competitive conduct is to evaluate output, whether the market's growing, shrinking, how much is it expanding, prices, what are people paying, and then innovation and quality, is the product improving over time. And in general, in a competitive market, you expect output to expand, prices to be steady or falling, and quality to improve. And with anti-competitive conduct, you expect the opposite.
And broadly speaking, what did you conclude about the competitive effects of the conduct challenged by Epic in this case?
There's no evidence to suggest, based on those metrics, that Apple engaged in anti-competitive conduct.
Professor Hitt, you understand that Epic and Apple are offering different product definitions to the court. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do your conclusions on competitive effects turn on the relevant market that the court adopts in this case?
No. Regardless of whether you use a game transactions market or an all apps market, those indexes of market outcomes are generally consistent. The numbers are different, but you still see the same general trends.
Okay, well, let's talk about how you arrived at that conclusion, and let's start by talking about data. Can you describe the type of data you relied on in conducting your analysis?
Sure. So the primary data source for all of the calculations on output was a data set of Apple transactions. Is literally every transaction that occurred on the Apple Store with downloads, in and out purchases from the time the Apple Store opened through the end of 2019. That has about 60 billion transactions in it. In addition, I looked at market research service data as well as public information that gives you information about the overall market size as well as prices paid. And then for some of the analyses in my report, I also looked at transactional data provided by Epic that provided monthly data on Fortnite transactions by user for several years at the monthly level. That's about 2.8 billion monthly observations.
And do you know whether Dr. Evans had access to the data?
So I believe he did, yes.
And do you know whether Dr. Evans analyzed these billions of observations from the App Store to reach opinions on competitive effects?
Dr. Evans didn't really do anything on competitive effects with the Apple transaction data. He didn't look at output or quality at all using those data. He also did not use the full Fortnite data for any of his analyses. He instead used a 1% sample, a less than 1% sample, which is different than the data I use, which has all Fortnite spending.
Yeah. If we could go to slide 4, let's talk about output first. Why is output an important measure of competitive effects?
So it's a key measure of the amount of activity occurring within a market. And in particular, the hypothesis is that monopolies will raise prices and thereby restrict output. So expanding output is an indication that would suggest that there is not anti-competitive behavior when compared against an appropriate benchmark.
And are your findings summarized here on slide 4?
Yes, they are.
How did you go about measuring output?
So there's 2 ways you can measure output in this market. One, you can look at the number of transactions. This is a 2-sided transaction platform, so a natural measure of output would be the number of transactions that occur. So that's one metric. A second metric would be revenue, which is how much actual the volume of commerce that's being conducted, which directly relates to the value that consumers and developers are getting for performing these transactions.
And did you use zero price transactions in measuring output?
Yes, it's very common in 2-sided markets for one side or the other to participate in transactions but not pay a price for that. This is an important source of value created by the App Store and a critical component of output. So it's important that when you're evaluating output, you incorporate free transactions because that's a key part of what's being delivered.
Okay, well, let's go through these numbers one by one, beginning with game transactions. First, how did you identify games in the Apple transaction data?
So fortunately, developers self-identify. So I was able to identify game transactions because developers self-identified their products as games.
Yeah, slide 5, please. And is your analysis of your conclusions about output of game transactions reflected in this slide?
Yes, it is.
And what does it show?
So there's 2 panels on the slide. The left-hand panel has transactions. The right-hand panel has revenue. Across the bottom is the passage of time. The vertical axis is the measure of output. And so if you look, and this is based on that 60 billion transaction data set, reduced down to focus solely on game transactions. What you see in the left panel is that the number of game transactions has been increasing over time. And if you do a calculation over the span of this data, you find that game transactions have expanded 1,200%. That's 12 times from the inception to current times. And that's generally upward trend. If you look at revenue, revenue has expanded even more at 2,600%, and it's got a very steady increasing amount from the time the App Store started through the end of the period. The window for which that calculation is done slightly different, so it can match different data sets. This is from July 2008 to September 2019.
As an economist, what conclusions do you draw from these numbers?
Output is expanding rapidly in this market for game transactions. So, and just a clarification, the 2,600% is from 2010 to 2018. Sorry.
In your experience, are these large increases in the amount of output?
Yes, these are enormous changes. So if you think, compare the revenue figure, a natural comparison would be, for example, the growth in the U.S. economy. Over 2010 to 2018, the U.S. economy grew about 50%. So we're talking about a 50-plus times difference in the rate of growth. So this is a very, very rapid growth.
So just to make sure we understand, these measures just look at output on the App Store. Is that correct?
This is just the App Store.
And as an economist, is it important to look at market-wide changes in output?
Yes. Anti-competitive conduct can affect the market as a whole. In addition, it provides a relevant benchmark to evaluate these changes relative to the closest analog.
And did you examine output for digital game transactions more broadly?
I did.
Can we have 5.6, please? And is that what's reflected on the slide?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe this slide for the court, please?
Sure. So this is based on market research data that estimates the total size of the digital games transactions market. The data spanned 2010 to 2018. That's the same period which I calculated my 2,600% number. You see a steady increasing size of this market, where the total growth over the period is 448% over these 9 years.
And how does that level of growth compare to the level of growth for the App Store?
Well, that's pretty fast, but it's nowhere near the speed at which the App Store output has been expanding, which is 2,600%. The App Store has been growing about 6 times as fast as the overall market for game transactions.
So I'd like to shift from digital game transactions and talk about all iOS transactions. Did you analyze changes in output in Dr. Evans' alleged market?
Yes.
Can we have slide 7, please? And are your conclusions reflected on this slide?
Yes, they are. This is essentially the same analysis I showed a couple slides back. Transactions on the vertical axis, passage of time on the horizontal axis, transaction counts on the left, developer revenue on the right. Again, you see by either metric, the markets are expanding rapidly. 500% growth in transactions in all app transactions and 3,700% in revenue.
Professor Hitt, have you been following the testimony in this case?
Yes.
And did you hear Dr. Evans' testimony that Apple obtained significant market power in the iOS app distribution market in 2010?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion as to whether Dr. Evans tested that claim?
I don't believe he tested that claim, no.
And have you attempted to test that claim?
Yes, I've examined data that's related to that claim.
Can we have slide 8, please? And does this slide reflect your analysis of Dr. Evans' claim?
Look at one slide ahead.
Can you flip that?
There we go. Okay. So this is just the same chart you saw before, only zoomed into a period that is 2 years before and 2 years after the end of 2010. Dr. Evans alleges that in 2010, Apple obtained market power. That's essentially right in the center of this chart. As you can see, on the left-hand side, transactions were growing before. They continue to grow afterwards. On the right, you see revenue growing before. It continues to grow afterwards. There's no evidence of any kind of change or structural break at the time they allegedly attained market power.
So we've gone through several measures of change in output by number of transactions. Did you examine other metrics of output other than the number of transactions?
Yes.
And did you look at changes in the number of games on the App Store over time?
Yes. Well, a better form of that output is simply the expansion of product variety. And what you find is that the App Store started with about 131 apps, and today, game apps, and there's about 300,000 available today.
And did Dr. Evans offer any analysis showing any restriction of output of game transactions or iOS app transactions?
I don't believe he did any analysis on output restriction.
Okay. Well, that's output. Let's talk about pricing. You also looked at pricing, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you see any evidence that Apple charges a super competitive commission?
No, they're generally at market price, and the price has been declining over time.
Yes, slide 9, please. What did you assess in order to study the effect of Apple's conduct on prices?
So you can look at the commission rates that are the stated commission rate that Apple has by their policies. you can look at the comparable commission rates with the competitors. You can look at what Epic paid to the folks who do game transactions for Fortnite and other Epic games as well. And then you can do a calculation of what I'm calling the effective commission rate, which is what you get when you consider transactions that are both free and paid, and construct a composite of what the effective rate is paid, averaging those two together.
Did you include the amount of support that they provide? That is, I think for the $99, they get developers only receive 2 technical services as compared to others.
So I didn't compare the developer support side in that particular way, so I'm mostly focusing here on the sort of the top line prices that are being charged. I do have a number of other analyses and all the things that Apple has done to improve the App Store. I don't know if the services to developers is factored into that, but there's lots of other things that Apple has done to improve the quality of the relationship with developers and to make new kinds of games available. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Yana. Professor Hitt, has Apple reduced its commission over time?
Generally, yes.
Do you have slide 10, please? And can you describe your findings as reflected in this slide?
Sure. So when the App Store started, the commission rate for downloads was 30%. When they added in-app payments, the commission for that has been 30%, and those numbers have stayed constant over time, generally. However, there have been a number of specific Apple programs that have reduced those commissions for certain kinds of transactions. In 2016, Apple reduced the commission rate for subscription renewals after 1 year to 15%. About the same time, they introduced what's called the Video Partner Program, where certain kinds of providers of premium content, think Hulu maybe, pay a 15% commission on transactions performed through the App Store for that content. And then more recently, Apple introduced the Small Business Developers Program, which reduces the commissions on all transactions all paid transactions to 15% for any developer earning less than $1 million a year on the App Store.
Did you see any documentation which indicated that the 2021 change was contemplated prior to the filing of this lawsuit?
I have not seen documents one way or the other on that. I understand that they've explained that they wanted to support innovation, and that was one of the reasons, but I don't know all the reasons that might be relevant. Yeah.
And you saw nothing that suggested that this change was contemplated prior to August of 2020?
I don't recall. To answer your earlier question directly, I don't recall anything specifically saying they were anticipating a lawsuit there. I don't know if those documents exist or not, but I haven't seen them.
Proceed.
Thank you. Can we have slide 11, please? Thank you. Professor Hitt, you said you looked at Apple's commission rate relative to other transaction platforms. Is that what you present in this slide?
Yes, this is a very simple presentation of different transaction platforms that are available. Not all of them, but I think I identified about 14, including the App Store, but here's a selection. The height of the bar is simply what the commission rate is for digital transactions. And what you see is the App Store charges 30%, Google Play charges 30%, Samsung Galaxy Store, Microsoft Store, PlayStation Store, Nintendo eShop, and Steam, which is the largest transaction platform for PCs, all charge 30%. The Epic Game Store, as we've heard, has a 12% commission, but the 30% compares very favorably to what used to be traditional retail, where you get commission rates that could exceed 50%.
Now we have a slide that's related to my next question, but ask that it not be put up because it contains confidential information. But slide 12 in your binder, Your Honor, is the one to reference, although I expect this is not going to be news to you. Professor Hitt, does Epic pay a 30% commission to other game transaction platforms?
Yes, you've heard there's some discussion about Epic seeking discounts and so forth, but for the most part, Epic pays 30% on the transaction platforms where Fortnite is distributed. There are some exceptions, but in general, it's 30%.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were listening to the trial testimony in this case, correct?
Yes.
And did you hear Ms. Wright from Microsoft's testimony last week that Microsoft does not earn a profit on the sale of Xbox devices and only generates profits from commissions on Xbox games?
Yes, I did.
And does that impact your opinion?
Continue on.
What's the objection, Mr. Evans?
Outside the scope, Your Honor.
Your Honor, what part of his report covers this? Ms. Richmond.
I believe he talks about it in paragraph 164 of his written direct testimony.
His written direct only. Okay, hold on. 164.
Your Honor, this is, I'm just pulling it up myself, and this is just generally reporting on the commission rates. It doesn't go to the testimony that Ms. Wright supplied last week, but as an expert in this case, Professor Hitt has been listening to the testimony and is prepared to offer opinions about the economic implications of the testimony given to date.
I believe that I allowed trying to think. Professor Appy to supplement. So I will allow you to answer that question.
Okay.
Do you need me to repeat it, Professor Hitt?
Yes, please.
I was asking about Ms. Wright's testimony last week and whether the fact that, or not, depending on what it may be, that Microsoft does not earn a profit on the sale of Xbox devices changes your opinion on whether Apple is offering a competitive commission rate on digital game transactions?
No, for at least three reasons. One, it's as a matter of economics, the market price is set by supply and demand. A high-cost producer does not necessarily have any ability to charge a higher price because they're higher cost. That doesn't follow from normal economic reasoning. You can argue for it, but ultimately the market price depends on the entire market, not just any particular producer. Second, there's evidence in the record that uniformly all consoles do not necessarily lose money. I won't give the figure because I understand that's field. And then finally, it's inconsistent with sort of observational data. There are platforms that subsidize hardware. They charge 30%. There are platforms that don't subsidize hardware. They also charge 30%. There are platforms that don't have any hardware, and they also charge 30%. So at least the empirical evidence is consistent with there being a 30% market price regardless.
Can you provide an example of a transaction platform that does not sell devices and charges a 30% commission?
So in general, Steam does not sell PCs, although there are some devices that they do sell elsewhere.
Do developers always pay a commission to Apple when they make transactions through the App Store?
No. The commission we've been discussing applies very specifically to downloads, paid downloads, and paid in-app digital transactions. All the other ways in which developers can earn revenue are not subject to these commissions.
And what are the other ways that developers can monetize their apps without paying a commission to Apple?
So developers can advertise in the app. Many do. That's subject to any commissions. Developers have the ability to sell digital content outside the app for use inside the app. Apple doesn't place any restrictions on doing that. including subscriptions, which you can sell outside the app and use in the app. There's other forms of monetization. You can do promotional partnerships. You can do physical events, sell stuff. That's also not subject to it, but I think those two are probably the big sources.
And did you measure, quantify the degree to which developers actually pay Apple a commission on App Store transactions?
Yes.
Yeah, slide 13, please. And is the results of that analysis shown on this slide?
Yes, this is one of the analyses I did. And this focuses specifically on the monetization mechanisms that developers are using for particular apps that are available on the App Store.
This data was for fiscal year 2019. That's what it says here, correct?
That's correct.
And were these numbers in prior years similar to what we see here?
Yes. I can take you through these just quickly to take you through the numbers. On the App Store in 2019, 91% of games are free to download. So they wouldn't incur a download commission. What I think is really interesting is 76% of the games on the App Store are totally free. And that is because they don't have a paid download and they don't have any digital in-app payments either. So these games are distributed through the App Store. There's no commissions generated to Apple. The comparable number for regular apps is 83%. And these things, this has shifted over time, as your question indicated.
Can you explain how? And can we have slide 14 as well?
Sure. So this slide is, again, passage of time, starting at the beginning of the App Store through the end of fourth quarter 2019 when the Apple transaction data ends. And it plots three things. It's the proportion of App Store games by different monetization methods. The red line is the number of paid-to-download apps. In the early days, nearly all apps were paid to download at something like 80%. Again, this is focusing on games. So nearly all games were paid to download. That's at 80%. That's dropped to less than 10% today.
And Professor Hitt, is that the red line here?
That is the red line.
Okay.
Then the two other lines on this chart, that 76% number I talked about earlier, corresponds to the free-to-download game without an-app purchase. That's been rising over time. And then finally, that's the green line. And then the blue line is are games that are free to download that monetize, at least from the App Store perspective, through in-app purchase. And that has been rising over time as a mechanism that developers are choosing.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn back to. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 minutes. Thank you, Your Honor. Just try to get through one more slide. Professor Hitt, did you look at Apple's average commission rate on initial game downloads over time? So I guess what's reflected in the red line here. You
Yes.
have slide 15, please.
Yes, I did.
And is that what's depicted on the slide?
Yes. So what is depicted on the slide is, again, passage of time, same period we've been talking about before. Vertical axis is the average, what I'm calling the average commission rate. What that commission rate is that if a commission is paid on a download, there's a positive commission. I include that number. That's typically 30%. If there is a zero price download, if it's free, that's a zero. That's averaged in as a zero. This is the number you get when you average overall transactions. And as you can see, it was a relatively low number to start on average, and it's been declining over time. And for the obvious reason that, as we saw earlier, the percentage of initial game downloads that are paid has also been falling over time, which has reduced the effective commission rate. The top-line rate that people pay is constant, but the effective rate has declined as developers have moved away from paid downloads.
Yeah, would this be a good stopping point for you?
It would be. All right. So, Professor Hitt, we start at 8. We take care of administrative matters, and then we start the testimony after that. So if you'll make sure to be back by 8, you're excused for the day. Counsel, I've got a hearing on an injunction here starting in 15 minutes. So we'll stand in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow, except that I can see Ms. Forrest wants to say something, so.
My eyes now have become more expressive in the COVID world with the mask on. I wanted to just give Your Honor two pieces of information very quickly. One is, it is possible that we will be in Apple's case by Friday. I know Your Honor had been wondering about that, and we'll deal with Apple in terms of the order of witnesses. The other is to give Your Honor three citations. I'll say them slowly. Perry versus Leak, 488 U.S. 272, Hinsight 282, U.S. v. Sandoval, 472 F. 3rd 645, Hinsight 651, Ninth Circuit. And then lastly, Charlotte's Office, 425 F. 3rd 1203, Hinsight 1212, Ninth Circuit, on the issue we dealt with just after lunch, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And then tomorrow we'll finish up Professor Hitt, and then who do we move to, Rossi or Rubenfeld? So we go to
Professor Rubenfeld, Your Honor.
And then Craig?
Then Dr. Craig, Your Honor.
Craig, and then Rossi, or is Evans coming back?
It will be possibly, we think, Evans coming back for a short time, Barnes, Rossi, Mickens.
Okay. All right, good enough. We'll stand in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. I'm staying here, so you all can back up. Francis, if you need to take a break. And I only need one picture on the Apple side. I only need one picture, just a FYI. Yeah, I only need one picture. You gave me like 6. Yeah. No, it's fine. I usually give them some jurors, but.
The recording has stopped.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tag like your friends, what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves at the shoreline. Skin tan, you blend it with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds you can view the coast. I feel the same for you, I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do.
I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Those are the things I've created. Then I went and caved in. I'm a mess right now. My heart is in two places. Half is back at home, the other's off and racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. Catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Recall my mother's words, but it was far too late. I feel the burden now, it's weighing down my soul. And I can't catch my breath, cause these demons follow. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. Swear I've changed, but you don't care.